Good morning, Javier.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cheryl.
Good morning, everyone. This meeting is now streaming live on the internet.
Dave, can you hear me?
Yes,
No,
Dr. Smith.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
morning, Jeff.
Morning.
Good morning, Julian.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Deborah. Good morning, James. Good morning, Eureka.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good, thanks.
That's good.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, Supervisor Smidian, and good morning, Supervisor Wasserman. It's not quite there yet.
Good morning, Rhonda. Just doing a quick sound check for you here.
You sound wonderful, as always.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda.
So I have to ask Supervisor Wasserman, are you dressed for Christmas today?
A little bit. Had more red and green yesterday, that's for sure. But
You know me, it's all about the socks.
Mike,
know
I
what?
thought,
that's my mask.
Nice.
But my socks, they've been on AWOL.
Oh, that's too bad.
I haven't worn fun socks in 8 months.
Mike, I thought about you this morning.
Oh, look at you.
Put on sparkles.
Nice. It's all about the bling, SE.
There you go.
I got my Christmas socks just for you.
Oh, there you go. Good.
Rhonda, that is a lot of joy you're holding in there.
Yep.
And your tree is beautiful.
You gotta have some joy.
Good job, Rhonda.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm giving the less than 2-minute warning for folks. I'm just going to take 1 minute to, I need to do one thing before we get started. Pardon me. All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
We're
Madam.
going to begin our board meeting. And if I could, I'm going to ask the clerk to begin with the roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee,
Good morning, President.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Present.
Vice President Wasserman,
Here.
and President Chavez.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Dave. We're now going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able, and we will follow Vice President Wasserman in the pledge. Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance
flag,
to the flag,
United States
States of America,
and to the
to
republic
the republic
for which
for which it stands,
one nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and justice.
and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we're now going to turn to Supervisor Otto Lee for the invocation.
Thank you, Madam President. Since the holiday is around the corner, and this is our last meeting before the end of the year, public hearing, I would like to invite our wonderful Victoria Tweedy McDowell to help us with the invocation by singing a song, "O Holy Night." Victoria is no stranger to us, of course. Victoria Tweedy McDowell is 17 years old. She sings in 7 languages, plays the piano, and played the violin in her high school's orchestra. She also has a black belt in Taekwondo and is known as the voice of San Jose Jr. for singing the U.S., Vietnamese, and African-American anthems at San Jose City Hall and many, many community events that I have personally attended. In 2015, she won Most Inspirational Vocals on V-Star Kids and signed a 1-year contract with the Paris by Night Productions. In 2016, she even traveled to Naples, Italy to perform at the Piazza del Plebiscito Plaza for BBS Special for singing in Italian. In 2017, 18, 19, 20, she won the Gold Star for Northern California NAACP ACTSO competition for contemporary and classical vocals for classical instruments piano in 2020, and also won the first place in the South Bay Teen Idol competition 2018. In 2019, she was also crowned as Miss Teen Vietnam USA, and this year she was featured on the cover in an article of the Boutre magazine. So it's truly a pleasure today to invite Victoria here to join us. And Victoria, please start.
I will be singing "O Holy Night" in both French and English. Enjoy. Minuit chrétien, c'est le solennel, ô l'homme de Dieu descendit jusqu'à nous pour effacer la tâche originelle et de son arrêter le courroux. Le monde entier tressaille d'espérance en cette nuit qui lui donne un sauveur. Attends ta délivrance, Noël, Noël, voici le Rédempteur. Noël, Noël, voici le Rédempteur. Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angel voices, oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine, oh, night, oh, night divine. No one, oh, night. Oh, holy night.
Beautiful. Beautiful, Victoria. Beautiful. Otto, thank you for inviting Victoria, and thank you, Victoria, to you and your family for joining us today. What you also may not know about Victoria, in addition to sounding like an angel, she's also an honor roll student. I know makes her parents very proud. Thanks,
Thank you,
Otto.
Victoria. Come on.
We'll now go to adjournments. I will let the community know if they're here to speak on public comment, that item will be coming up next. So this would be the time to begin raising your hand for that. As we move to adjournments, we will honor the lives of Alofa Taliba, William Bill Coleman, and Rick Walker. I'm going to start with asking my colleagues to adjourn in the honor and memory of Alofa Taliba, who we lost on November 12, 2020. Alofa was born on July 2nd, 1958 in Alicia, Upola, Samoa. She was the eldest of 4 siblings and is survived by her brothers Penny and her sister V. In her early 20s, Alofa migrated to New Zealand and then to California in search of opportunities to support her family back home. In 1979, Alofa met and married her lifetime companion, Coyote Valley, in San Jose, California, where they raised 5 children. Their eldest son, Penny, reunited with the family in 2001 and later relocated to Idaho. He suddenly passed away in August of 2019 at the age of 44. Alofa wore many hats during her lifetime, and she accomplished much. She was a certified nursing assistant for Vista Manor Nursing Home in San Jose for nearly 20 years. She loved and cared for so many seniors, many who longed for human interaction and conversation. And if you knew Alofa, which I know probably many people who are listening did, she had a big, big heart, and she really was a bigger than life kind of person. She was always smiling, offering free hugs, prayers, and if you were in public life, lots of feedback. She began her advocacy when she was injured on the job, and she urged her employers to install safety equipment to avoid injuries for other workers. She insisted on better equipment and protocols, and when improvements were not made in a timely manner, she moved to action, becoming a union organizer and an advocate for employee safety. This would spark a lifelong commitment to community activism. Her children were often seen tagging right along with her at demonstrations, phone banks, canvassing meetings, service projects, and all kinds of ceremonies. She became a longstanding member of the Sierra and Greater San Jose communities, and she inspired countless others through her activism. Among other things, she served on the Neighborhood Advisory Committee for San Jose Strong Neighborhoods Initiative, the 680 East Valley District and Sierra Neighborhood Association President, the San Jose Housing and Community Development Advisory Commission, the San Jose 2040 General Plan Task Force, the Independent Police Auditor Advisory Committee. She was a Samoan census outreach activist, and she spent 20 years advocating for her neighborhoods really successfully to rebuild the Alamoc Fire Station #2. She volunteered with anti-graffiti and anti-litter programs to close problematic nightclubs. I could go on and on. In 2007, Alofa began advocating for the construction of a sound wall between Interstate 680 and Capitol Expressway and Murfield Drive. The previous chain link fence was not effective in preventing people in wayward cars from entering the neighborhood off the freeway. In 2015, I was so excited to join Alofa in marking that accomplishment of a sound wall. For any of you who've ever fought for sound walls, you know these are hard to get. Alofa was honored in many ways, including celebrating Safe Communities Award from the San Jose Police Department, a California State Assembly resolution recognizing her countless contributions to the community, and the naming of a park bench in honor at LeBeau Park, which she helped to revitalize. The family asked that I convey the following on their behalf. Alofa's family would like to express their gratitude and love to the Board of Supervisors and to the County of Santa Clara for the outpouring of thoughts and prayers received by all during this time. As they continue to keep Alofa's legacy alive, I invite all of you to Alofa's pass-through memorial that will take place on December 19th. Alofa will also have a virtual memorial ceremony on the 20th. And I'm just going to see if I need to mute someone. If I could ask the clerk to assist with that. And I apologize, Alofa will also have a virtual memorial service the following day, December 20th. Information of services on both days can be found on rememberingalofa.com. I want to thank Alofa's family who shared her with us for so many years, her husband, Coy, her children, Mene, Bruce, Eileen, Carmen, and Penny, who passed away, her 7 grandchildren, Fiku, Hipu, Bruce, McKay, Catatelia, Tanoa, and Cairo. Thank you very much for letting us be a part of her life. Alofa was amazing and will be very, very much missed. And I'm so sorry to the family for your loss. I know she was bigger than life. So thank you for that. I'm now going to turn to Supervisor Simidian, who will speak in adjournments for William Bill Coleman and Rick Walker. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. And it is my sad privilege today to ask that we adjourn in memory of 2 extraordinary people, but 2 people who lived very, very different lives, as you'll hear in just a moment. I ask first that we adjourn in memory of Bill Coleman. Bill, if you were to ask him about his origins, he would tell you he was an Air Force brat. He actually was born in Guam, was the oldest of 8 kids in the family, the son of Colonel William T. and Elizabeth Coleman. He followed the family tradition, went into the Air Force, actually by way of the Air Force Academy. And when we got to know each other just a little bit, we discovered that while he was a little bit older than I was, he and I had some overlapping time in the Colorado Springs area when he was probably a very clean-cut Air Force cadet, and I was a somewhat shaggy-haired undergraduate at Colorado College in a liberal arts environment. And so that our lives intersected decades later was a source of some smiles and recollections. We know Bill here in the Valley better because of his work as a leader in the Valley and in tech. He was one of the early ones at the Air Force Academy back in the day to pursue a degree in computer science. He later went on to receive both a master's degree in computer science and computer engineering from Stanford. And upon leaving the Air Force, he was really a natural for the Valley. He worked in a number of tech environments, but is best known for the fact that he took a little time off when he was at Sun, wrote a business plan. That business plan became the blueprint for BEA Systems back in 1995, and they, of course, are a success story many times over, ultimately acquired by Oracle. Although he had a long and satisfying career in the tech world, he liked to joke that he failed retirement on more than one occasion and kept going from opportunity to opportunity, entrepreneurship to entrepreneurship, CEO role to CEO role. And again, an area where we had some overlapping interest, and he had some expertise in the field of cybersecurity. But I think the folks who mourn Bill's passing will do so largely because they are mindful of the generosity of spirit, which for which he was known, and the generosity financially that he and his wife Claudia showed over the years. He and Claudia were married for 36 years. He died after an 8-month battle with pancreatic cancer. He is particularly proud of the work that he and Claudia were able to do as founding donors at the Coleman Institute for Cognitive Disabilities at the University of Colorado, which was a particular passion of theirs. The kind of person who you would think had no extra time in the day, but somehow found time to be on the board of directors of a half dozen different companies, was a trustee at Santa Clara University, a former member of the Trilateral Commission, and the kind of person who thought that mentoring others, even as he taught an entrepreneurship class at Stanford, mentoring others was not only a joy, but an obligation as well. So his passion, his spirit, his contributions are remembered today. We send condolences to Claudia Coleman, all 7 of his surviving siblings, and an extended family. Thank you, Madam Chair. And with your permission, I will go on to ask that we also adjourn in memory of Rick Walker, who had a very different life story. Rick grew up in East Palo Alto, just across the county border in San Mateo County. And in 1991, this month, December 1991, Rick Walker was convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend in her Cupertino condominium. He served 12 years in state prison as part of a sentence of 26 to life, only to have a moment then in 2003 of only to have a moment in 2003 of extraordinary clarity when the court determined in an adjudication that he was factually and actually innocent of the crime. Not simply a matter of reasonable doubt, but in fact, innocent of the crime for which he had served 12 years in state prison. The system failed Rick Walker at almost every point. Our Santa Clara County prosecutors at the time were overzealous. His defense counsel was not up to the mark, was concerned about the way that both the sheriff's department, which arrested him, and the court system, which tried him, did their jobs to the credit of the system. Once Rick's innocence had been established, people worked hard to try and make sure he was out of prison at the earliest opportunity and could get on with his life again. He was ultimately proven innocent by the extraordinary work of a young woman named Allison Tucker. Allison was a Palo Alton, who ended up actually spending a few years in our own district attorney's office, later went on to be a partner at Morrison and Forrester, and is now an appellate court judge here in California. But it was she who spent more than a decade of her life pro bono, entirely without compensation, in a determined and ultimately successful effort to prove Rick Walker's innocence after 12 years in state prison. I got to know Rick when I had the opportunity to pass legislation to assist in his timely compensation for his incarceration. He was a person of extraordinary equanimity in the face of all he had been through, used his later years in life to try and be a good family member, take care of folks who were waiting for him on the outside. Had to deal with the fact that during his 12 years in prison for a crime he did not commit, both his father died and his son grew up, and those, of course, were moments he could never recapture. He went back to work as a mechanic, ultimately retired in Lake County, where he passed away these past couple of weeks at the too young age of 64. And I would like to just read briefly a couple of lines from the obituary that ran in the Lake County newspaper, which closed with the notion: his granddaughters, his legacy, held a special place in his heart, and he looked upon them with a perfect love and adoration, with a voice that could fill a room and a laugh that will forever echo in our hearts. He will be missed every day he is not on this earth. And so I thank you for the opportunity to adjourn today's meeting in the memory of Rick Walker.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian, and to the families of Bill Coleman and Rick Walker and Alofa Taliba. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and thank you for letting us share their remarkable lives with all of our community today. On item 5, our commendations and proclamations are all on consent. We won't be presenting any of those today. We're now going to go to public comment, and I'm going to ask if you'd like to speak on public comment to an item that is not on the agenda today, that you raise your hand now. I'm going to let the clerk know that we're just going to give a couple minutes for people to raise their hands. If you're speaking under public comment, you will not be able to speak on that same item if you use public comment for an item that will come up later on the agenda. But with that, let's give folks a minute. I will say to my colleagues that we have a lengthy consent calendar and a lengthy agenda. So we're going to go through the consent calendar relatively carefully so that we make sure that we get everybody's thoughts included in these areas. All right, so we'll go to public comment. We have 7 public speakers. So we're going to give each person 2 minutes as rules of the board. If we get to 10 speakers, I will then adjust it to 1 minute. And so if you want to speak, I'm going to close the public comment in just a moment, meaning that if you'd like to speak under public comment, you need to raise your hand now, or once I close public comment, I won't have any more speakers. So if there's anyone else who wants to speak under public comment, this would be the time to raise your hand. Okay, so we're going to go back to our public speakers, and we will cap the public speakers at those who've raised their hand now, and give each speaker 2 minutes, as are the rules of the board.
Our first speaker is Connie C. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Connie, are you there?
Good morning, Connie Chu, Senior Paralegal of the County Counsel's Office and SCIU 521 Steward. With reference to my emails to each of the Board of Supervisors on Sunday and items number 54 and 55 on today's agenda, please do not approve them at this time. Please direct Human Services, ESA, and County Council to continue negotiations with us with your authority to provide wage equity to county council paralegals and senior paralegals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asia Bowman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Asia, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Asia Bowman. I'm a program associate at the Vera Institute, and I'm speaking on the behalf of the Vera Institute of Justice Initiative to End Girls Incarceration, which is providing technical assistance to Santa Clara County to end girls incarceration. We're offering public comment regarding the importance of including housing and basic income as part of the service array for youth experiencing CSEC in the county. Since our work in Santa Clara began, we have seen great progress, including some days at 0 girls in detention and in placement. But our case file review of girls involved in the county's delinquency system shows that CSEC remains a driver of girls incarceration in the county, particularly when they lack housing and or have unmet needs for basic survival. Nearly 20% of girls had a noted history of CSEC in their file, which is likely an underestimate. Universal basic income has been recognized by scholars and advocates as a potential solution to homelessness and poverty. It has the potential to reduce vulnerability to trafficking and to support trafficking survivors through healing and moving forward. Santa Clara has already recognized the potential of basic income support, launching the nation's first universal basic income program for young people transitioning out of foster care this past summer. So we encourage the Board of Supervisors to see that same potential and offer universal basic income for youth experiencing CSEC. Additionally, Santa Clara has limited housing options for youth experiencing CSEC. Bill Wilson Center has a comprehensive system of care for trafficked minors, but it's unavailable to 300 and 600 youth who urgently need housing supports. Thank you for considering these recommendations, and we would be happy to discuss them further.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. Lost for words. I'm getting coffee right now, and of course, you guys know I go downtown a lot. Kind of how I start my morning before I go to work. I'm hoping if I call that, well, I know no one will show up, but you guys really need to get a look at this down here. Is there a way we can get the federal government involved to start helping people downtown, since you're not going to do it? This needs to change. Our behavioral health system is on vacation. We're in a pandemic, but it doesn't matter. They can put on some happy suits. They can wear more PPE gear, whatever it takes. They are not here. So I think you need to start getting rid of some of those people. If they don't want to risk it, then they just don't get the paycheck. They can kick rocks. People that get into that work, I thought were there to help people, and they're not helping people. So yeah, I'm just frustrated with humanity right now. I really am. Last night, a woman came over to my van, an elderly woman. It was super sad. She was with her walker, and it was just horrible. And she needed a jump for her van. And, of course, I pull the extension cord in, I get the van all together. I help this woman back to her car. She stopped at the jail. She stopped at the sheriff's department. She stopped at the light rail station. This poor woman got no help from anybody. And you people don't even have jump boxes. You don't even have a backup sandwich. You don't even have anything. The homeless helping the homeless in Santa Clara County, the mentally ill, counseling the mentally ill in Santa Clara County. I don't get it. I'm ashamed. So happy holidays. Go help these damn people.
Our next speaker is a phone number ending in 048. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Stacy Laris. I have emailed you 25 times and have only received one response from Dave Cortese. That is unacceptable. We the people demand that you have public town hall meetings. We need solutions. Zoom meetings are unacceptable. This illness has not been isolated or identified. This illness has a 99.8 survival rate. You are all complicit in committing crimes against humanity by being silent and doing nothing. You are all approving our county spending millions on testing and tracing while thousands of citizens are suffering. The PCR test was not made for finding infectious diseases. If the threshold cycle is above 35, they are inaccurate results. It's 97% inaccurate. We are using those bogus test results to shut down our county. All local health orders are null and void on their face. They need to be removed, revoked, and rescinded. They are outside of the law. Fire Dr. Sarah Cody. End this unlawful lockdown now. You are all criminals. You should all be behind bars. You're not doing anything to help the people of this county. How can you sleep at night? How can you look at yourself in the mirror and just go about your merry way and enjoy your holidays and your fat steak and your glass of wine at dinner when people are suffering, they're losing their homes, they can't put food on the table for their families? Do you not have a conscience, any of you? Do you not have a heart? Do you not have a soul? It doesn't seem like it. It's just not right. You're not helping the people of this county. People are suffering. Children are suffering. Elders are suffering. Children are on screens for 7 hours a day. They're depressed. An 11-year-old shot himself, 2 weeks ago in San Joaquin County. Yes, that's not here, but it's still in California. How can you guys abide by this? You're criminals.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, to quickly comment on the comment of the previous speaker for Board of Supervisors to be open to state funding ideas and to be able to explain those ideas easily to the public and not be fearful how to explain it and what's possible with those funding ideas. That can help a lot ease the pain and tension that the woman just spoke of. For myself, life is a lot different than several years ago. Supervisor Joseph Simidian and staff in Santa Clara County government has done an incredible job to label and itemize how technology and its data will be used, stored, and shared for Santa Clara County equipment with the ACLU Surveillance Technology Safety Ordinance. These are ideas that through open public policy and better reason democratic practices, we are now working towards better reason ideas of peace and at the end of war and its shock doctrine, and the ideas of more positive, sustainable community and future. From this, there needs to be a way for both the public and local government to better understand and openly ask questions about the future of cybersecurity policies and practices. I feel simple, open public policy ideas and practices with cybersecurity are ideas of good democratic practices, accessibility, and the ideas of peace before war, and can now be a more important help in the future of everyday community work of equity and reimagine. These are the ideas of shared values and camaraderie that can usually help calm and de-escalate cybersecurity issues, and in fact, can offer important lessons of this time in new Eastern European and UN attempts to study how cybersecurity policies can have a safe, trusted connections with the public with simple, open public policy ideas. It is with all this in mind, I ask the County of Santa Clara to please return to its good cybersecurity policy ideas and for its surveillance and technology ordinance that was an important open subject back in 2018. The goal of future technology innovation should be technology inventiveness, its business practices, and open public policy ideas can work as equals and does not have to continue to be a mutually exclusive.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to ask if we could please have access to information on infections and numbers of people that have been hospitalized and have died from the unhoused community. I know I've asked for this information in the past, and it's not coming on a regular basis. And I think it's very important, especially given the latest information about the infections that took place in South Hall and also at Bacardo Center. And I think we need to have a much better understanding of what's going on. And I'm sure somebody there in the county actually knows what's happening, but the public is not being informed on that. And so I think it's important we get that information out. Also, I'd like to talk about how in Campbell, the city of Campbell, they have no services available for the unhoused. They have to leave Campbell area to come to San Jose in order to get any kind of services. And given the situation with what's going on, the shelters right now are not accepting any new people with the weather that's happening, as cold as it's been and as wet as it is. People aren't given the opportunity to be able to come indoors. And there's also a lot of sweeps that are going on. I know the county doesn't conduct sweeps, but you can certainly influence what's going on in some of the different cities, including Campbell. People are just getting moved around in a time when we need to have shelter in place. And especially amongst the unhoused right now with the numbers that I think are starting to go up. They've been relatively low as far as I know. But again, without having that information, it's really difficult to know what's happening. So somebody could please clue me in on that, what's going on.
Our next speaker is Gail Osmer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning and happy holidays. We had a death over the weekend of an unhoused man, a 60-year-old man. Very, very horrible, heartfelt death. This gentleman fell through the cracks. It just, and we will be having more and more unhoused people die on the streets. I'm asking you to please, we need to open some shelters. We need to open overnight warming locations. We can't just have the inclement weather go out and none of the unhoused knows when it's going to be inclement weather, where they're going to be staying. We need to have some permanent, for the next 3 or 4 months, winter overnight shelters open. Tully Library, Bascom, Camden. Once the families move to Evans Lane, we need to have Bascom. Camden, I'm sorry. People are dying on the streets. I'm out there 5 days a week and everybody is freezing. They're scared. I give out as much as I can, hygiene kits, blankets, tarps, sleeping bags. They need to be inside. We need to open centers to have them inside. And I really hope we can work on this. I've reached out to a couple of the supervisors and please reach out to some of the people in San Jose, especially Tully Library, where there are folks living there. We cannot have any more deaths. This is just not acceptable in America, and especially San Jose. And thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Trina Mooring. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Trina Mooring and I work at the DA's office and I'm my SEIU Local 521 member. We need to help working people, especially those that work at small businesses. We see every day the impact this pandemic and financial crisis is having on working families. What we cannot do is pit essential workers against workers that work at small businesses. They are neighbors, our spouses, our brothers and sisters, which is in effect what this proposal threatens to do. Instead, we support the county building a program that supports working people without placing additional financial strains on the safety net services and programs essential to our communities. We share the board's frustrations about the need to find funds that we desperately need to not only support small businesses and their workers, but our safety net services as well. The safety net services and programs that are saving lives every day. We believe, like you, that the funding exists. It is in the hands of over 150 billionaires in the state that have gotten wealthier since the pandemic began. Let's go get it. Let's come together and support policies at the state that ensures those who have benefited from the pandemic are contributing to help struggling small businesses and our safety net services. It won't be easy, but is a moral imperative. We have always known that revenue and lack of funds will be the problem, not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. We must exhaust all alternatives to cut to vital services for our community. Layoffs and furloughs must be the last resort to balance the budget. Create a space for essential workers to give feedback on increasing safety in the workplace without fear of retaliation. Ensure that essential workers are respected as we are committed to the vital services we provide to our community. We must avoid any harm that this proposed budget will have on communities. Delay the vote on the budget to next year. We will have a new White House administration in January 2021 and must work together in delaying any cuts that could be recommended.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask, turn to the clerk as we move to our next item. And this is the approval of the consent calendar. So I'm going to ask the clerk if they could read the items that are being considered for consent and additional items considered for consent. I'm then going to go through the board, and Susan, I'm going to start with you and then go to Supervisor Lee, Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm going to go to you and then to Supervisor Lee, and then I'll go down and mostly just, it's still a second meeting, so I know the consent calendar can be a little confusing, and then I'll go to Joe and Mike and then back to myself. So I'll now turn to the clerk.
We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to consider the supplemental report currently scheduled for item number 10 during board consideration of item number 8. Item number 8 is to receive a report relating to key assumptions and analysis regarding the budget deficit projected for fiscal year 2021-2022. Item number 10 is to receive a report from the Public Health Officer and Administration relating to the current status of COVID-19. The title of the report is Supplemental Information to item number 10 of the December 15th, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting. We have a request from President Chavez to hold item number 15 to January 12th, 2021. Item number 15 is to receive a report relating to recommendations for protecting essential workers in the fast food industry and limited services restaurants. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman and Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to receive a report relating to an approach to the audit of jail reforms recommendations. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item numbers 24 and 25 to the consent calendar. Item number 24 is to receive the management audit of the implementation of custody improvement recommendations. And item number 25 is to approve the revised Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Work Plan. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 30 to the consent calendar. Item number 30 is to receive a report relating to staffing needs with emphasis on clinicians for psychiatric emergency response teams and mobile crisis response teams. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item number 31 to the consent calendar. Item number 31 is to receive a report relating to a surveillance camera rebate program and information on expanding local camera registries in unincorporated areas. We have a request from administration to hold item number 34 to January 12, 2021. Item number 34 is to consider recommendations relating to the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds Management Corporation Incorporated. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman and Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 35 to the consent calendar. Item number 35 is to receive a report with recommendations provided by the Health Advisory Commission relating to structuring a fee waiver for medical marijuana cards. We have a request from President Chavez to add item number 37 to the consent calendar. Item number 37 is to receive a report from the Unhoused Task Force identifying solutions to the immediate temporary housing needs of unhoused families and individuals throughout Santa Clara County. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to hold item number 60 to January 12, 2021. Item number 60 is to receive a report from the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee relating to the meeting of September 17, 2020. We have a request from County Council to remove item number 77 from the consent calendar. Item number 77 is to consider recommendations relating to GPS electronic monitoring systems with related services and support. And that concludes my list.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Just first, quickly, by way of explanation, I want my colleagues to understand that I submitted the request for the COVID-19 financial outlook report attached as a supplemental information to item 10 to be heard instead with item 8, because I think it makes more sense for that financial report to be heard together with the report on the projected budget deficit. Also, the consent calendar update included a request from me to put 30 on consent regarding the PERT and mobile crisis response teams, but that was an error. In fact, I'd like to keep 30 on the agenda and ask that item 52 be pulled from consent and heard together with item 30, so we can include discussion of the Community Mobile Crisis Program as part of the MHSA plan. Item 31 was just requested by Supervisor Wasserman to move to consent, but I would like to hear the item. It's a response to my referral regarding a surveillance camera rebate or registry program. Item 44 on consent today is the approval of the new bylaws for our medical staff across the 3 hospital system. This is an important milestone in our efforts to integrate O'Connor and St. Louis into the county health and hospital system. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the medical staff, the nurses, and the support staff for their continued efforts to provide the very best care to our residents under extraordinarily trying circumstances, particularly right now with the COVID surge. Thank you all. I'd also like to provide some additional context for the changes proposed to the agreement with Roots under item 45. As part of this year's budget process, I had proposed a $150,000 inventory project to contribute to the development of the Wazima African Ancestry Health Center, and I appreciate this board's approval of that project. The amendments in today's contract represent, first, that the county only contributed part of the funds to the overall proposed budget to develop a site as a wellness center, and the original scope of the work was tied to the total funding to fully develop and implement the center, which our inventory dollars did not fully fund. And second, due to the COVID pandemic, Roots, like so many of our other programs, has needed to shift to a virtual service model rather than on-site services. I hope this will address any questions about the amendments proposed, and I want to indicate my support for these changes as the submitter of the inventory item. And I believe that is it. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg, could
Yes,
you
ma'am.
explain 8 and 10 one more time? I'm sorry, I don't think I understood exactly what you just said. I apologize.
Sure. Right now, the COVID financial outlook report is attached to item 10, which is the whole COVID update. But item 8 is a financial report, and I think it makes more sense to pull 8 out of the whole COVID piece, since it is a specific slice just talking about budget, and hear it with the overall budget information.
So you want to hear item 10 and then item 8.
The order isn't relevant, but what I want is for the specific supplement in item 10, that's the COVID-19 financial outlook report, to be heard with item 8 as opposed to lumped in with the whole item 10 report.
Got it. Okay.
Either order is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Then perhaps just for the staff, we will go to item 8 and ask for the part that's embedded in item 10 to be heard next, because and I think, Susan, I was concerned about hearing them first, so that I think meets my needs as well. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I have no real changes to what's already been proposed by all of my fellow supervisors. And I do want to echo the comment from Supervisor Ellenberg on item number 44 of the great work that our hospital staff and nurses have done. And I just want to say I'm in awe of how good work they have done. The merging of O'Connor and St. Louis could not be in a better time, and how successful it's been. I know it's not easy of anything moving together. Any changes is very, very hard, but I just want to say thank you for the hard work on that effort, and of course of what they have done for this COVID pandemic. Thank you so much. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bear with me, please. I have a number of relatively obscure items here that I need to spend a moment or two on. On item number 84, F, which is the Historical Heritage Work Plan approval. And this is potentially a little bit confusing because it's 84F, Historical Heritage Work Plan approval, but the enclosure is 84G, just to make it interesting. And it's on packet page 2422 for the clerk's reference. And just a minor amendment to language that I want to ask for. Right now, the language says proactively review the survey conducted by the recent Stanford GUP and move the properties identified in the survey onto the HRI and or landmark designation. I just want to make that proactively review the survey conducted by the recent Stanford GUP and consider the properties identified in the survey for inclusion on the HRI and or landmark designation. That's just a process matter to make plain in the language that things are not moved unilaterally, that there is in fact a process and consideration. So without objection, I would just ask for that amendment. On item 96, which is a parks item dealing with the Spring Valley Golf Course, fine with that item, but Parks has asked for administration has asked for a 15-year delegation of authority. And I'm going to suggest that we go with 5 years delegation of authority. I just don't think these things ought to end up outside the purview of the board for a decade and a half without somebody coming back to talk about where things stand. On item 25, which is a request for an item to go to consent, and this deals with the revised OCLAM, the Office of Correctional Law Enforcement Monitoring Work Plan. I'm fine with the revised plan. It includes some important custody health matters that you had asked for, Madam Chair. But I just wanted to be very clear about this. I don't want that work, nor should the fact that we approve that work. I don't want that work to deter or detract from the other work that OCLAM has, particularly the work that is made more difficult by virtue of the fact that our monitor cannot get a information sharing agreement from the sheriff. So I'm happy to have the work added to the to-do list, but I don't want that to be the basis for essentially facilitating the continued lack of response from the sheriff's department. And I just want that in the record, and I want it understood that that's not the goal. There are legitimate issues here. Happy to have them there. And then I just wanted to confirm my understanding of the request from Supervisor Wasserman and Ellenberg on item 35. This is the medical marijuana cards. We were only asked to receive a report, yes, but staff indicated that the item would likely result in them returning to our board with a fee structure change. That's not actually part of the recommended action. I just wanted to make sure that all we were being asked to act on today was receipt of the report. And I believe since that's the recommended action, that's the correct way for that to be interpreted. Yes?
Yes, they're both nodding their heads vigorously.
All right. Well, then I think that covers my issues, as I say, on item 35. Forgive me. Just wanted to make sure it was simply receipt of the report. On item 25, wanted to make plain that the addition of custody health issues is not meant to impede the other important work of OCLAM or push those issues to the front while we have the continued inability to obtain information from the Sheriff's Department. The clarification on item 96, where the change actually is again for a 5-year delegation of authority, not 15, and the minor language change on item 84F, historical heritage. I think that covers all my nits and gnats and dogs and cats today. Thank you.
Oh, that's hilarious. I don't know what a NITS is, but there you go. Supervisor Wasserman, Vice President.
Thank you very much. 2 items, one through the chair to Supervisor Simitian. On the last item on the golf course, we talked about the delegation of authority going from 15 years to 5 years. Through the chair, I'd like clarification of exactly what is being reduced. The delegation of authority to renew the lease, delegation of authority. I need more clarification on that before I can agree with going from 15 to 5. Secondly, and my only other question, Supervisor Chavez, you put item number 15 on hold. I just want for the record to say that I have to recuse on that because of my financial ownership in McDonald's. I don't know if I need to recuse for something to be held, but I figured I should to be safe.
Yeah,
So
thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. Mike, I wanted to let Supervisor Simidian respond to item 96. I will say that my recommendation based on his change was going to be that we defer the item so staff has an opportunity to come back with a with that change, but also that they have an opportunity to speak with the service provider here.
Yeah, I saw it as the 5-year and 2 5-years. So I just wanted clarification. Perhaps I don't have an issue with what he's saying, but if we are changing terms on what our lessee has agreed to, I think what you just suggested is prudent.
Supervisor Simidian, are you comfortable with that?
I think continuing the item is just fine, Madam Chair. If there's clarification, just for the public and for board colleagues who are trying to follow along here, as you can see at packet page 2588, there are 2 items. There are possible action A, possible action B. Possible action A is to approve the lease with 2 5-year extension options. My motion would not affect, or my request would not affect that portion of the lease. But B, in the same recommended actions list, is to approve delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to administer, manage, and carry out the terms and conditions of the lease agreement, and to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate the lease agreement with Spring Valley Golf Course following approval by county council as to form and legality, and approval by the office of the county executive. Delegation of authority shall expire on December 31, 2035. Again, the delegation is very broad, and I don't have a problem with that, actually. But when you say you can negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate the lease agreement, that pretty much means you can do any darn thing you want. And to say you can do that for 15 years without the board being engaged, I just think that's an excessive request. So happy to go with 5 while there are still board members around who are familiar with the lease, but going out to 15 seems inappropriate in my view.
Supervisor, if I may, I'll just say I'll take yes for an answer. And part A was the lease term. You're in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with that, and do not need that to be held or carried over, nor do I need it to be discussed with the lessee who's already agreed to that lease term. Part B, if the 15 going down to 5 is simply for the input for our county executive, that's got nothing to do with the lessee. And I'm totally fine with that change. So okay. I do not have, Supervisor Chavez, a need to hold this or amend it or anything else. Now that I understand it's B only, I'm fine with the amendment by Supervisor Simidian.
Okay. And the amendment, just to say this back, would be to approve item A, 96A, which is the structure of the agreement, and to deny, not include item B, which is the delegation of authority, but that would come back to the board.
No, ma'am, it's to approve 96A as written and 96B to revise the delegation of authority going through 2035 down to 2025 and occur at 5-year intervals. Is that correct, Supervisor Simidian?
Go ahead, Joe.
Almost. The delegation of authority would expire on December 31st, 2025, as Mr. Wasserman correctly suggested. But then no reference to extensions for 5-year intervals. Then it's on the administration to come back and say, our delegation of authority is expiring. Here's what's happening with the property. Here's where we'd like to go. It's just an opportunity to make sure that we all check in rather than essentially abdicate our responsibility as a board for 15 years.
Yeah, and I think the way Supervisor Simidian, just to be more clear, the reason I was interested in removing B, and we can take this off, if we have to have more discussion about it, we can remove it from the agenda and leave it on the regular agenda. But my point was just to remove the delegation of authority so there was no confusion. So if there is any change, it comes back to the board.
Excuse me, Mr. President. That's not workable because we have to have capacity to change, to operate the park and to change minor issues related to the contract.
Got it. I got it. I hear you. So if I'm, Joe, just let me say this back to you, that we keep A the same and B, the delegation is capped at 2025.
That's correct, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
All right, fine. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing anything that required us to have conversations with the lessee. All right. Anything else for you, Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm good.
Supervisor Wasserman, did you have anything else?
No, I like.
Okay. Thank you. So, let me go through the consent calendar again with some changes that I want to make. On item 15, I'd like it to come back on January 12th. This is the fast food industry limited service item. I'd like it to come back to the to the January 12th meeting, but with the addition of making sure that we've spoken to County Council, the District Attorney's Office, and SEIU. So if there's a supplemental that needs to come back, if we can just make sure they are included, I would appreciate that. Items 23, 24, and 25, I'd like to hear on the regular agenda. This is the report relating to the audit of jail reform and the receiving the management audit implementation of custody recommendations and to the approval of the correction of law enforcement monitoring work plan. I have similar concerns, Supervisor Simidian, as to whether or not we're going to get an agreement and what the implications of that are. So I'd like to keep all three of those off, but hear them concurrently. So we'd hear them as one item. On item 30, I too would like to remove that from consent, and that is the emergency mobile response. And I think, and hearing that with item 52 is very helpful. Thank you for that. Item 37 that I put on consent, I wanted to just have say thank you to Supervisor Ellenberg for joining me as on the unhoused task force, and to make sure that we highlight that this will have an April report out to the community. But what I wanted to share with my colleagues is that we're asking each city to come up with a customized approach to assisting the unhoused community, which I think is going to be very helpful. Item 29 is mental health communication with the courts. The courts have requested more discussion with the mental health treatment courts have requested more discussion with our staff. So item 29, I'd like to have come back to the second meeting in January so that the courts can complete that discussion with our staff, I think. And then what I'd like to do is item 28 is the report of the Foster Youth Task Force. I would like to make sure that we hear that item with item 22. So we hear 28 and then item 22, as I think they're pretty related. And I think that is all of mine. Colleagues, if I could just take a moment to look at my notes. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Any thoughts or comments on what I've added or contributed to the discussion? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask for, we're going to go to public comment and then we'll come back to a motion for the consent calendar.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you for your mental health care work counseling ideas of one of your items on consent calendar today. That's the really, really good stuff. That's the really important stuff that I think actually compared to places like Berkeley and Alameda County, you have some interesting ideas about. So thank you for that mental health counseling work and how that could supplant police use in the future. You also have a few items about sheriff review of certain practices. And it was sort of mentioned earlier today, to mention, your sheriff issues at this time. I really believe in the idea of what, accountable data collection and the practices around the surveillance and technology ordinance that can maybe, help ease the tension of the debate you're having about auditing practices with the sheriff's department. and information you need from them. I hope that can work to help in that process, and I hope that if I was to write to you in the coming days and weeks, I mean, I have issues about the surveillance to technology ordinance that include cybersecurity issues from my public comment. I hope I can be written back to, because they're important subjects to me about what it can work towards to accomplish. I mean, I think it creates a real neutral space for all sides to really discuss what is openness and what should be openness, and what is good policy practices for ourselves towards the ideas of peace, and to end the concepts of secretiveness and war. And so good luck in those efforts you have with the sheriff at this time. And I hope you can write back to me if I write you myself. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. The item on here, I believe it's been put on the consent calendar involving the communications with the courts as far as the mental health gig. And then also the crisis intervention, the outreach teams that I keep talking about that I don't really see materializing right now. We need to light a fire under behavioral health. They're out to lunch. They're camping out. They're not showing up. And since this is my tax money here, they're fired. Okay, if they're not going to show up to work, you cannot have a behavioral health system from home. It does not work. There's other departments in our county that this is a-okay with. The people that are suffering need that one-on-one interaction, and the comfort that they're getting on the streets from each other and other people that have mental health issues. It's hard to watch. I mean, it's impressive that people are trying to help each other, but it's like you got 1,000 people drowning in a swimming pool trying to help each other out of the pool. There's nobody around throwing anything into the pool, a life preserver, a hand, something. It's not happening. Are these people on this minimal amount of people that are on these outreach teams? Did you hire people that are not afraid? Did you hire people that are really going to go out there and interact? I'm keeping my eyes out for them, and I'm not seeing them yet. I'm just seeing more people die, more people suffer. More people getting on public comment, begging you people to do something. I know I sound like a broken wheel. There's a special place in hell for all of you. I truly believe that. All of you politicians, you drive past this, you see this all the time. You cannot keep ignoring it. It's like the Back to the Future 3 movie when Biff Tanner's way up on that big casino and you look down and everybody's just dying and falling apart. That's what it looks like. But you guys are up there hanging out with Biff, okay? You need to get down to the
Our next speaker is Denise Trudeau. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Denise, are you there?
Hi, yes. My name is Sandra Cole. Actually, I'm not sure why you have that as Denise Trudeau, but I wanted to take a minute to just weigh in on your items 22 and 28 today. I know you're going to be talking about the continuum of care as well as hearing from the Foster Youth Task Force, and also to thank the board for your commitment in particular to the foster care system, the foster youth in our county. I know President Chavez, you are particularly focused on that, and that's been something that's been very dear to your heart for some time, and I really appreciate that. Just for some perspective on my conversation, I have been working in public service for over 30 years, most of it working with at-risk youth and their families. And currently I work as an enhanced foster care resource parent with Seneca Family of Agencies. And I just wanted to say that the system that is set up right now, working with the most challenging youth, is really working well with them, better than I have seen really ever in the history of my professional experience. And I do think that it is in large part to how the program has been set up, as well as the commitment by Seneca to meeting the needs of the foster youth and working outside the box, being creative, their professionalism. And so I just wanted to say, hey, good job. And yes, I know there's lots more work to be done. And I know that right now there's things on the table around how we're going to be dealing with particularly emergency care and that kind of thing. But I wanted to weigh in as someone working inside and say thank you. And I think it's working. So.
Our next speaker is Gail Osmer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. May I speak on item 37?
Yes, go ahead, Gail.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I could. I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you, madam. We need to look into navigation centers. I wasn't able to read the final report, and hopefully they included that in the final report. But the navigation centers work. They have some wonderful ones, 3 of them up in San Francisco. I have suggested this to the committee, and this is something that should be looked into here in San Jose. Also, I just want to make a comment about the backpack team. They're doing a wonderful job, but the group that goes out, the medical group, needs to increase. Right now, they not going out to large encampments of the unhoused community, but we need to hire more. They need to hire more people. I've asked for a couple large encampments to be tested, and right now they're just not doing large encampments. So this needs to change, and they do need to hire more folks. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Crystal. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Crystal Campisi. I'm a medical marijuana patient in San Jose, and I'd like to speak to item 35, which is waiving the fee for the medical marijuana identification card. As you know, medical patients are paying 35% tax on their medicine right now. And I've done some research. That's more tax than on alcohol, more tax than on gasoline, more tax than on tobacco. What's happening is it's driving patients underground to the illegal market because of the inability of them to afford their own medicine. This is putting our most vulnerable communities at risk. It's mostly our seniors and our chronically ill. These are people with cancer and chronic ailments that are using cannabis for medication. And we're putting our most vulnerable communities at risk. So this is now a health and public safety issue, especially during COVID. Patients need to get their medicine. 35% tax is not affordable. So as you may know, Dave Cortese brought this subject forward with an August 11th memo, which I'd like to read from. And he says, unfortunately, there appears to be onerous fees levied on medical marijuana users. You have to pay $100 for this card, which we're trying to get waived so that people can at least waive their sales tax. He says in his memo, although medical prescriptions are not taxed in California, medical marijuana users have been unfairly carved out from that protection. And marijuana is recognized as an approved form of treatment. There should be no distinction in the payment structure for obtaining marijuana for medical purposes, just like any other prescription drug. So if we waive this fee for the card, it will at least give us the relief of 10% of sales tax, bringing our tax down to 25%. There is, however, a MORE Act that is passing Senate, and when that happens, there will be another federal tax of 5% added, bringing us to a total of 40% tax. I implore you to please waive the fee for the medical ID card. The patients in San Jose and the county really need it.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the board. Colleagues, there's one other item that's on the regular agenda, and this is the report on the landlord mediation as part of the COVID section of our report. And this is item 13. And item 13, it's a very well done report that just really explains what the challenges are relative to folks who are going to become or are at risk of becoming homeless and what we can do to support them. What I'd like to do is I'd recommend this report for consent, but I'd like to ask the staff as we come back at our future meetings to discuss our response to COVID, that they look to expand our investment and our nonprofit partners that are doing the legal support work for people who are are going to be impacted by not being able to pay rent. And this really would be an investment in our nonprofit partners. With that, I mean, if anybody would like to keep it on the agenda, we can do that. But I thought the report was really, really good and did a good job of explaining what we need to do next. Any concerns about adding 13?
Just wanted to reconfirm the numbers, moving 13 to consent.
Yeah, and to say thank you to the staff. It's a very well-written report, and it reaffirms that these partnerships are what we should invest in. So I would just direct staff to consider that for future COVID response investments and report back to us on that in January. If that's comfortable, then we'll add that to consent. And I will ask for my colleagues if we could have a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Lee. Do we have a second? A second from Supervisor Wasserman. And I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Aye, with a no vote on 54 and 55, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye, with the recusal on 15.
Thank you. President Chavez?
Yes. And I'm gonna, and let me just look at Supervisor Ellenberg. Can you remind me what 54 and 55 were?
Yes, that is to continue negotiations. Let me just pull up the. This is with the paralegal, senior paralegal reclassification. There's still some disagreement between ESA and the collective bargaining group, and I would like to see them have more time and come back in January.
You want to make that into the part of the motion?
I wasn't making a motion. I was just registering no votes on those today.
Okay, but you don't want to ask them to come back.
Oh, I'm happy for them to come back in January.
Okay, because then we can defer it and then give them more time to talk and have it come back in January. All right. So with that, I if I could ask if that's comfortable with my colleagues, if we could get a roll call vote. Yes, Mike.
Thank you. I thought when 54 and 55 were being mentioned, they're on consent for approval, that I heard Dr. Smith speaking up. And I just wanted to make sure the deferral now past the December 31st deadline is not problematic.
Oh, thank you for that. Dr. Smith, could you respond to that?
Well, I was just going to clarify for Madam President what the two issues were before Supervisor Ellenberg clarified it. So I don't know that we'll have any new information by January, but we can certainly come back in January.
Is there a concern regarding a delay in continuing the conversation?
If I may speak to the item.
Please.
The area of disagreement has now been, after many, many conversations, limited to one issue, and that issue is the union's request that civil classifications be paid more than the criminal classifications. They've asked for a 4% differential, essentially. That question, that issue, is actually much broader than paralegals. That's an issue for all classifications in the Office of the County Counsel, the attorneys, the secretaries, the supervising paralegals, all the way up and down the whole office. And so if there's an interest in looking at that issue, I believe it would be more appropriate to have that studied and looked at writ large, not handled distinctly for this one sole classification.
And James, thank you for that. And let me just make clear that I'm not commenting on the substance of any of the terms, and I'm not indicating support or opposition. My concern is the procedural and making sure that that everybody feels that we have gone through a sufficient process to the greatest extent possible. And what I've heard over the last week is significant concern that process hasn't been exhausted. So my preference was to say, let's give it a little bit more time. And I realize within the context of the consent calendar, I can't necessarily defer it, especially since, one supervisor has already voted yes, to approve the item. And I don't know if a majority of us want to defer it or not. That hadn't been my thought, which is why I didn't pull it or comment.
So, and I apologize, Supervisor Ellenberg, I was trying to be responsive to I listened to all of you to try to make sure that we're meeting your needs. But if what you want to do is just register a no vote, whatever you feel more comfortable with is fine by me. That was
my intention.
Okay. All right. So with that, then we'll go to, I'll ask the clerk to continue the roll.
Madam President, we've done the roll call vote for this item. Do we?
Oh, I guess we don't have to change it because no one wants to change their vote. James, can we leave it the way it is right now?
Yes, you can just conclude the vote count.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And I appreciate everybody's patience on that item. So with that, we're going to move from consent to our next items 8 and 9, which 8 with the budget pulled out of item 10 and then budget priorities, which would be 9. So we'll begin with 8. If I can turn to Dr. Smith.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to set the stage here for the discussion of these two items. I think for the public, it might be a little confusing, so let me just go over it. The item that was 10A, which is the COVID fiscal outlook report, covers so far 2 fiscal years and has an outlook to the 3rd fiscal year. So remember, COVID started in March of 19, which was the end of the, March of 20, which was the end of the 19-20 fiscal year. And then in July, we switched to the 2021 fiscal year. So everything that's happened since then is in 2021 fiscal year. And then starting in a few weeks will be December. So I think it's important to realize that we're talking about 3 fiscal years, part of which is an accounting of the things that have already been done, the expenditures that have already been made, part of which is a projection, which is more of a budgetary issue. At the same time, you're also considering item number 8, which also has 2 fiscal years involved. What you're hearing about in item 8 will be the mid-year preliminary information about the mid-year budget, which is a revision of the 2021 budget, basically realigning what the board already approved in August as the 2021 budget. And you'll hear a rendition of what we have so far in terms of change projections. You'll also then hear a projection for 21-22, which is the next fiscal year, which is all budgeting and no accounting per se. So I want to make sure that the public understands that we're talking about a combination of budget issues and accounting issues, and that the projections that we will discuss for 21-22 and the projections for the realignment in February, the mid-year, will change significantly. We don't have all the data that we need yet. So it's a moving target. With that, I think the first thing I would like to go to is Gary Graves to talk about what was labeled as 10A, the COVID financial outlook, and then we'll go to Greg Aturia to talk about item 8, which is the budget projections. Gary?
Good morning, board members. Always nice to see you. In the interest of time, and considering your agenda, I'm going to make my comments really of a summary nature and be happy to answer questions at the conclusion. What this report is presenting today is an estimate of the financial impact of COVID on Santa Clara County. And as Dr. Smith indicated, this analysis really focuses on the current fiscal year 21, and the prior fiscal year 20. What this is not is a projection of the general fund for the current year. This is really just focusing on the impact of COVID. It does provide you with a projection of the health system for the current fiscal year as a way to really understand the impact of COVID. No specific actions are included in this report. Potential solutions are included just really for your information as things that are out there really to be considered at mid-year. And as Dr. Smith indicated, the full projection of the general fund will be presented to the board in February, in which you'll get a full look at the entire general fund. I just want to indicate that this really was a very difficult analysis requiring really the review of thousands of lines of data. And I really want to recognize the staff from OBA and finance agency and the finance staff from the health system. There were a lot of details that really had to be looked at and thought through to make sure that this was as accurate a projection as we could make. And really the bottom line of the analysis really suggests that the financial impact of the COVID pandemic really should be manageable and shouldn't require dramatic actions in the current year. At the same time, the potential solutions that are identified on page 8 do indicate that additional general fund allocations will be likely required to cover the cost of COVID unless additional federal funds come through. And that's really an important thing to note. You're going to have to really wait till you see the entire picture in February for the current year before considering any additional commitments of general fund resources, based on what may look like there may be some balances here. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know staff are prepared also to assist with details depending on how deep you want to get into this.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is, if I could, I'm going to go ahead and take public comment. Well, actually, we're going to hear these items. We're hearing 8 and 10 together. So we're going to hear, but I would like to give the board the opportunity to ask questions of Gary before the staff presents on item 8. So are there any questions for Gary on this item? And I'll go to Supervisors Wasserman and then Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chavez. And not a question for Gary, but just clarification on what you just said. When you said hearing 8 and 10 together, the only part we're hearing of 10, as I understood, Supervisor.
Yeah, that's right. It's the budget part. The budget part. Yes. I just wanted, so thank you for clarifying that. I just thought that Gary, the reports, colleagues, the reports are unique enough from my perspective that I wanted to make sure you had a chance to ask questions of each before we went to public comment. We'll then go to public comment and then come back to the board if there's any action that's needed. So are there questions of Gary about his report? I see Supervisor Lee. If you would like to ask, this would be the time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Supervisor. So I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. Gary, I guess this will be a surprise to me since we've been expecting a lot of negatives this year regarding the budget. Is that due to the measures taken by the county? The somewhat positive news is that fiscal 19-20 right now projected actually is a small positive, 3.5 million. But again, what you're saying is that we really won't know until February to see what the final numbers are. Am I reading it correctly?
Yeah, the 3.5 million really refers to the prior fiscal year. And again, the complexity here is the receipt of revenue and how expenditures are really being handled. What we've tried to do in this report is really identify where expenditures have been budgeted for this particular need and to make sure we back that out, because we want to make sure that because we're looking at this from a budgetary perspective, where additional appropriations might be needed. And in the case of this particular, of the pandemic, a lot of the expenses related to it are being handled by county staff, being reallocated as DSWs. So when you look at fiscal year 20, because we received that CARES revenue and a portion of it was budgeted there, that's the reason why you might see that small amount of positive in the general fund.
Right, and by the same token, right now we're projecting a shortfall of close to what, 195 million, right, for the next year.
Yep. But
at the same time, that is assuming no CARES or federal stimulus that would arrive.
That's right. That's assuming no additional federal stimulus money at this point. It does assume some FEMA reimbursement, both in the general fund and in the health system enterprise funds. But no new federal stimulus revenue.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate this.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Gary on this item? So I have a couple, and I just wanted to say I really appreciated the thoroughness of the report, and I also appreciate the point you raised about having to go to lots of different buckets to better understand the full COVID implications for the county's general fund budget and for our budget overall. You know, one question I had is how do we calculate FEMA reimbursement, and in what years, given that the horror stories I've heard about FEMA repaying institutions 5 or 10 years later in terms of their investment in natural disasters?
Yeah, I can give you perhaps a brief answer, but Alan Minato really is the individual, and I would defer to him. I'm not exactly sure whether he's here, but I assume he is. But obviously, the reason that in some cases FEMA revenue is included in this analysis is because of the way in which we account. If we utilize accrual accounting, we would recognize the revenue in the year it's earned, even though we might not actually receive it until a subsequent year. So, this is, one of the issues in terms of cash, because we're recognizing a revenue, but we're not necessarily going to see the cash. So that's, I think, the most important aspect of this. And again, I don't know if Alan would want to add anything if he's on this in this meeting.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Yeah, and then here's another question that's just more of a process question. In the past, when we have received FEMA funds, if they haven't gone back to an enterprise fund, for example, do we treat those as one-time general fund? Like, is it a general fund reimbursement, and is the money considered one time?
Yes, it certainly would be considered one time.
Thank you. And then, from the hospital's perspective, I know that one of the challenges that we had early on was the fact that we were unable to quantify, or I'm sorry, to do elective surgeries, and that had some impact overall on the hospital budget, which then had an impact on our general fund. What I'm wondering is the trend that we saw relative to the changes we've had to make in hospital operations, is that the reason the deficit is so significant, or are there other impacts that get that number so high in terms of the deficit for the hospitals?
Well, I think that, certainly the issue of lost revenue is one that is complex. But if you really were to look at table 1, which really identifies the the projection for both revenues and expenditures, it's really on the expenditure side where, the issue is. And, a lot of it related to, I believe, just the staffing requirements, the number of staff required to treat COVID patients. I know in my conversations with Paul Lorenz, there's, based on the experience that we have gained over the last 9 months, that, there is a movement to actually reduce the ratios from four staff to every patient to 3. So I think included in that, in this projection is that potential reduction in cost or in the run rate over the course of the remainder of the year. But at this point in time, what this projection really reflects is the fact that the census at the hospital is really is getting quite high, and so there is additional revenue associated with that. It's a little different than in the prior at the beginning of the pandemic, where census was not as high and the elective surgeries were eliminated. So there was that kind of impact on the hospital. But once again, the amount of expenditure, not only for staff, but also for equipment, is part of the reason that's driving, this shortfall.
Thank you. And then I just have one last question of you, Gary, and that is that when I look at the, one of the comments in your memorandum said that on page 8, it states that with that said, the availability of balances in the general fund and hospital systems enterprise fund will create a scenario where undesirable steps like drawing down the contingency reserve or defunding capital projects don't appear necessary at this time. And what I'm wondering is, again, these appear to be to focus on one-time revenues to solve what we would consider a one-time challenge versus, I guess what I was wondering, it was why not a comment about filled positions or staffing? And is that also a reflection of the considerations being one-time versus ongoing, outside of what you just talked about in terms of staffing ratio?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to the largest extent, I think we really have to view, the pandemic and its impact as a limited or one-time event, so that the solutions, I think, could reasonably be considered to be one-time.
Thank you. Really helpful. And again, I want to thank you for the report. I thought this was just really illuminating. All right, so we'll ask staff if they can present on the next section. John Mills, did you want to weigh in? Oh, I'm sorry, John. Your light went on there. I mean, your box lit up. All right, apologize. John, you might want to put yourself on mute.
Yeah. I would just move on to, if it's okay with the president,
yes. Thanks,
to move
John.
on to presentation by Greg Aturia. Thank Gary Graves for all the work he did, realizing that there are a lot of moving parts here. And as the president pointed out, the hospital is always a moving part because we always have questions about revenue and the 1115 waiver and the new administration and the changes that'll happen to ACA and how busy the hospitals will be and the overflow and all those things. So we're going to move on to Greg Aturia, who will give you general projection about mid-year realignment for this fiscal year, 2021, and also some discussion about what 21-22 might look like. Greg?
Yeah. Good morning, President Chavez, members of the board. This is Greg Aturia, County Budget Director. And during the November budget workshop, the board requested staff to return this month with a report describing the key assumptions and analysis pertaining to the deficit projected for next fiscal year, the fiscal year that begins next July 1st and ends on June 30th, 2022. As of now, the projected fiscal year 21-22 deficit for the general fund and the Valley Medical Center funds combined is $205 million. This is the projected difference between recurring costs and estimated revenues for next fiscal year. When we break this deficit down by fund, we find that the general fund portion of the deficit is $65 million, and the VMC portion of this deficit is $140 million. However, since the general fund is the only local source available to fund the difference between the hospital system costs and revenues, the combined $205 million is the de facto general fund operating deficit for planning purposes. A partial solution to the projected deficit are the anticipated savings from the upcoming February 21 cost reduction recommendations that we'll discuss during the mid-year. These reductions that we'll be discussing with the board are relating to the deletion of positions that are vacated as a result of employees separating from county employment through the voluntary separation incentive program, as well as costs from contracted service reductions that are in the process of being negotiated. These actions could generate budget solutions as high as $50 million. Also, if the new guidance from the State Controller's Office regarding the ERAF calculation portion of property tax allocations ends up more favorable than the State Department of Finance formula, then the county could be allocated an additional property tax revenue. Up to $106 million in property tax allocation is on the line pending that State Controller Office determination. While the county projects growth in both its operating costs and its revenues, the cost growth is considerably higher than the revenue growth, thus the operating deficit. The largest cost driver by a considerable measure is the cost of salaries and benefits for employees. However, there are cost increases for services, supplies, and software application licenses as well. And the largest projected revenue increase for next fiscal year is for property tax revenue, with an underlying projection that the property tax assessment roll will grow by 4.5%. This projects the sustained growth of residential property values, while also assuming that commercial values will have very little growth in property value. I have to note, though, that if the values of hospitality and retail property decline significantly as potential in the current environment, then we may need to lower this revenue projection for property tax. And of course, revenue projections this early in the process are subject to change as we move through the process and have access to new and updated information, allowing for additional analysis of trends and forecasts. So as new information is developed, administration will return to the board with updates, including a thorough update with the mid-year review that we will have with the Board of Supervisors at the first regular meeting in February. And this concludes our report from the Office of Budget and Analysis regarding the deficit projection for next fiscal year, and happy to help with any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. I'll go to my colleagues to see if there are any comments or questions on Greg's presentation. I see none. Supervisor Ellenberg?
I just want to thank Gary and Greg and their teams for this analysis. My team went back and forth with them quite a few times so that we could understand the details and implications of this report. So I want to appreciate that, and also just reemphasize the need to continue to look at separate tracks of COVID response and the need for one-time spending versus structural deficit, and the need for ongoing solutions. And I'll have a little bit more to say about budget issues during the priority setting item.
Thank you. Any other colleagues' questions? I just have a couple that I want to make sure I touch on, and I also want to thank the staff. I thought, again, this was very, very helpful. A couple things that I would like to ask. We have an outside firm now that's assisting us with sales tax projections. Is that accurate?
Yes, we do have a contract with a sales tax consultant that audits our sales tax receipts to make sure that we receive the appropriate amount, and then they also provide a consulting service that assists with our forecast.
What I would like to request is that that with the next update of the budget, if we could also have their report included, I think that would be helpful to understand what they're projecting, and just I think interesting for the board and the public.
Certainly.
Thank you. I wanted to just acknowledge that that ERAF, I know, stays a moving target, and but I want to make sure that we keep ERAF in our projections, in part because I want to make sure we're really emphasizing with the state controller the importance of ERAF to the health of our budget. And I recognize part of the reason I was asking for the assumptions to come in, recognizing that they would probably come in bands, is because the best we could do is X, the worst we could do is Y, but we're counting on Z in our budget. Otherwise, I think we give the impression that we figured out a way to work without it, and that's not true, right?
Yes, correct. Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why we're so careful in our communications of these variables.
Thank you. And then as we're thinking about the future, it appears to me that some of the work, I mean, obviously that all of the work that you're going to that you're going to be doing on an ongoing basis is really, I recognize it's very much a moving target, I think, as Dr. Smith said earlier. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the opportunity for us to consider these in ranges, recognizing that the ranges give you all flexibility, but also help us understand the bandwidth of opportunity and risk, so that we're not, as a board, I think it will help us prioritize strategies and think more critically about, investment opportunities. So in any case, I just wanted to say thank you. I thought the report was really helpful, and I wanted to make sure that the world knows we're counting on that ERAF money, and that we can look at these in ranges. All right, I have no other comments from my colleagues. I'm going to go now to the public for comments on these items.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. It hurts that I'm the only public comment person. I may possibly be the only public comment person on these very weighty subjects, but I actually have like a half-formed opinion on these subjects. So hopefully, thanks for your patience to hear me out about it. I work with, Bayuasi funding patterns, and how that develops law enforcement technology, and now more emergency services technology emergency services for local communities from the federal level. And they have basically the same funding patterns that you're talking about here. They work with the DHS, not FEMA, for the most part. And, they work in 1 to 3 year cycles where funding from 2019 can affect all the way into 2021, 22. And, it offers an interesting idea of flexibility for yourselves that I think I'm learning now is why it's an accepted practice. But within that practice, there can be mistakes made and room for error and secrecy, and just things can get fidgeted with. And I want to be able to develop with Bayuasi and its future of technology, law enforcement for local communities, how that can be a more open public policy. you got the flexibility part down, but how can there be more openness and transparency so we can all understand, our good practices and what exactly we're doing? A great question by Supervisor Chavez about how FEMA works that can be a bit more complicated. Hopefully, the system of Bayuasi and the DHS, that can be a very simple, regimented system we can all figure out together towards open public policy ideas. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. And I want to thank the staff again. There's no action as these were reports to the board. What I'd like to do is move to item 9. And I want to just acknowledge that this was a recommended action by Supervisor Ellenberg. And the administration had issued a memo that suggested that they preferred we have this discussion before the budget team begins drafting the budget instructions that will be sent to departments for next year's budget. The administration therefore placed it on today's agenda. And what I wanted to do was suggest that each board member offer their comments, after which we can offer Dr. Smith an opportunity to weigh in. And if that's comfortable, I'd like to start with Supervisor Ellenberg, given that this was her referral.
Thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I'm looking forward as much to sharing my priorities as to hearing those of my colleagues today. I'm sure it will be no surprise to anyone that children and families continue to be my focus. And as our CEO crafts his recommendations, I want him to focus on how the county will support our community's most vulnerable children and families. Specifically, I would like to see Dr. Smith recommend a budget that adequately funds the COVID response and recovery, with a special focus on assisting virus-positive individuals who may be unable to isolate safely without external supports, and small, locally owned businesses and their employees who have been directly impacted by our orders. A budget that prioritizes funding of services and programs that support and uplift marginalized populations and invests in the county's capacity to be a high-performing organization. The largest problem facing our county's children and families right now is the virus and its impacts. Our budget needs to reflect that and fund the ongoing response and recovery, including implementing an effective isolation support program that quickly provides supports so that those who are infected can and do stay home to prevent transmission, coordinating the vaccine rollout in partnership with community voices to ensure broad participation, improved public health communications, especially to encourage people not to travel or participate in private gatherings, support for small businesses, including a robust loan program, economic recovery support targeted toward those whose industries were most greatly disrupted by the virus and the shelter-in-place orders, and ongoing investment in our public health infrastructure with regard both to the current pandemic and possible future demands. Outside of the immediate crisis, as the county reviews its nearly 1,300 programs across 59 budget units, I would like Dr. Smith to prioritize funding to programs that serve our community's most vulnerable members, which means prioritizing investment in child health, well-being, and prevention of trauma to reap long-term community benefits. Specifically, funding Black infant health and maternal health programs, child care for county employees, universal meal programs for children, digital equity and expanded mental and behavioral health services at every school site in the county, building upon our existing resources and expanding to reach all students. We need to protect the resources that serve the most vulnerable members of our community, including IHSS workers, foster children and families, pretrial and reentry services, schooling services, and those programs that support older adults. I'd like us to prioritize investment in prevention and early intervention using social services and behavioral health services to address issues related to mental and behavioral health, the condition of being unhoused, intimate partner violence, and substance use disorders. I'd like us to increase investment in social workers and mental and behavioral health providers in order to significantly limit the need for law enforcement response to situations involving people in crisis. I've said it before and will say again that law enforcement response should be reserved to situations involving real-time violent crimes. focus resources on programs that divert individuals from incarceration to programs that do not contribute to trauma, are more rehabilitative, and cost significantly less than jail. And finally, I want Dr. Smith to bring us a budget that invests in the county's operational capacity, our ability to hire well and quickly, to complete capital projects on time and on budget, and to effectively manage contracts and vendors. Currently, none of these capabilities are where they ought to be. I would like Dr. Smith to recommend a budget that invests in systems that reduce complexities and duplication in the key internal processes of hiring and procurement, in systems that allow for proper project management and transparent reporting on capital projects, in performance evaluation and cost benefit analysis of all county programs and services, and in the county's use of data and evidence to discontinue programs and services that do not produce results or whose costs outweigh their benefits. I want to reaffirm the request for greater transparency in our budget process that I've been making since I joined the Board of Supervisors. Over the past 2 years, we have made some strides with the first annual children's budget and the first program catalog. And Dr. Smith, thank you very much for both of those. But we need to continue measurable movement towards a budget presentation that clearly lays out what programs and services we're funding, what the performance metrics are for those programs and services, and an assessment of whether the money we're spending is indeed achieving its intended purposes. This format will also be of great assistance when we are asked to vote on reductions, when we must have a clear understanding of what programs and services would be reduced by a decrease in funding and what the plan is to mitigate any potential negative impact. And I intend to submit in January a referral that further details my push toward a true activity-based budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I think Supervisor Ellenberg raised many of the issues that I certainly agree with completely, especially in line of the issue regarding the behavioral health and mental health efforts of investment that we need to help more diversion from people from jail. What is anger management, de-escalation technique? Those are things that are so important that we need to introduce to our public safety as well. And at the end of the day, really is not public safety, it's not the sheriff's job to deal with mental health issues that we see so often. Unhoused is not a criminal activity. These are things that behavioral health social workers needs to be involved. And I certainly strongly agree that this is what's needed. As far as our custodial operations, I really do believe that the mass incarceration problem we have in our country has been shown that with COVID, many of them could be released and still be able to be safe in our community. Jailing inmates is very costly, both financially and emotionally to our community. And I think it's important to make sure that we have the proper programming. The goal of our jail should not be retribution. It really should be rehabilitation. I really hope that this is the place we're going forward when it comes to our budget priorities. And last thing I want to mention, of course, is our in-house situations. The light of the tunnel is here with the vaccine coming through, but even after COVID is gone, our in-house situation is still very, very serious. And I want to make sure that we are putting maximum efforts to make sure that temporary housing is provided. And especially right now with the cold weather we are facing right now, people are literally dying outside. Scott Largent has mentioned it many times along with Gail Ostner. I completely agree that there's a lot more our county really need to do urgently on those issues currently. But at the same time, as far as our budget's concerned, dealing with on-house is something that we really need to invest far more on temporary housing before we could get them to the longer-term housing. So I certainly echo many of the comments from Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you so much for bringing those out. And I just want to add my 2 cents on that. Thank you very much, Madam Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. As I indicated when we had this conversation previously, I think of this more, excuse me, I think of this more in terms of sort of budget principles rather than priorities, a slight variation in the way I approach this. I start with the foundational premise that the county, for all the wide-ranging responsibility it has, and that Supervisor Ellenberg referenced, is at core a safety net for folks who need our help. It's not, some level, it's not much more complicated than that. And I think the one elaboration on that reminder that I suspect none of us need is that in these unconventional times, our notion of who we serve by the safety net or with the safety net is perhaps turned a little upside down. It's not as traditional as it might have been over the last 10 or 20 years. And where I'm headed with this is, as an example, when Supervisor Ellenberg and I came with a proposal for a loan package for small businesses to benefit not just those businesses, but their employees, many of whom make modest wages, that may have been outside our traditional work scope, but it was, in my view, very much consistent with the need to address our safety net responsibilities. So again, a continuing focus on our safety net function, but with perhaps a more wide-ranging notion of what safety net includes or incorporates. Obviously, our health and hospital responsibilities are more important than ever. But again, a slightly different take on our safety net responsibilities. And I know our public health folks know this, but public health is by definition a matter of concern to all 2 million residents of this county. And I have worked hard, as I think we all have, to point out to folks throughout the county that the appropriate focus in East San Jose or in Gilroy, where our case numbers are spiking, is not just a matter of doing the right thing for folks in those locations, but it's a matter of public health and public safety throughout the entire county, because the virus moves between and among us with great determination, and if any or all of us are at if any of us are at risk, then all of us are at risk. So when you hear me talking about the importance of testing countywide, in addition to the focus that we all support, I think, in hotspots, when you hear me talking about the focus on making sure the vaccine is available countywide, it is both because we need to get past some of our traditional notions about where the neediest among us live and work, but also because if we don't address those issues for the entire population of the county, then we continue to put folks at risk, and those who are less able to fend for themselves will be most vulnerable. So a continued focus on the safety net, but with some understanding that we are in unconventional times, and that will require some unconventional thinking, perhaps, about how we define that safety net responsibility. Then, particularly when we are obliged to move quickly, which and circumstances are changing quickly, which is certainly the case with the pandemic, tough, but even more essential, I would argue, that we are fact-based in the work we do. And I always worry when a conversation starts, everyone knows, because that usually means there isn't any data to show something. And I couldn't begin to count the number of times I've heard the phrase data-driven or evidence-based in a board conversation or in a packet. But the fact of the matter is, it is oftentimes very hard, particularly when you're dealing with a novel coronavirus, by definition, a new phenomenon, to be data-driven or evidence-based in the work. But I want to press our staff and my board colleagues and myself to keep focused on what do we really know, and if we don't know it, how can we find out and really know before we make some of these decisions. I want to turn then to a principle that I think gets a bad rap, and that's fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility is a catchphrase that elected officials toss around in my experience. But I think it is perhaps not as, it doesn't get the respect it deserves for a couple of reasons. First, of course, we have an obligation to use taxpayer dollars wisely. But I think as a safety net organization, one of the principles that should be always in our thinking is that every dollar we don't spend well is a dollar we don't have to do good work in the community for people who desperately need our help. So this isn't just a cliche or a catchphrase. It is, if we care about the people we say we care about, and I know we do, then we have to remember that if we don't spend the limited resources we have to good effect, it's at their expense. They will suffer. They will be harmed if we don't spend that money wisely. Next principle is when you live or work in times of uncertainty, I think then you have to sort of be mindful of that, and your actions need to reflect that uncertainty. And some of the questions and the feedback that we had from board members earlier, feedback we got from staff, makes it very plain that we are in very uncertain times. And in some way, I mean, it was certainly much easier when we could look a year or two or three ahead and say, it looks like the economy is going to keep rolling. And in some ways, as painful and difficult as it is at least easier to plan for times of hardship when you have some certainty about what it is you're facing. But I think we've all expressed in one way or another the fact that we are in a very uncertain time. Supervisors referenced the uncertainty about ERAF, the uncertainty about property tax revenues. I think there's quite a bit of uncertainty still about how our economy will respond. We're moving into a new administration with uncertainty about who will control the United States Senate, what the implications are for federal assistance. So, when you have that much uncertainty, it behooves you to sort of be mindful of that and to take a somewhat an approach that reflects the fact that you really don't know even 3 months, 6 months, or a year down the road what you're going to work with. Our decision making should keep that top of mind as well. And finally, one of the principles I bring to this difficult budget conversation, colleagues, is that we are obliged to keep doing the work of the county even as we respond to the pandemic. So the pandemic imposes on us an extraordinary set of new responsibilities, but that doesn't mean that all of the important work that was being done by our staff prior to the pandemic gets put on hold. It would certainly be easier if we could do that, but I don't think we can. We still have a job to do every day we get up. Our staff still has a to-do list a mile long, and we, as I say, can't afford to let the pandemic stop all of the good works that have been and continue to be in process. So those are some of my thoughts, Madam President and colleagues and staff. Want to continue to stay focused on the safety net, want to take a somewhat less traditional view of what that entails, Want to make sure that as we make these decisions, they're based on good hard evidence and that we have some facts before us. Want to be ever mindful of the fact that with limited resources, something we haven't had to cope with for the last several years, but with limited resources, all the more important that we spend the money we have to good effect. Want to be mindful of the uncertainty that we're facing and want to make sure that we continue to do the good work that the county has been doing so that when we finally get our heads above water on the pandemic, and that day is somewhere out there, that we can say, yes, we have made progress on the things that we began a year or 3 or 5 ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a optimistic, cup is half full kind of guy by nature. I think anyone who knows me would say the same thing. I believe while we have tough times ahead of us, especially tough times in the next 30 days, due to the surges and spikes I think we're going to see in positivities and deaths and hospitalizations because of the activity that will invariably take place during the holidays over the next 30 days, I believe things will get better. I believe a stimulus is coming. I believe vaccines are coming out. We will get through this. 10 months ago, our nation, our county, we were doing great. We were providing services to people in need. We had excess dollars, as Supervisor Simidian just said, and finding ways to put it to the best use for the people most in need. We were doing what the county mission is, to provide public health and public safety. At the same time, we were assimilating 2 new hospitals into our enormous public health system. At the same time, we were looking at taking down an old jail and how best to put up a new one. At the same time, we're building an animal service center. At the same time, we were, through Measure A funds, helping to fund 12 to 14 different housing projects in half a dozen different cities. We were rocking and rolling. We were doing things well. We were doing things right. And then along came a virus. And it changed our world. Personally, locally, statewide, nation, internationally. In a couple of months, it'll be a year that we've all been going through this. Some have been affected more than others. Some have been affected a little bit. Some have been affected horribly. And there's still more to come. But all during this, the wonderful staff of Santa Clara County, the employees of Santa Clara County, have worked 24/7, day in and day out. Emergency operations centers, first responders, our hospitals, our mortality rate has increased dramatically at the hospital. Unfortunately, at the same time, more people are in the hospital than ever before. So we're working through this and we're learning best practices. And I'm sure when this is all done, just like firefighters do after they attack and defeat a fire, we'll look to see what we did. And I'm sure that we'll look at, for instance, having on stock much more PPE, because one day another virus may come to town. But we will get through this, and we are doing great. And the people of Santa Clara County are wonderful. The employees of Santa Clara County are wonderful. And as far as my direction goes, my suggestion as one of 5 supervisors goes to administration and our budget people. And I want to thank Greg, and I want to thank James, and I want to thank Jeff, and I want to thank Dr. Cody and all the other department heads for the phenomenal job they've been doing. My father-in-law used to tell me it was a sad day when you didn't learn something. And then during my first 6 months at the county 10 years ago, I would tell my staff, it's a sad day when you don't learn an acronym. So I'm going to say this to administration. The acronym for the day is KISS, K-I-S-S. And that's to be for Keep It Simple Supervisors. Keep it simple, Santa Clara County. Do what it is the people of Santa Clara County expect us to do. Just put on hold those extra special projects, extra credit, extracurricular, whatever you want to call them. But very much like Supervisor Simidian said a few minutes ago, we need to continue to provide the services the County of Santa Clara is expected to provide. And we will do that. and things will get better. Stimulus is coming, vaccines are coming, our people are awesome, and we will get through this. I think in a couple of months, we're going to be looking at sunshine, light at the end of the tunnel, and not a train. I believe we have done a great job. I believe we will continue to do a great job. And as one supervisor, I would say to our budget and administration, please continue to fund the main mission goals projects, public health and safety, while at the same time fighting COVID on all fronts. And I know that's a Herculean ask, but you've been doing it the last 10 months, and we need to do it for a couple more months. And I know this board and the public are thankful and supportive of all you've done. But please try and stick to our core mission. Please try and find ways to continue funding the core mission services that Santa Clara County is expected to provide. This is not a time to go off, and I say this often, do other things that other organizations are expected to do. This is a time for us to do what we're expected to do and fight COVID at the same time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. Thank you. And all of you gave very thoughtful comments to our staff. I want to start with some broader goals, and one of them is that I'd like us to reconsider the way we're approaching the problems that the county is going to be facing. The first principle that I want to make sure we're embedding in our decision making is equity. And I think there would be value in us having a discussion as a board with what we all believe equity is, because I think where we challenge the staff and where we challenge each other is not having a shared understanding of equity, and I think that pushes us to give the staff direction that is somewhat inconsistent. So one recommendation I would make to Supervisor Wasserman is, as we go into the new year, to consider an equity discussion prior to our next actions relative to budget. The second principle that I want to raise is the concept of universal design. When we think about equity, we have to be able to think about access. And I'll just use as an example, when we're providing programming for people who are mentally ill, if they can't access the programming easily, if you're low income and you can't access our programs the same way you can if you're well resourced, then really what we have is a design problem. And I think both equity and universal design need to be embedded in all elements of our policy making, whether that's land use or how we're handling the jails. The third principle that I want to just raise is the principle of transparency. And I think I just want to relate back to a point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, and that is that I think the more transparent our budget process is, the better we all are able to understand the recommendations that come from staff, and frankly, how we're measuring our partnerships and our effectiveness overall. So I like the idea of us thinking about transparency, both as it relates to budgeting, but also as it relates to the effectiveness of programming. And I think this was actually something Supervisor Simidian hit on when he asked us to be data driven. I think he's not wrong. And I think part of that, as I was thinking about effectiveness, I was using a different term. And then the next area I want to really hit on is innovation. One of the things I've been just so proud of the county doing is that, I think a little over 2 years ago, I brought forward, maybe 3, I brought forward a recommendation that we look at remote work. And one of the challenges we had with remote work is that we couldn't really figure out how to do it. And then COVID-19 hit. TSS just jumped into gear, and departments all over the county learned how to work remotely. And that's an example, I think, of just the strength and innovation of the organization and of our staff's ability to be flexible. And I'd like innovation to become a core principle of how we look at problem solving, because I think that's an example of, frankly, us maybe not being as disciplined as we could have been, or maybe as prioritizing innovation as a core value in the organization and a core principle of how we do our work. And what's significant about that is that remote work wasn't being recommended for remote work's sake. It was being recommended because of climate change and other issues that are on our to-do list. They're part of our mission. To speak back to what Supervisor Wasserman talked about. The other point I want to make about innovation is I want to talk a little bit about the digital divide. And one of the recommendations I brought to my colleagues is that we take a look at how to be engaged in broadband, and that we let the best law firm, public law firm in the country, take a look at the role we might play in addressing digital divide, not with small fix-its, but with bigger outcomes. And what is significant to me about that brings me to both to innovation, but to also think about how we're braiding policies so that, addressing the digital divide helps the neediest in our community, but it also helps us provide a backbone relative to economic development, again, for businesses that don't have access. And then the last point I want to raise is that the one thing I've really learned from COVID-19 is that our ability to respond to disasters is both tremendous and limited. And this year we dealt with COVID-19, with fires and terrible air quality, heat, power shutoffs. And what I want to reflect on is that I think really being ready for natural disasters, again, using principles around equity and universal design and transparency and effectiveness and innovation, that it's going to put us in a much better stead to help the people who most rely on us, and that's the neediest in our community. I think I want to just comment on Supervisor Simidian's point about fiscal responsibility. I think one of the things I know, and I'm sure all of us really understand this, is that we all very much see the world from where we sit, the people that we represent, and our concepts of need and when we are being fiscally responsible and when we're not. I think one of the opportunities we have, Dr. Smith, as we think about the transparency in the budget process, is I think it shares the responsibility of fiscal responsibility, not just with the county leadership, but with the board in terms of how we think about investments. So I just really want to encourage you to consider how we can become more and more transparent in our processes. So those are my reflections, and I really want to thank again Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing this to the board for a discussion. And I want to turn to Dr. Smith for any comments that you might like to make.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board. Heard your message loud and clear, and I want to tell you that it's a privilege to work for a board who cares about people and who follows through with their commitment to people and to the community. The mission statement on the board website continues to be true, that we want to plan for a dynamic community by providing quality services and promoting a healthy, safe, and prosperous community for all. It's going to be a challenge for the next 3 years. I know that we all feel the weight of the world upon us. You have 20,000, 22,000 employees working for you who every day are committed to service. They feel the weight of the world on their shoulders. We will do the best we can to develop a budget that incorporates all of the priorities and policies that you've spoken about and gives us a way forward out of these problematic times. So thank you very much. And we'll go forth and try to accomplish that.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'm going to go to our public comments and then see if there are any other comments from my colleagues.
Our next speaker is Sandra Lacampagni. Forgive the mispronunciation. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Sandra Lacampagna. I have 28 years days of service with the County of Santa Clara. I currently work for the District Attorney's Office, and I'm proud to be a SEIU 521 member and also a steward. I provide essential service to our community, and I am worried about layoffs, and I would like to see that we must exhaust all alternatives to cuts to vital services for our community. Layoffs and furloughs must be the last resort to balance the budget, create a space for essential workers to give feedback on increasing safety to the workplace without fear of retaliation, ensure that essential workers are respected as we are committed to the vital service we provide to our community. We must avoid any harm that this proposed budget will have on our communities most impacted by inequities, including the residents who rely on our services and SEIU 521 workforce, which are primarily low wage. I would like to see a delay the vote on the budget to next year. We will have a new White House administration in January 2021, and must workers together in delaying any cuts that could be mitigated with new federal funding stimulus that can help save our services. I'm worried about the layoffs, and I hope that we could find other solutions, and I hope to help our local businesses, but there has to be different solutions in helping them. It's frustrating for me to see many job openings in the Santa Clara County website, yet I'm in fear of being laid off or displaced. It would be great to help.
Our next speaker is Lydia Doniz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Lydia Doniz. I am a health educator for the Public Health Department and a member and a steward for SEIU 521 and a resident of District 2. We must avoid any harm that this proposed budget will have on communities of color and those most impacted by inequities, including residents who rely on our services and SEIU 521 workforce. We must exhaust all alternatives to cuts to vital services for our community. Layoffs and furloughs must be the last resort to balance the budget. Delay the vote on the budget till next year. We have a new White House administration in January 21. Let's work together in delaying any cuts that can be mitigated with new federal funding stimulus. This budget is a moral document. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and Ellenberg, for making a commitment to prioritize the health, well-being, and happiness for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and for being stewards for leadership and transformation that focuses on government accountability to the community it serves. Supervisors Semidian, Wasserman, and Lee, this is an opportunity for you to make an actual commitment to racial equity and a commitment to our workforce. Supervisor Semidian, this is not about creating a hierarchy of human value for who is most needed. When racial equity is applied, the entire county benefits. Everyone who lives in this county will benefit through racial equity. My comments today represent my voice and the voice of others that may not have the opportunity to speak in this space. We are stronger together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Erickson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors and Madam Chairperson Cindy Chavez. Yes, my name is Peter Erickson Jr. I've worked for the County of Santa Clara for the last 26 years in the Department of Environmental Health, and I'm a proud member of SEIU 521. I provide an essential service for our community. I help the underserved Spanish-speaking community obtain the county environmental health permits that's necessary to start their own business because I speak Spanish as well as English. For many, this is their first business. Many times they're not used to going through our department bureaucracy and don't understand the myriad requirements necessary to successfully obtain the permit. This is where I come in. As I said, I speak Spanish fluently. I walk them through the process step by step. If layoffs continue, this will put my clients at risk for achieving their goals. I want also to point out that layoffs and furloughs must be our last resort. Let's try other alternatives before we cut vital county services. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre. Yeah, I'd like to suggest that maybe some of the things that we can do to help increase the budget is to stop prosecuting people for trespassing and a lot of the other crimes that are put against people that are unhoused with the knowledge that they're unable to pay any of the fines or fees. And the idea of jailing them right now is ridiculous. And we should just drop all these charges altogether and just stop the process of criminalizing people for doing whatever comes natural or whatever's they have no choice. I also think that we need to set up a court specifically for unhoused people because their situations are much different than what housed people have. They don't have the same choices that other people have. And we need to look into providing better services, more housing, temporary housing, or all kinds of housing for the unhoused, because once they're housed, they are no longer unhoused. And, you know, it's just a real simple thing. I know it costs money and it takes time to do, but we need to put much more effort into more quick answers that will get people out of this cold weather, out of this wet weather, and into a safe place where they can be, where they can take care of themselves. The threat of the spread of COVID-19 is something that we need to consider when we're doing this, and understand the fact that most of these people exist within a bubble of their own. All their friends and people that they know are all the same ones as if they were a family living together. And so the risk of spreading the COVID between them is greatly reduced. And we should look at it more logically and trying to figure out how to do this. And I, again, save money by not criminalizing people. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the board and Dr. Smith, see if there are any closing comments on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to appreciate very much all of your feedback and your preparedness for today, and thank Dr. Smith for his comments. We're going to move to item 16, and I'll just remind my colleagues, we're going to take a break from 12:30 to 1 to make sure the staff has a break, and we'll take a very brief break around 5 o'clock today for the folks who are doing the filming of the, Create TV and our team. So with that, we're going to move to item 16. Item 16 is a referral that I'm bringing before you. And the goal here, which I believe is shared by the City of San Jose, is to preserve Coyote Valley for agriculture, open space, and habitat. What makes reaching this goal a little complicated is that both the county and the City of San Jose regulate the same land. The Mid-Coyote and South Coyote Valley are in the unincorporated county, but also in San Jose's sphere of influence. So both the city and the county have some land use jurisdiction, the county for existing agricultural zoning, and the city for any future development that would be annexed. Development has been stalled because of San Jose's designation of this land as an urban reserve. But the city now intends to drop the urban reserve and replace it with an agricultural overlay. The city and the county are almost aligned, but not quite yet. As the city drops the protection of the urban reserve, there is a potential for unintended consequences of some development slipping through the cracks under the existing old county rules. To prevent this, we can put in place seamless protections as the county and the City of San Jose undergo our zoning updates. This will build on the work of Supervisor Wasserman, who drove the Santa Clara County's agricultural plan that we just adopted in August of 2019, and we don't want this good work to go to waste. We also need a strong signal to ABAG, who is correcting an unrealistic RENA allotment that would have incentivized sprawl into green spaces such as Coyote Valley. So here's what I'm proposing, that we consider a climate change overlay for Coyote Valley, which would give us even more protections than the city's proposed general plan changes. And because this overlay process may take a year or two for all the public engagement and considerations by the Planning Commission and Hewlett, Let's consider a temporary moratorium to prevent anyone from racing to the planning counter with an application that exploits a crack between the city and the county as we update our plans. A moratorium on development would give us a space to make sure we can work through the process well and right. We're not voting today, colleagues, on the moratorium. We're asking staff to come back to us. We would consider it in February if County Council advises us that we have the grounds to do so. This referral kicks off a process that is thoughtful and transparent and has one aim, and that is the protection of the unique aspects of Coyote Valley. That would be my proposal. Are there questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the referral to staff, asking them to come back to us in February with their thoughts on this proposal. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. We have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm going to go to the public for comments, and then I'll come back to the board for questions.
Our first speaker is Brian Schmidt. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Brian Schmidt for Green Foothills, and thank you, President Chavez, and good afternoon to the supervisors, and especially congratulations to newish Supervisor Lee. And speaking on in support of the referral today, Green Foothills and a number of other environmental organizations submitted a comment letter yesterday supporting the referral. And we understand that this is just to bring it to staff and have it come back to the supervisor, so no action needs to be taken. And that's another reason why it should move forward. More broadly, it's been an exciting time in the last 2 years. For one thing, for us as environmental advocates, where normally we have to make gloom and doom prognostications to elected officials saying, please don't do something. This thing that is coming to you is bad. Coyote Valley has been the reverse. We have been making tremendous progress, particularly at the level with the city of San Jose. And this is such an opportunity for the county to join in furthering the protection and restoration of Coyote Valley, making it to be something that the city and the county have been working on, particularly in a green belt and in agricultural value. So again, we strongly support both aspects of the referrals and look forward to future actions by the county on this issue. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Susan Butler Graham. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. I'm Susan Butler Graham, a member of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, and I'm here to urge you to take action to protect Coyote Valley from development. I was very proud to serve on the San Jose General Plan Task Force this year. This October, the task force voted to recommend extensive changes to the San Jose General Plan, shifting the General Plan's vision for Coyote Valley from industrial development to open space and agriculture. And we're very excited about that. For Mid-Coyote Valley, the task force voted to recommend removing the urban reserve designation and applying an agriculture overlay in order to prevent inappropriate development on agricultural land, as recommended by planning staff. The task force also voted to add another recommendation on top of what staff proposed. We asked city staff to request this county to impose protections in Coyote Valley that match or exceed the city's protections. I know that we are all aware how important Coyote Valley is to our region's future. Coyote Valley has unique significance for wildlife and habitat connectivity, for groundwater resources, for flood control, and for climate resilience. We can't afford to see our farmland and open space converted to development. Please take action to prevent Coyote Valley so that Coyote Valley can continue to protect the future for our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Mallon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I live in Cambrian in District 4, and I'm a climate advocate and young adult that's really been concerned about the impacts of climate change, strongly supporting Supervisor Chavez's referral, and I think it's really important to protect this asset that we have here in Santa Clara County from development. I know that some developers and members of the community disagree with me on this, but I just want them to consider the future of young people like me, and really, what's the point in making money from developing Coyote Valley if your kids and grandkids won't be able to breathe clean air? Please support this referral. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you, and I'll go back to my colleagues for comments or questions, and Supervisor Simitian has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some questions that I think it would be helpful to have good, clear answers on as we proceed with this conversation. And if you want to, I don't know if you want to respond to them today or simply ask professional staff to come back with answers in February. But first, and it'll seem obvious, but some clarity about what specific lands are to be covered by this proposed moratorium. And I mention that because in my experience, different folks are talking about different portions of our valley when they use the phrase Coyote Valley, and your referral is somewhat more refined than that with references to mid and south. But I just think being absolutely crystal clear will obviously be a matter of legal necessity, but also from a policy standpoint, important in terms of having the conversation. Second is the length of time for a moratorium, and perhaps Mr. Williams will chime in today. In fact, when I conclude, I'd like to ask him to comment a little bit on what our options, just so we have that in our thinking going forward. But presumably this is either for some period of time, which it will be important to identify, or contingent on action. And again, if we could hear from Mr. Williams in a minute, I think that would be helpful. Third thing is what the moratorium is designed to prevent or prohibit during the pendency moratorium. Does it mean, quote, new development? Does it mean an addition to an existing structure? Does it mean minor repairs? I'm not trying to identify things that are clearly beyond the scope, but I do think a moratorium on what will be a key question, obviously, as we have the conversation. So geography, timing, and what is or isn't prohibited during the moratorium will be, I think, important questions to make sure we have clarity and specificity on. Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian, thank you for the comments. I just wanted to let you know we could hear you, but you're coming in and out, your sound. So I just wanted to make you and your staff aware of that, and also ask the clerk if they can be helpful. But we
all right, I think it may just be that my mother needs to remind me that I should sit up straight and have good posture. So
there you go. Well done. But we heard you. I just wanted
all right,
to
thank
you understood that for the future. And let me just begin by saying part of what I would like is for the staff to help respond to each of those items, not necessarily today, but part of what I wanted to do was give them the flexibility to come back to us with options, Supervisor Simitian. But I will turn to James Williams to see if you have any comments based on Supervisor Simitian's comments.
Sure, we'd be happy to come back with options. I can speak regarding timing. Under state law, a moratorium is initially adopted for 45 days and can be in place up to a maximum with extensions. The maximum outer timeline is 2 years. So that can at least give you a sense of the scope in terms of timing. And we can come back with options for the board's consideration with respect to the other issues.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been an advocate for open space and agricultural preservation my entire time serving on the board, and I appreciate what the City of San Jose is doing. I support having our administration explore what our role would look like in this joint effort. I do, however, have two concerns I'd like to express. While San Jose is currently proposing a change from an urban reserve overlay to an agricultural overlay, the county already has the entire Coyote Valley zoned exclusively for agriculture. Our general plan is also in alignment, since the only general plan designations we have in Coyote Valley are large and medium scale agriculture and regional parks. Our agricultural zones are already very restrictive, and it's very challenging to develop or subdivide. The minimum lot sizes are 20 acre and 40 acre, depending on the area of Coyote Valley. The bottom line is that the land is already protected for agricultural uses. So I don't see this overlay making much of a difference in our land use regulations. However, it would result in increased workload for our very busy planning department. Secondly, county staff is already working on a general plan update, which will include, through public outreach, to better understand and plan for Coyote Valley's future. This referral may be duplicative with our current general plan update efforts. I don't think we should put the cart before the horse, but instead we should allow administration to continue with the general plan update, taking into account our discussions and feedback today. While I am voting yes today on this referral, I would like the administration's report in February to consider the concerns I've just raised. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll formally incorporate them into the motion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Are there other comments from my colleagues? So first, let me just say thank you. I think those are all really thoughtful. And, you know, to be frank with you all, that Mike, I think that there is some concern that there are some loopholes, and that this will give the chance for the staff to respond to whether or not that my concern is a real one or not. So we'll ask them and get that feedback from them. But that's also an issue that's been raised by a number of the organizations who sent us letters to respond to this. And then the last thing I'll say is the timing on this action is significant because of the RENA process that's going on at a state level. And by the way, our county is not the only county that the RENA process is going to drive potential development in if we're not careful statewide, because because of the formulas they're using. So my hope is that this is also a formal letter we can send to ABAG and then to the state to let them know the way we're looking at our agricultural land. So, all right. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to item 17, and this is a referral that I'm bringing forward relative to human trafficking. On December 4th, the Human Trafficking Commission held its annual meeting, and we reviewed a number of accomplishments, needs, and trends and recommendations. We heard from the Light Task Force, the CSAC Transformation Team, the Office of Gender-Based Violence, the SAFE Program, the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking, and the commissioners themselves. This referral requests that we direct staff to review and prioritize the recommendations and report back to the board with implementation plans for the mid-year budget, and potentially to analyze recommendations to be incorporated into existing county efforts, including but not limited to the 2016 Measure A, housing projects, provision of jobs as part of the COVID-19, and provision of jobs as part of the COVID-19 recovery funding. And to report back with the work plan with these items prioritized. We don't expect all of them to be addressed at once, but we do want them to be addressed. And also to present the board with options for advocacy at a state level to ensure the state funds their mandates. And this actually goes back to a point, Supervisor Wasserman, that you raised, that the state is mandated to fund the rape crisis centers. We're putting a lot of money into those centers right now because the state isn't. So we want to be really active in our advocacy for what others should be investing in. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to have staff do that research, come back with a work plan and priorities. And that would be my motion. Do I have a second?
I'm happy to second it. Supervisor Chavez, thank you for making this request. If you're agreeable, I'd like to ask administration to provide a summary or list of all of the commission recommendations in an off agenda ahead of the report back in February. I was able to go through presentations and reports provided at the December 4th meeting, but I still think it would be beneficial for the board to have that full list available to us in one specific place before we begin reviewing the recommendation as part of the mid-year. The recommendation is terrific. It's just a little bit difficult to track right now.
That's good feedback. And the other thing I would just add is that we had a speaker earlier today who talked about CSAC relative to housing, and that was also incorporated, but that's the kind of thing, Supervisor Ellenberg, that's been bubbling up for years as we've been working on this. So I appreciate the point very much. If there are no other comments from my colleagues, I'll go to public speakers and then come back to the board.
Our next speaker is Howard Miller. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey guys, I showed up and found a very important item on the agenda today. Human trafficking is a major concern with the citizens of Saratoga. We have held annual events within our city. Cindy's even keynoted at one of those events. Our community college has engaged directly in training future police officers about human trafficking. We have one of the top criminal justice programs for a 2-year college in the state. Anything that we can do to A, stop this, and B, get additional funding from the state to support those affected and to shut this down, my city is 100% in support of. And for the record, I am the mayor of Saratoga, but that will end in about 7 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. With that, I'm going to go back and see if there are no other comments or questions from my colleagues. I'll request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you. And with the concurrence of my colleagues, I'm going to move over item 18 only because I think that's going to be a very time-consuming item, or not very time-consuming, but it's going to take a lot of time, and I do want to give the staff a break at 12:30. So I'm going to move to item 19 and 20. That's the county executive's report and the closed session report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will, because of time constraints, limit my comments and basically say that we are concerned about continuing operations of the county. We're doing a good job with it right now. My Chief Operating Officer, Miguel Marquez, has been coordinating COOP calls on a weekly basis. We have good attendance, and the departments are working vigorously, as well as all of our employees. However, we do have a number of new COVID positive employees where we're losing employees in critical places. So far, nobody has been severely ill that I'm aware of, but we're seeing the virus affect the function of the county itself. And I wanted to just make sure that the board was clearly aware of that. I know the board receives updates on a regular basis whenever someone is positive and reports positive, but I want to make sure that you're aware of it. So with that, I'll turn it over to County Council.
James, do you have a report?
I do. At the December 14, 2020 closed session, by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file or join amicus briefs in RV versus Mnuchin, U.S. District Court of Maryland, and other cases challenging efforts to deny COVID-related assistance to immigrants or their families. RV versus Mnuchin involves a challenge to the constitutionality of a provision of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that excludes U.S. citizen children with one or more undocumented immigrant parents from stimulus payments intended to offset the hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on either reports? So I'm going to move to item 21 and ask for the Valley Health Homeless Health Plan to please make a brief report. I'll go to the public for comment and then back to my colleagues for comments or questions. I don't know if Paul Lorenz is available yet.
Good afternoon, Supervisor.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the board. I'm Celine Harmon, the Director for the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. I wanted to give you a brief update on our testing numbers since we had submitted our report in mid-November. Like the rest of the county, we've seen an increase in some positive cases. As of last Friday, we completed over 8,000 tests at the shelters and the encampments and had a total of 136 positives. We've now increased our testing frequency to weekly at some of the large shelters, as well as adding a 4th testing team to do some of the testing at the encampments. I also have a budget progress report in your packet for your review and approval. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public and then I'll come back to the board for comments or questions.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
So first of all, I think you guys are doing a great job out there, and I certainly appreciate the fact that you guys do go out to the encampments. I would like to, and I've been asking over and over again if I can get the information on the number of people that are tested, the number of people that are infected, the positive numbers, the number of people that have died from this. And I can't seem to get a report from anyone on that. And so if you're listening to this and you want to know how to get a hold of me, just about anybody on that dais knows how to do that. If you could please get back in touch with me so that I can get those types of reports. I think it's really important that this information get out to the general public and also to the unhoused population so they understand how serious this COVID thing is. And we can try to nip it in the bud and get people much more aware of what's going on. I know that we've gone out and passed out hygiene kits that include face masks and gloves and hand sanitizer and all kinds of different things that people might need. I think that effort needs to be stepped up and expanded throughout the entire county. And I think that, you know, we're not getting really any funding from the county or the city. These are all just donations that are being made. And I think that we need to be much more effective about how we go and treat people, and not just treat it for the coronavirus, but how we treat them as human beings and give them the respect that they deserve and treat them with dignity and understanding of their crisis and the situation that they're in that is exacerbated by the COVID-19 situation that we have going on. And I just want to thank the entire VHHP program for the wonderful things that they do. And I don't think they get enough recognition for that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning, Scott Largent. I'm just curious if the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program does the contact tracing when we find out that people in the homeless community have COVID. I am a little curious about that. I'm wondering if we roll out the red carpet when people don't have homes. I'm concerned about that. The gentleman that passed away downtown a couple of days ago, from re-reviewing the video, several other homeless people were getting him 7-Up. They were getting him, just things to kind of make him feel better. And I'm wondering if we have checked out the other people that he was basically sleeping with on the side of that building, that maybe they have been exposed to COVID. From what I'm hearing, this man might have been sick. He might have not had it. We don't know. But the community and the advocates will be kind of left out in a way. We will never be able to find out this information. That I feel is kind of it makes things very difficult. It's like when 9/11 hit, when the CIA, the NSA, and the FBI just are not talking with each other. It's very frustrating. And I understand there's medical things. I understand there's HIPAA. But as an example, there was a gentleman that hangs out at the county building, homeless man. He's actually a combat war veteran of all things. When county staff and administrators reach out to different departments, of course, they cannot discuss this man's background, his military history. I get all that stuff, but how can you really help somebody? This man is still wandering the county buildings. He's lost. He needs mental health treatment. He needs help. Maybe that big bus can show up out there and start helping this man that served our country. But he just continues to wander. And now I'm trying to figure out how I can help him because the county's not going to. It's very difficult. People deserve better in our community. I really just do think that. Let's figure this thing out and let's look into what happened with this man that passed away and if he was sick and why he was denied service. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. I have no hands up from my colleagues, so I would like to request a motion for both actions to approve.
Supervisor Chavez,
Ellenberg.
I do have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Celine, for the report. Can you tell me what the status is of shelter outbreaks at the Picardo Reception Center and at South Hall?
Yes, the outbreak at Picardo Reception Center, those folks have been moved into the motels. And they're being followed by our VHHP staff in terms of checking in on those individuals. At South Hall, we are conducting rapid testing weekly at South Hall to ensure that there's no additional cases identified.
Do you know of any other shelter clusters that are under investigation, and also what steps are being taken proactively to stem the transmission and reactively to provide more isolation housing for shelter residents?
Yes, there is one other shelter that we're looking into. We've been working very closely with public health in terms of once the cases are identified to go out and do some additional testing. And then we're also working very closely with Office of Supportive Housing in order to place those folks into motels.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I have just one other question that I know is not in our jurisdiction, but the city of San Jose is not opening its overnight warming location, cold weather options this season. And I'm wondering what you or others are recommending for people who are unhoused and want or need to get out of the cold or rain at night.
Yeah, that's we have been discussing that quite frequently with the Office of Supportive Housing as well, to see if there's any way that we can identify places where they can go at night.
And how does that look as a prospect?
Yeah, currently the only places that have available beds that I'm aware of is that the Gilroy Armory. But we're trying to work with the with Office of Supportive Housing to see if they can work with the city to identify some additional sites.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd like to get an off-agenda report when there's an update on that, please, and would like to be able to share with my district, and I'm sure my colleagues would as well, be able to let people know what options exist in lieu of the owls.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Ms. Ho. I've got a question regarding the numbers you mentioned about the tests. You mentioned 8,000 tests were done for, was it 136 positives?
Yes, yes. Out of the 8,155 tests we've done, 136 so far has been positive.
Right. And are the 800 tests on all 8,000, I mean, the 8,000 tests, were they all different individuals, or they might be individuals who've been tested more than once?
They may have been tested more than once. This is from the time we started testing back in late May. So we've been back to various shelters and encampments to do repeat testing. Right.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because if they were separate people, that's only 1.7%. And with that population, I would imagine their positive rate probably was quite a bit higher. So each person average taking 2 times, and you're talking about close to 3 to 4% positive rates. I heard one of the speakers, I think Mr. Aguirre, mentioned that the distribution of some of the hygiene products like the gloves, the mask, a lot of those are donated and it's not from county support. Are we not providing any of those support at all when it comes to this distribution, or it's only based on the philanthropic organizations and community?
We actually do have those kits that we distribute through the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. We have a backpack medicine team that goes out to the encampments, and they have those on hand to distribute to clients.
Okay, good. Okay, so we do have those being given out as well, in addition to the donations from the community. Good. Okay, yeah, and I would be very interested in the report you're providing to Supervisor Ellenberg. Obviously, the additional sites is something that would be extremely urgent given the weather getting colder these days. So the sooner we could find these additional sites instead of just being down south in Gilroy, something up in the North County would certainly be very, very helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Seeing no other comments, can I get a motion to approve the two reports?
Make a motion to approve, and also just want to share with Supervisor Lee, who may not know this yet, but when any one of us requests an off-agenda report, it comes to the entire board.
Great. Okay.
You always get all information.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second from Supervisor Lee. Seeing no other comments on the motion, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, before we reconvene, before we step away, could I get clarity? Will we take up item 18, which you passed over, when we come back?
No, we would go to our time certain for COVID. That's at 1, and then we would come back to 18. And as a matter of fact, I was going to call you in between to say if we could give a specific time for 18 is fine by me. But that's the way we've been handling the agenda all year.
Madam Chair, I want to express some concern. Item 18 was scheduled for more than 20 minutes ago now. We went past it to take these other items, fair enough. The 1 o'clock item is not actually a time certain, it's a no earlier than. I think in fairness to folks who were queued up to participate on item 18, that we might take that matter up immediately upon our return at 1:05 or 1:10, whatever you indicate is the appropriate time.
So
otherwise, COVID report says, you will recall, have taken as long as 3 hours recently, and I think that would be unfair to people who were queued up on a timely basis.
So Supervisor Simidian, and I will just say this to my colleagues, the reason I did that was I wanted to make sure the staff got a break, and that we didn't have, because we have such a large group of people that report at the COVID committee time, is why I was making the request to move it. And what I was going to call you and ask you, but I can ask everybody right now, is I have no problem making a time certain for item 18 later in the agenda either. I mean, I want to just be respectful of the number of people that we have presenting. That was the goal that I was trying to manage for the agenda. Supervisor Simidian.
Did you have a time in mind, Madam Chair?
Well, actually, what I was going to ask the staff, from my perspective, I think we could easily get to it by, I was thinking 3 o'clock, and that way we could give everybody some notice. But I'm seeing some shaking heads, and honestly, this is the way I've handled the calendar the entire year. So I didn't think I was doing anything different. I thought I was managing the time as the chair often is in a position to do. So Supervisor Simidian, what do you think about a time certain later in the meeting?
I do think some clarity about having a time, since our board has moved directly over that item to take up other items and is now apparently headed to an item that could take anywhere from an hour to 2 or 3, Madam Chair. So I'll defer, but I think as a matter of courtesy and respect, the item needs to be heard at a time certain if we are going to exclude it from its regular place on the agenda.
And again, I just want to make, I'll get to you in a moment, Supervisor Wasserman. I just want to make 2 points. One is that, again, I've been doing this the entire year. It wasn't intended to be disrespectful, Supervisor Simidian. And the second thing is that I moved when we were able to take items, it wasn't until until 12:20. And I tried to take, in fact, I probably shouldn't have taken BHP because I wanted to make sure the staff had a time to take a break. So if Supervisor Simidian, well, anyway, I'll go to Supervisor Wasserman and then I'll come back to you, Joe, for your thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, we defer to the chair. There were people that I'll say contacted me as well about when the item was coming up, and we skipped over it, which is your prerogative. I don't think it'll be very long at all. And I understand what Supervisor Simidian's saying on this one thing, but I think we're where we are now. The two choices, I think, and they are your choices, Madam President, are to hear it immediately after we come back. I don't know what time length Supervisor Simidian thinks it might be, but I would hope it wouldn't be 10 minutes. But I've said my piece. Thank you.
So you know, again, this is actually not something I've done differently. I commented on earlier, I'm a little distressed that this is causing distress. If Supervisor Simidian, you would like to hear it at 1, we can do that. What I would say to the COVID team, given I know that your calendars are very impacted also, is that I'd like to have a time certain for the rest of the team. So Supervisor Simidian, again, it wasn't intended to be discourteous. It was intended to manage the meeting.
No, please don't misunderstand. There was no suggestion on my part that anyone was attempting to be discourteous. I just jumped in because we were about to recess the meeting without any clear notion of when that item would come back up. Madam Chair, if you'd like to take it at 1:05 or 1:10, that's fine. If you'd like to give it a time certain, that's fine. Supervisor Wasserman said happy to defer. I just wanted to make sure we had some clarity before we took that half-hour break. That's all. Thanks again.
And I apologize. I was just going to call you during the break to ask about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask us to keep the COVID report in its time at 1:10. And then what I will ask is that we'll hear the item 18 no later than 3 o'clock. And that way, whatever we're doing, we'll interrupt and go to that item at 3. And I apologize for those who are joining us that haven't been watching that. I mean, that this may cause some disruption too, but if just given the number of people that provide that other report, I think that's the most appropriate way to handle it. So if my colleagues are comfortable, we will hear item 18 no earlier than 3 o'clock. Our goal would be to hear it as close to 3 o'clock as possible. Is everybody comfortable with that? Good. All right. Maybe not, but we will take a break. We will be back at 1:10. Thanks, everyone. I see you waving.
Hey,
I'm just going
Rhonda.
to give everybody the 1 minute warning. And remind me, I know I ask this every time, but do we do roll when we reconvene?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you for reminding me. So I'll ask my colleagues to circle back and join us. Otto's picture is so lifelike that I think it's him, but because he.
I was just thinking that too. I think, and now I want to get a picture on mine. A good decoy.
Yes, I looked to see if he's blinking.
That's how I should have known. All right, so I'm going to reconvene our meeting. I'm going to ask our clerk if he can take roll. I'm going to start then with the brief announcement, and then we'll go to item 10, which is our COVID report.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
President Chavez.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And just as an announcement, just to on item 18, this is a resolution regarding VTA that Supervisors Simidian and Wasserman are bringing forward. We will hear it at 3 o'clock and as close to 3 as we can get it. So it is a time certain for 3. And I'm re-announcing that because I apparently confused at least a couple listeners. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. We're going to go to item 10, which is our COVID report. And I will begin with Dr. Smith.
We're going to turn it directly over to Dr. Cody.
Thank you. And just to assist with the echoing, I'm going to ask everyone if they can go on mute, and that way we will hopefully decrease some of that. Thanks.
Good morning, supervisors. I hope you can hear me okay.
Perfectly.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So before I get started, I wanted to make a few comments, if I might. One is I just wanted to acknowledge that this is the last COVID update that we will be providing in 2020, a year that started so unremarkably, but has become one of the most difficult years of the last 100. Our presentation to you will be a bit shorter than our previous ones. First, because we provided a pretty extensive update just last week. And another because our top line message is pretty clear, and that is that we are in very bad shape here with the pandemic, as we'll illustrate shortly. We're in a place that we never expected to be, and we certainly never wanted to be, especially given all of the tremendous work and collective sacrifice by every single member of our community. So today, unfortunately, I mostly have very, very difficult news to share with you all, but also there is a ray of hope, a little glimmer in the distance to remind all of us that ultimately this pandemic will come under control. The first doses of the Pfizer vaccine arrived in our county early this morning, and Dr. Marty Fensterscheib will provide you with a full update in this presentation. But in the meantime, as we get that rolling, unfortunately, we have very dark days ahead. Today, we had over 1,000 new cases reported, and we crossed the 50,000 case mark, 50,000 people in our county. And today, we are reporting 24 new deaths.
Take your time.
We have lost 553 people in our county. COVID, in fact, is on track to be among the 5 leading causes of death here in our county. So our pandemic locally is out of control, as I'll illustrate in the upcoming slides, and our healthcare system is quite stretched. Not yet to the breaking point, but steadily marching towards that point, as Dr. Kamal will share shortly. So here we are, and what can we do? So I want to share a couple of ideas. First, we cannot normalize this. Second, it's become pretty clear that we do need to take more serious action. We need a statewide action to keep people from dying. And we must remember that this pandemic has devastated our health, our economy, our sense of well-being, but there are things that we can do. And our economy will not recover, and the small businesses that are suffering, they cannot succeed if their customers and their workers are dying. And so to breathe life back into all of us and all aspects of our lives, the one single thing that we must do is to bring this pandemic under control and to slow it down. And I want to acknowledge that everyone is quite tired, and this is scary, and people do feel sad. But we have to just continue to soldier forward because there isn't anything else to do. And we need everyone to do this together because the virus is everywhere, and every decision that each of us makes and what we choose to do and what we choose not to do, it matters. It matters a lot. So with that introduction, I'm going to go to the first slide and share with you our pandemic curve. So not shown on this slide, but you can tell by looking over to the right, is that our 7-day moving average has now surpassed 1,000 new cases each day, and it's still rising. With all of these cases, every day, our teams are inundated with reports of more and more outbreaks in workplaces, in long-term care facilities, in congregate settings, in healthcare facilities, everywhere. So we are beyond the point where our focus measures alone can take hold and keep the rate steady, much less turn them around. Since November 17th, there in the middle of November, if you can imagine that on the graph, our case rate has tripled and our positivity rate has doubled. Next slide. These show the case rates by county section, and what you can see is that disparities in case rates by section of the county have markedly increased over the course of November. In blue, the top line are the case rates in Gilroy. They are by far the highest, followed by case rates in East San Jose and in other parts of South County. But case rates across our county are rising markedly. The next slide shows that we are deep, deep, deep into the deep purple. So the broken line are unadjusted case rates. These are cases per 100,000 population per day, a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. And even our adjusted case rates for the phenomenal amount of testing that we continue to do are still extraordinarily high. When we calculate this rate internally, we calculate a 7-day average with a 5-day lag with our most recent data. So that's much updated as compared to what you're seeing here. Our 7-day case rates adjusted per population are over 50, over 50. And you see there at the beginning of November, we were in the single digits. Next slide. As I've shared with you all before, as our case rates rise, so do the number of people in our community requiring hospitalization for COVID. And as Dr. Kamal will share, people are requiring hospitalization not just for COVID, but for all of the other conditions that they may be suffering from. The numbers of people in our hospital far, far exceed the number of people hospitalized in either of the previous peaks in our county, which means that even with all of the differences in testing and our ability to find cases and document cases, and with all of the challenges of tracking and data, the number of people in the hospital with COVID is a stable number. We can look back and see that it's consistent and we can measure it. And we are truly, truly in the worst place we have ever been in this pandemic by a very large margin. Next slide. Next, I wanted to share a little bit about, this is in response to some questions from from our last board meeting about COVID-19 in the Asian population in Santa Clara County. And just some top level messages before we look at the data in a bit more detail. First is none of the Asian subgroups are overrepresented relative to their share of the population. However, when we look within the Asian subgroups, some Asian subgroups represent a larger proportion of cases as compared to other Asian subgroups. And finally, and this is no surprise, the case rates among all of the racial and ethnic groups are rising. So the case rates are rising among everyone living in the county. However, rates among Vietnamese and Filipino residents are rising faster than those of other Asian subgroups. So now let's look a little bit more closely at the data. So these are cases as a percent of the total population. So for example, under Vietnamese represent 6.9% of the population in our county and 3.9% of cases of COVID reported to date. Filipinos, 4.8% of the total population and 2.9% of the cases of COVID. So you can see for the Asian subgroups for which we have enough data to report, those are the data. And you can see that while Vietnamese and Filipino are underrepresented as compared to the county population, if you look at them compared to other Asian subgroups, there are more, which you can see more clearly in this next slide. So these are the percentage of lab-confirmed cases just among Asian subgroups. And so it's a different comparator. And here you can see in a more pronounced way that among Asian subgroups, Vietnamese and Filipino residents make up a greater proportion as compared to those other groups. And finally, in the last slide, this is to give perspective of all Asian subgroups lumped together under the one of the middle bars, all Asian, as compared to Asian subgroups broken out and compared to the other major racial ethnic groups in the county. And so what you can see is that still far and away, these are case rates. So this is a rate per entire population. Latinos have the highest rate among all groups, followed by Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, there is NPI, followed by African American. But among Asians, Filipinos and Vietnamese have higher rates than Asians as a group. And this last slide shows the case rates among various racial ethnic groups over time. And what you can see is that the case rates, if you look way over there in November, since early November, and especially since Thanksgiving, the case rates in Vietnamese and Filipinos have been rising sharply. So the Vietnamese are represented in blue, that dark blue line, and Filipino in a lighter blue line. And I would now like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Kamal.
Thank you, Dr. Cody and supervisors. Can we have the next slide, please? So there's an increased recognition that our hospitals are stretching to their limit. And this is true not just in our county, but in our entire state. And this was brought into stark relief this morning by Governor Newsom when rather than talking about the number of PPE and ventilators, he was talking about the number of body bags that the state has ordered, 5,000 additional body bags. Clearly, we are in an extreme crisis right now when it comes to healthcare capacity, and our hospitalizations are continuing to increase at an alarming rate. For now, hospitals have compensated. They have added surge beds, and they have deferred elective surgeries. This is clearly Plan B. None of these compensations come without a cost. The cost of adding surge beds is that you are bringing in already exhausted workforce and asking them to do more. You are asking them to work extra shifts. You are moving people from areas of the hospital where they may be familiar to an unfamiliar area to care for the sickest patients who need ICU level care. The state does have nurses, but it has been deploying them predominantly to skilled nursing facilities for good reason. So by and large, the hospitals are on their own when it comes to staffing these surge beds. The other measure that's been undertaken by hospitals is the deferment of elective surgeries. When we talk about elective surgeries, we are not talking about purely cosmetic procedures. These are needed surgeries that patients are having to do without. We are talking about heart valve replacements. We are talking about transplants. In extreme cases, we may be talking about cancer surgeries. While hospitals are being judicious and extremely thoughtful of which surgeries to defer, there's no more fat to cut. It's cutting muscle. So we have to understand these compensation mechanisms are not Plan A by any means. They are definitely Plan B, and they come at a cost. And there is no Plan C. Next slide. To borrow an analogy that Dr. Smith explained to me many months ago, hospitals are not fixed vessels like glasses of water. As you fill them up, they expand. And you will not see little bits of water dribbling out because the hospitals will expand and expand to deal with patients. That's what they do. That is in their DNA. However, when you look at the numbers and the percent occupancy, what you are not seeing is the extent to which hospitals have had to already expand to accommodate ever-increasing number of patients. There is more and more stress being put on these hospitals, and like a water balloon, when it explodes, it's not subtle. Their ability to stretch is determined by how many patients they're getting, their rate of increase, and also staffing. Next slide. This slide shows the number of COVID hospitalization continues to increase, and more than the number, once again, I'd like you to look at the slope of that line, both the purple line, which is a non-ICU census, and the green line, which is the ICU census. When this slide was prepared a few days ago, there were 479 patients in hospital, in addition to 12 kids. We just got the numbers today. We added another 110 hospitalized patients. We are now at 558. Look at the scale. It goes up to 360. The next time we see the slide, we're going to be looking at doubling that scale. Next slide. In adding surge capacity, hospitals are doing their best. This shows the total number of beds in the ICU, and as you can see, they are currently operating at above what their standard maximum capacity is. This is stretch. It is not an unlimited stretch, and it comes at a cost. Next slide. Hospitals are also deferring elective cases. As you can see, the average census of non-COVID patients has fallen, and this is another reason that they have been able to create capacity where there previously wasn't. So when you look at a hospital's capacity, you have to realize that we are only at these numbers because of stretch and because hospitals are already making decisions that are difficult, that are telling patients who need surgery that you have to wait. Next slide. So as a result, our bed availability is consistently around 15%. And you may say that 15% capacity is normal for winter, but what's not normal is deferring care. And what's not normal is doubling this and doubling it again. Next slide. This is our updated dashboard that sort of tries to illustrate these points, which are very important. On the left, you can see the number of available ICU beds in our county. As you can see, the percent availability is still at 16%, but you can see that slope at the end where it's going down. And on the right, the red line shows where hospitals are relative to where they normally can be at. We are touching that. We have exceeded that on some days. And any availability you're seeing in the dashboard is stretch. Next slide, please. As hospitals do this, they are doing a phenomenal job trying to maintain the highest level of care for all their patients. They continue to have staffing shortages due to exhaustion, due to absenteeism, and due to an unprecedented demand throughout the state and nation for qualified nurses and healthcare workers. There is a waiver process which all hospitals have signaled their intent to file for, and some have already done that. The hospitals submit applications to the state, and the state asks for county input, and then they issue a decision. However, given the dire state of what's going on throughout the state, as of last week, all facilities letter was issued saying that a waiver would be allowed in a limited fashion without the normal review that hospitals would be subject to. And once again, this is in recognition of the fact that we do not have time. Next slide. The requirements for CDPH waivers are as follows, and they are quite stringent and well thought out. Hospitals have to describe the cancellation of non-emergent surgeries. They have to describe their efforts to transfer to other hospitals. They have to describe all their efforts to obtain additional staff, including contacting their staffing agencies. And they have to describe how they're managing vacancies and any layoffs they might have had. Our hospitals have been very thoughtful in thinking about waivers. Next slide. Trying to think of what the best way to deliver best patient care is under the circumstances. So this diagram shows on the left what a normal staffing ratio might look like, where you have one ICU, a nurse assigned to 2 patients. On the right is a sample of a waiver process where the ICU nurse would be assigned 3 patients, but he or she would be helped by a team, including an additional registered nurse and possibly 1 or more LVNs. And so the idea being that you are trying to maintain ICU level care being given by ICU level nurses and relieving them of some of the non-ICU level nursing by adding additional nurses. Once again, this is nobody's plan A. This is plan B, but given the circumstances has become necessary, and we are working with all the hospitals to ensure that we maintain the maximum level of patient care that we can do under the circumstances. In terms of PPE, we continue to have supplies. This graph here shows the requests. And as you can see, the majority, the lion's share of PPE being supplied by the county is being supplied to skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities. This has been the case throughout the pandemic because these institutions do not have the deep and vast supply chains that hospitals have access to. The second largest group are clinics, and this includes our community health clinics. And we are ensuring that all providers of healthcare, whether they be first responders, community health clinics, or skilled nursing facilities, long-term care facilities, board and cares, have access to all the PPE they need to ensure the safety of their staff and our patients, which are by far our most precious resource right now. And next slide just shows the process that we go through with all PPE requests to ensure that facilities are doing everything they can to request PPE and obtain PPE using their normal channels before they come to us. And once again, the intent here is to ensure that we keep PPE truly for those individuals and institutions and community clinics that may not have access to it otherwise. So I will end there, and I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Marty Fenstersheim.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. And today, I'm not going to be talking about testing. Testing has been very stable, and we continue to test in excess of 14,000 tests per day. So we're doing just fine. However, testing is not going to get us out of this. We can't test our way out of this pandemic at this point. So this slide basically is a picture of, I think, our ray of hope for the future. This is a list of all of the vaccines that are either approved or in the pipeline now. The first one, of course, is the Pfizer vaccine, which was approved. And it is, again, a dosing of 2 doses, 21 days apart, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The challenge, of course, with this one, as you remember, is the ultra-cold storage requirement. The Moderna vaccine is going to be before the FDA on 12/17, this Thursday, for review. And hopefully that vaccine, after they review all of the data, will also be approved. That vaccine also requires 2 doses, 4 weeks apart. And the requirements for storage are less stringent than the Pfizer vaccine. These are very similar vaccines. They're made by a technology called mRNA, which is different than any vaccines that we've had to date. And then you notice that there are a few more vaccines that are coming up the pipeline. If you look at the J&J, which is Johnson & Johnson, that one we expect to see some type of application in January and February. That one may be a 1-dose vaccine, although they are also looking at a 2-dose, 1 month apart vaccine. So next slide. So this morning at about 7:30, we received our first allotment of the Pfizer vaccine. And here it is coming to us in dry ice and in very strict requirements for freezer. They're going to be put into the freezer behind those 2 ladies in the screen. And so we have them in the county for the first vaccines. Next. So the Pfizer vaccine allocation, as I said before, we received 17,550 doses. The doses I just showed you in that picture were just the first allotment. That was if you look at the green circle at the top left, you'll see it says 5,620. Actually, it's also plus the 230. So that one is a little over 5,850 doses, actually. So that will be our first allotment. We will give a little bit of that to San Benito, and then the health department will use it, as I will describe in a minute. On Friday, maybe even Thursday, the acute care, all the hospitals will be receiving the remainder of that first allocation of 17,550, which is 11,700. And those have been allocated already to all of the hospitals. And according to, again, the proportion of need that they have and their staffing levels, and those will be delivered directly to the hospitals this Thursday or Friday. So today, the 15th, we did receive the Pfizer vaccine, and then on Thursday or Friday, the hospitals will receive the remainder of our first allocation. And next slide. So for the public health department's vaccine allocation, we mentioned in the past that we are basically using this first allocation to vaccinate the staff in all of our skilled nursing facilities in the county. And for various reasons, they could not receive the Pfizer vaccine. Obviously, they
The aliquots that were 975 doses minimum could not be handled by any one of those facilities, and so the health department has taken it upon ourselves to provide those vaccines to the staff in the skilled nursing facility. And we have those are within the prioritization set by the federal government, and also the residents of skilled nursing facilities will be offered vaccine, but that's going to happen through a federal program. So it won't be using any of our staff, but it will be using state allocated vaccine, and that will be probably starting around the 28th of December. And the retail pharmacies have negotiated that program with the federal government. That's the Walgreens and CVS pharmacies, so that they will be providing staffing to go to all of these skilled nursing facilities to vaccinate the residents. And again, we will be vaccinating the actual staff in the facilities. And just to remind everyone that this is a very, very high priority. 5% of our cases are in skilled nursing, but 45% of all the deaths are in skilled nursing facilities. Next slide. We are also getting the first doses of the Moderna vaccine pending the approval with the FDA. And those doses will be coming next Tuesday. The health department will be accepting the doses of Moderna, and then we will be allocating them out to the hospitals so that we will get them early next week, again, pending approval. Next slide. So just to remind you of some of the indications and contraindications of the Pfizer vaccine, because again, we all as a community need to learn about these vaccines and make our decisions as to whether we want to take it, and hopefully we will. They have been approved for persons 16 years and older, so no children have been participating in the studies, and so it's 16 years and older. And if you had a prior asymptomatic or symptomatic infection with COVID, so you already had and maybe you had symptoms, maybe you didn't, you will still be okay to receive the vaccine. So it doesn't matter whether you had COVID before, you will still be vaccinated. And the reason is mainly because we don't know of the level of immunity that we get from a natural infection. It may be, it may be good, it may not be very long lasting. So we feel that the vaccine and the immunity that we will get from the vaccine will be stronger in any case. Contraindications aren't many. Severe allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, to basically to any vaccine or injectable therapy. So not if you have a seasonal allergy or you have an allergy to any foods, that doesn't count. So only if you have a severe allergic reaction to any components of the vaccine or any vaccine that you received in the past. Next. And again, some of the common side effects, which again, I was looking at the data and it looks like they're pretty common. Fever, headache, tiredness, maybe some redness and swelling, slight pain, and none of this lasts usually for more than a day or two. So it's to be expected, so that people, when they get the vaccine, realize, first of all, you cannot get COVID by getting the vaccine. There is no live component of the virus within this vaccine, but it is common to actually experience maybe one or a few of these common side effects. Next. The way the vaccine is given, again, a 2-dose series, and it's given into your muscle, into your arm. And in 3 weeks, you come back for the next dose of the vaccine. And the second dose is administered usually within 4 days of that 21 days. They have stated that there's a 4-day grace period, so it's considered valid if you give it a couple days earlier. I know we've talked about questions about, well, what if you can't get the second dose on time? And the guidance now says if it's more than 21 days since the first dose, then the second dose should be administered at the earliest opportunity. They do not want us to repeat doses, but I have no idea what that means, whether it's a week or
or 3 months later. So I don't know the answer to that. But again, they say to go ahead and give the second dose and don't repeat doses. And again, both doses are necessary for protection. So if people get the first dose, they need to make sure they get the second dose. And there really aren't any studies to say whether that first dose gives you any percent. We don't know what the percent of protection is only after one dose. And the next slide, which I think is our last, we are working very closely with the providers in our community. Right now, the task force of providers includes mostly the hospitals and some clinics, and that will expand over time, again, as we go through our priority list. And also, we are working with our community stakeholder working group. We've had our first kickoff meeting. There's a lot of interest and concern in the community, and we want to listen to what the community has to say and help us work through the issues of equity and make sure that we get this vaccine foremost to people most impacted by this virus, but realizing that in time, everybody will have an opportunity to get the vaccine. It's just going to take a while. So even in the midst of the doom and gloom, we need to realize that we need to be patient and do what's right to keep us all here and safe and healthy so that we can all take our turn to receive the vaccine. Thanks.
Good afternoon. This is Michael Vallier, Director for the Department of Environmental Health. Here to provide an update on a project with some recent developments regarding wastewater from our sanitary sewer treatment plant and work that we've been doing to help understand and use data associated with this relatively new tool. So we'll get the slides up here in a second. But essentially, we have been working with a lot of the local partners, and I really want to acknowledge, first of all, Stanford University, the team there, as well as the city of San Jose and the cities of Palo Alto, who've been early partners with us to try to help understand what this new tool can do and what it actually means in the context of the pandemic. So as we move forward in a lot of this new work that we've been doing, I will sort of demonstrate some of the key concepts of what wastewater can tell us, and I think most importantly, what it cannot tell us. And so as we continue moving down this path of the pandemic, we are obviously in a great spike right now, and that spike definitely is shown in the wastewater data as well. So early on, the Emergency Operations Center, we've been looking at this on both the local, state, and national research and pilot programs, and again, sort of early adopters on trying to understand what this means. But wastewater-based epidemiology is not a new concept, but it is a concept that has gained a lot of attention over the last 9 months for obvious reasons. The virus is primarily present in stool and can be detected by people who are asymptomatic. And so it's basically one big, what we call composite biological sample of an entire community. So as I mentioned, we are now currently working with Stanford and all 4 wastewater treatment plants in the county, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, San Jose, Santa Clara, and Gilroy. Each has its own distinct sewer shed and provides obviously that influence to each plant separately. We're currently performing daily sampling and analysis by Stanford and their team with a 24-hour result provided to us, which started on December 1st. I will say, when I show you the next slide, there's been some data that has been collected historically, which we'll review in a minute. The project is funded by Stanford University and their partners, and there's no direct cost to the county. And we continue looking at this data in conjunction with many of the other public health data sources that we look at. And I also, again, just want to point out that because it's still relatively new, the sampling and analysis procedures continue to evolve both regionally and nationally. Back in October, the CDC actually published some additional information on their website with some of the work that several of our teams have been doing. The data is really promising. It does seem to track with some of the trends in our clinic of data. But again, I just urge caution because I'll show you a few caveats. Next slide. When you look at the trends, and I know this is a little bit of a busy slide, but the red dots are the concentration in what we call settled solids that are taken from the wastewater treatment plants. So our primary focus with the Stanford University sampling model is that we focus on solids because that's where we have the more consistent viral detections. And if you can see, it picked up the trends from, and this is from the City of San Jose plant, the mid-March, the late June and early July peaks. You can see that the numbers started going up. And then in early November, you can see it really skyrocketed. It has taken off, which indicates, again, widespread infections in the community. And on Thanksgiving Day, we had one of our highest detections in the sample. And then a few days ago, it skyrocketed further above that. And as you can see, it continues to be a high level detected in wastewater, in particular the settled solids, which is very concerning because it's orders of magnitude greater than where we were at even in the June timeframe. And I will again just point out on the right side, there's a kind of a cluster of red with a blue line. And that's the line that we look at as our 7-day average of concentration of virus in the settled solids. And as you can see, it continues to climb. And then finally, on the orange line that you can see is the 7-day average case counts of the county overall. And then the purple line is actually what we overlaid for the San Jose sewer sheds. So these are just the cases that represent the sewer shed that feeds into the San Jose plant. And then on the right-hand side, the shaded box is just the clinical data is obviously as a 7-day lag. So we actually get some of the wastewater data before we get that. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the historical trends include and appear to be consistent with the 3 waves from March, June, as well as the recent surge here in November. And obviously the trends show much higher concentrations that are consistent with the current surge. Next slide. Here's some initial data that we've received, which is an average of the 3 genes that we look at in the wastewater. And just so that on the left side, you have San Jose and Santa Clara, where we have some more historical data, as well as Palo Alto. And again, I think the message is that you can see the different trends in each community as it starts to accelerate. And then on the right-hand side are relatively newcomers, Gilroy and Sunnyvale. You can see that while they have started, we started collecting data beginning of December, that it continues to go up. And while any single data point here, I'll tell you on the next slide, please, is important to note that the variability can be high from day to day. So we really look at trends over time. And as example, maybe a 7-day average of the concentration during that period of time. So I want to make sure that, when we look at these relative viral concentrations, within these 4 distinct geographical areas, we just really understand that limitations associated with some of this data, but at the same time, looking at this being a potential new tool in our data, sort of our data locker that we can use to identify trends in the broader community. Next slide. That's the end of our report.
So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues and I'll begin with Supervisor Ellenberg. And just for all of you, I would like to do the 15 minutes just because I think it's easy to dive in. And I appreciate the staff gave us a lot of new information. I just want to say how excited I am to see the disaggregated data with the Asian community. And I will be asking a little bit of questions about what the implications of that are. Supervisor Ellenberg, then I'll go to Supervisor Lee, then Supervisor Simidian, then Supervisor Wasserman.
Okay, yeah, that was a lot of new information, and I have lots of questions that I had previously created. I just need, I'm really thinking about a lot of what was said today and the strategies that we're using. But let me just first start by saying how deeply saddened I am by the news that today marked the death of 24 residents, and that we're now beginning to see the wave of deaths that follows from our dramatically rising case counts. I know that so many county employees in particular have worked so hard and sacrificed so much to try to reduce the impact of COVID. And we're now seeing the worst on both the health and economic impacts on our residents. And I fear that we have lost the participation and vigilance of many residents in our response efforts. And I really worry about how they hear our continued pleas for social distancing and the foundation of the public health orders. So to that end, let me ask a few questions. In October, we were provided a report on a study that was being conducted by our response team to try to better understand the details of where transmission is happening in Santa Clara County. Is it at home? Is it in the workplace? Is it at gatherings, in businesses? Could somebody answer for me what continued data collection or analysis is happening to make sure that our public health orders are truly focused on the places where infection is occurring?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Yes, we do have a team in our Department Operations Center who continues to do more in-depth interviews with a subset of cases. Our challenge now, and the challenge grows with every day, as you know, is that COVID is so widespread that it is getting harder and harder to make any meaning about the where. So because it simply is everywhere. When we do the interviews, the general pattern that we find is that there's transmission in two main places. One is within households and social groups, and the other is in a work setting, either during the course of work or during the course of getting to work or being on break while at work. And the transmission seems to sort of go back and forth between there. So for example, an essential worker may be on break with a coworker, acquire the infection acquire the infection, and then come home and then spark transmission within a household. And then another member of the household who's infected will then in turn take it to their work site, et cetera, et cetera. So most of the transmission, while if you look at it, you could say, well, it seems to be happening in personal and social settings, but it's seeded from workplaces and vice versa. But the top line is that it kind of doesn't matter anymore because it's everywhere.
I hear that, but if we haven't, but I'm just wanting to be clear that if we are tracking the location data or the point of transmission, we should be able to give that in terms of percentages. We've done a very good job in tracking demographics of the racial and ethnic breakdown of people that are being impacted. Are we doing the same thing with points of transmission that give us that data? Again, thinking about how we really work to persuade the public that what we are doing is the best course, perhaps among bad choices. But if we can't make that connection really clear and say how we know where transmission is occurring and that it is occurring at workplaces and not just in the home sectors, I think that's a really important bit of data to be able to put out.
I think we've discussed it in the past, but I wanted just to make sure that everyone understands the various ways that we can collect data and learn. With the contact investigations, as you know, we use a system that's across the state, and the focus of that is to try to break chains of transmission going forward. It's not to do what we call retrospective, which is to get at the data that you're very interested in, which is where did the infection come from? So those data are not collected on every single case that's interviewed because it's not the way that the data sets are structured, which is why we have a separate team that takes a sampling and interviews them. But it's more qualitative than quantitative.
Right, and I get that's the piece that's so challenging for me, because our orders appear to be very much based on location, but the quantitative data that we have is not based on location. I'm sure you saw, Dr. Cody, that statistics from other cities like New York State, and there was a national piece, have also done those kind of sampling surveys, and their work is showing that a majority of transmissions are occurring in households or social gatherings, with significantly less transmission in businesses, including restaurants. I know that the state's new requirements under the regional stay-at-home order mostly focus on closing businesses to prevent transmission. And again, my worry is that we see significant closures, yet our numbers are very high and very scary. Will we maintain their trust and belief to the extent that we still have it, that our response is the correct or very best response?
I think we have many challenges before us, and one of our challenges is that the prevalence of COVID in our community is higher than it has ever been by several orders of magnitude, which means that any activity and any business activity and any personal activity is much riskier, and it indeed gets riskier by the day, simply because the probabilities increase that someone in the gathering or in the business transaction or in the course of the activity will have COVID, and that's really the greatest challenge that we face, is just that the community prevalence is now so high that it makes almost any activity risky. And this is different than how we would have talked about it even a month ago or 2 weeks ago.
So I'm hearing that it is magnitudes, orders of magnitude higher. What percentage of our population currently today, I probably should know that from the dashboards, I apologize, but what percentage of county population today is infected with COVID, identified infected with COVID?
Well, we've had over 50,000 infections reported. We don't have a countywide sero survey to know what percentage of our population has antibodies. However, if you assume that, roughly 1 in 8 infections are reported, and we've had 50,000, a little over 50,000 infections reported, then that gives you a rough idea.
And the ones that are not reported are most likely because they're asymptomatic, so people don't think to get tested?
Well, the reasons vary why someone might not get tested. Top reason is that they are completely asymptomatic and unaware that they've ever had an exposure or are at risk, and so don't test. There are other reasons why someone might not test even if symptomatic, and those reasons may include fear of getting tested, fear of losing work if they know that they have COVID, et cetera. Yeah. Which
really is the best public service announcement I could wish for a robust isolation support program. I couldn't do the math quickly in my head, but it looks like it's about 2.5% of our population since March has been impacted, given the information that you've used. I would really like to see going forward data that really improves our ability to better determine what should be closed and what shouldn't be closed, without any lack of empathy for the illness piece. We do also need to be doing all we can to open any sector that is shown to not be adding to our case counts, since we know that the closure of whole sectors have had other really far-reaching health-related impacts for those employed by them. And I totally understand that our discretion is currently limited by the state approach. And Dr. Cody, you had shifted our county toward a harm reduction approach during the summer wave rather than a broad sector closure approach, which I appreciated, and from the data that we had through the summer appeared to be a successful one. I hope that we can continue to look for ways to use solid data to be more precise in how we structure the orders, how you structure the orders, my apologies, and how we're applying strategies to be most effective in reducing transmission while reducing the economic and social disruption, and share this information with the public and all of those that are impacted by the orders to build and maintain support and engagement in this response. It is so disheartening to know how much work is being done, how intentional this effort is to try and stem transmission, and yet have case counts and death counts that continue to skyrocket. And that always brings me back to the place of saying, okay, please just show me that we are in the best case. Show me that we could not be doing better. Show me that the closures are absolutely necessary to contain the virus. And then I can share that message with the many, many people in my district, and I presume others who are really, really struggling and not working and out of savings and just generally pretty terrified. That's all I have for this round. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Cody. Thank you so much again for your amazing work and this very thorough report. I know you're only the messenger of the bad news. Certainly, we are all feeling it. A few questions I just want to follow. First of all, thank you so much for the desegregation of data that was requested last week for the Asian community, and highlighted something we kind of suspected, but actually seeing on data is very, very enlightening, that the Vietnamese community and the Filipino American communities clearly have a far greater number of COVID cases within the community. At the same time, also see that the Chinese, Korean, Japanese American community seems to be very low. I mean, that certainly is good news for those communities, but is there any type of evidence or anecdotal data you could find out to see any ways to distinguish why one ethnic community, in this case, they're all Asians, right? What is the differences? Is it because of the density of families living together? Or is there anything else that you might be able to gather from that?
We can delve a little further and get back to you, but I do know that certainly within the Filipino community, many are involved in caretaking roles. For example, working in long-term care facilities and in other health support roles, and that may be one reason. Some of it also has to do with where geographically people live, and the prevalence in those communities can also make a difference. And some has to do with composition of households, the level of crowding, and the level of intergenerational living sometimes makes a difference as well.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, thank you very much. Now Vaccine is here this morning, and certainly that's music to our ears. Certainly the numbers are still pretty low. For example, you mentioned we only get about 5,600 doses ourselves, and then the other hospitals in our county we get about another close to 11,700 doses. So it's a good start. But and the Moderna, assuming that get passes, will pass the FDA, we will get more. Do we have any visibility at this point for the future dosage coming in? Are we getting another dosage of Pfizer, say, before the end of the year? And what type of numbers are we looking at, if you have any that type of information?
Thank you, Supervisor. So we expect to get doses of vaccine allocated to us on a weekly basis from hopefully Moderna and Pfizer. We just heard that our allocation, our second allocation for Pfizer, should be here also in the next week or so, and it looks like we'll be getting about 15,600 doses. We need to confirm that, but when I add those all up, it comes out to about 72,000 doses so far. We don't have all of those in county yet, but I think it's going to, it will pick up as we move forward, and with Pfizer and Moderna, and then with those additional other manufacturers. So we should see more vaccine as we go.
Great. Thank you. No, that's really, really awesome news. And we need to the message to people is that, yeah, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but we just have to bear it at this point. In terms of the distribution plan, the first, of course, is to our frontline workers dealing with this. And then the other ones is we talk about the nursing facilities, right? Skilled nursing facilities, since, as mentioned, close to 50 or 45% of the deaths is from those areas. So we need to get those out to them as well. And so for the skilled nursing facilities, when do you think those will be getting out to them based on our current allocation?
We plan, so there's the two segments of the skilled nursing. One is the staff, and so we plan on starting those vaccinations this week. So it will be by appointment, so we can spend enough time, since it's a brand new vaccine, and educating the staff. So we're going to start again this week. And the residents, as I mentioned, are going to be vaccinated with the federal program, with the contract with the retail pharmacies. So hopefully they will be taking care of the skilled nursing first, and then the rest of the long-term care facilities, and then we can get the staff vaccinated. So I hope that this really goes a long way in protecting the residents in the skilled nursing, and we stop seeing the outbreaks and deaths in those facilities.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. I also read about the door-to-door testing program that has been going on in certain East Side communities to increase the number of folks getting tested, because as we have seen, some of the testing rates of some of the areas has been lower than other areas of the county, which makes a lot of sense. So my follow-up question for you is, how is that testing program doing in terms of getting out there and reaching out to residents? How well received they are? And then the second question is, when we are doing those type of testing, do we also provide or give them like masks or gloves and that type of protective gear along the way as well?
I guess a bunch of us can jump in. I'm just jumping in first because I help train the promotores, and others certainly run the program and they know more. But yes, it's the training includes all of the proper PPE and the proper training on how to do a test. And it's just starting now. We trained, I think, 8 promotores. And they're very enthusiastic, and they learn very quickly, and they're going to be just great. As far as data, I don't think we really have any data yet because we've just started the program. Anyone else want to? Betty.
Hello, Supervisor Lee. So I just wanted to affirm that the promotores that's participating and supporting our COVID door-to-door testing initiative receive the same level of PPE support, face shields, face coverings, we also make sure that they have access to face coverings that we like to pass out to community members. So they also have that swag, so to speak, to pass out to when they're engaging with community members.
Great. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to pass it out while they're already going there, right? So it's great to make sure that those equipment these days, honestly, it's somewhat still hard to get, and of course the cost of it has gone up so much more since COVID has started. So those are communities that probably couldn't afford it either. So I just want to make sure that we don't waste the opportunity to provide more of these protective equipment to them. And actually, that's all the question I have for this round. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Otto. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to revisit a couple of the questions that I asked last week, particularly about how we would ensure that the vaccine got to folks who were not physically proximate to the 9 county clinics and or the fairgrounds site that had been identified as distribution sites. I know the plan sent to the state has been updated to reflect that intention, but just wondered if we could get a follow-up report on that question first.
Yes, this is Jeff. I'll try to handle this one. As you know, we're still in the phase 1 distribution, which really involves only distribution to medical employees or healthcare employees, but we're in negotiations or discussions with all of the community clinics in the north in order to assure that when we get to a point where the general population is open or in the appropriate tier, that we'll be able to distribute, have points of distribution in the entire county, including the North County, independent of whether there are county-run clinics there or not. This includes the community clinic health workers as well as clients. So we'll have distribution sites throughout the county, independent of where the county-run clinics are.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, the clinics, of course, are designed to, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are designed to get to what I'll call a safety net population, folks who are fortunate enough to have health insurance and regular providers. We anticipate will get their vaccines from their regular healthcare providers. Do I have that right, Dr. Smith or others?
Correct. The distribution plan at this point means that the regular healthcare providers will be distributing or inoculating their own patients with what they get. Now, of course, that could change depending on this delivery numbers and future changes in the plan. But at this point, if you have insurance and you have a regular care provider, you should be going to that regular care provider. And the community clinics and the county-run clinics would be focused on their typical population, which, as you know, is underserved.
Thank you for that. And I should indicate I am fortunate enough to be able to get my health care at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, a Sutter affiliate. I have an email from them, and when I follow the FAQs, the frequently asked questions, it seems to indicate that there really isn't any knowledge to date about either how much vaccine will be made available to and through that organization, or what the timing of that delivery and availability would be. Does that square with your experience with other providers at this point, that we just honestly don't know whether we're talking January, February, March, April, or May?
Hi, Dr. Pinchuk again. In fact, again, the county will make allocations to the providers here in our community, and those facilities like Kaiser are called a multi-county entity, and so they're going to get direct allocations. PAMP is also part of the Sutter group, and so I spoke to PAMP today, and they confirmed that Sutter will be providing their vaccine allocations. And of course, it all depends on what phase we're in. Right now, it's purely healthcare professionals, and we mentioned that there's about 130,000 of those in the community. And then the next phases, which the ACIP will actually be talking about on Saturday, will be the next phase, phase 1B and phase 1C, and that's when we start getting into the general populations of frontline workers and those with comorbidities.
That being said, Dr. Fensterscheib, I gather that if you don't fit one of those categories, the candid answer to any member of the public who asks is we actually don't know when vaccine will be available for, quote, the general public. Is that did I get that right? Did I hear you correctly?
Absolutely, that's absolutely. We do not know, but I think the message to tag on to that is that we will eventually have enough vaccine, and while we're waiting, everybody needs to keep their mask on and to keep themselves safe, so that once we get everyone vaccinated in the community, then we can begin to ease off on those. But that's going to take several months.
Thank you. And as you know, I have expressed concern recently that given our challenges engaging some of these healthcare partners out there in the private nonprofit sector on testing, that we might encounter similar challenges as to the distribution of vaccine. Is it your experience, based on the conversations you've had so far, that the willingness and ability is there among these healthcare providers to move the vaccine out among the general public when the time comes?
Back to Jeff, and I'm speaking for Marty and Sarah, and they assure me that there is commitment on the part of the general, all the other health systems to comply with all the rules, and no hoarding will be done or special criteria or special care. Obviously, we'll watch that and make sure that that actually is something that happens and there's appropriate follow through. But at this point, there seems to be quite a bit of anxiousness to comply with all the rules and regulations.
And Dr. Smith, if that, and I'm delighted to hear it, and I'm hopeful, of course, that that's the case. If that proved not to be the case, those are issues that could and would be addressed with a public health order, conceivably, or
they could be, and they could also be addressed with complaints to the state. Depends on the nature of the problem and the severity of the problem, and whether we can get acknowledgement on a voluntary basis. But there will be other avenues that could be pursued that we would be prepared to pursue.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I had also asked through the chair about what a week ago was a relatively in the moment announcement about requirements or potential requirements from the federal government regarding personal information associated with the those in receipt of the vaccine or those who have been vaccinated. Any more clarity on that issue in the intervening week that you can share with us?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Our understanding is that there's been some negotiations regarding data use agreements between the state and federal government. And as soon as we are able to actually see a copy of that, we can then perform the analysis that's been requested. But the state apparently shares these similar concerns and believes they've been adequately addressed. But I can't speak to it beyond that because we obviously haven't yet seen the agreement.
Yeah, I think, two related concerns, obviously. One is privacy. The other is the impact on the willingness of some folks in the community, particularly in the immigrant community, particularly in the undocumented immigrant community, to step up. And I am anxious, Mr. Williams, that even if from a privacy protection standpoint, the state had negotiated and got themselves to a good place, that if the fear was still out there in the community, it might impede our ability to make the vaccine available to some of the community. So I will just ask the staff to continue to think about this, not only in the context of what is real, but what people might reasonably be expected to be anxious about and how that might affect the take up on the vaccine. Thank you. I have no other comments or questions at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. My first question, I think it was Dr. Cody, when asked, I believe by Supervisor Lee, it might have been Ellenberg, forgive me, the Supervisor Lee, I think. The 50,000 positive cases that we have just topped. I believe, Dr. Cody, if you're on right now, those you mentioned are the ones that we know about. They're obviously people out in the population that choose not to report. There's people out in the population, perhaps as much as 50%, that are asymptomatic and don't have any reason they feel to report something they don't feel, which I get. And Dr. Cody, if I heard you correctly, you were guessing that the 50,000 represents 1 in 8 people in the county likely to have had COVID, that 7/8 of the people in the county have not reported. Am I interpreting what you said correctly?
Almost. So what I can say is that we have over 50,000 people who have tested positive and they've been reported to us, right? Because the labs report to us. We know about them. We estimate roughly that of all the infections that are actually out there, we hear about just one in 8.
Okay.
And the reason why we only hear about that is many people have an infection but don't get tested for a number of reasons. Top among those would be that they're totally asymptomatic.
Okay.
And so if only what, roughly 1 in 8 are reported, then that means that there's somewhere in the neighborhood, very, very, very roughly, of maybe 400,000 people who have been infected.
That was the reason I brought up the question. That's the way I interpreted what you said. That's the way I did the math as well. It sounds like 20% of our county population, roughly, as you said, 400,000 people in Santa Clara County have had COVID. And, on the one hand, that's horrible because of the deaths that people infected, hospitalizations and deaths that it leads to. On the other hand, I know next to nothing about herd immunity. The more I hear about it, the more I think, well, that's a direction I don't want to go. But it seems that 400,000 people, does herd immunity, what are your thoughts on herd immunity? When does that kick in? Is that like 70% of the county? And if that's the case, that scares me to death because that would be 3 times more than what we have now.
Right.
Okay.
So yes, the experts estimate that at least 70% of the population needs to be immune in order to provide herd immunity.
Okay.
And so the way to herd immunity is through a vaccine. So I think the top line message is that yes, we do have this glimmer of hope. We're beginning, the first doses of vaccine were received at 7 a.m. this morning, which is fantastic. But in the meantime, we are still in a very dark place and a lot of people are dying and many more will die. And we must do something to turn it around.
Thank you. And that's a good segue into my second question, which was for Dr. Fensterscheib. Dr. Fensterscheib, you reported Pfizer's arrival today, which is awesome. From what I can tell from the chart you had up on the slide, Moderna is expected to have EUA review by the FDA this Thursday in 48 hours. My hope is that'll be a positive result as well. And when then would Moderna vaccines be arriving in Santa Clara County? Just a rough
So the
date.
Moderna vaccine, I'm sorry, we know they will arrive next Tuesday. So
Next Tuesday.
we have a firm date on that.
The
Yeah.
22nd
Next
arrival.
Tuesday.
Good, just ahead of Christmas. I like that. Okay, so that arrives next Tuesday, December 22nd. Then the AstraZeneca due out in January. Is that somewhere around mid-January, your best estimate?
Yeah, the Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca are coming up. So, I mean, that's going to be after the first of the year into January and February. But we will start getting, like I mentioned, we're getting the second allocation of Pfizer, which will come sometime next week, which again is another 15,395 doses. So again, total will be about 72,000 so far, and we're only a couple weeks into it.
Wonderful. Okay, so I've got Pfizer that came today, Moderna coming next week. You mentioned, and then the second doses of Pfizer coming as well, and then AstraZeneca in January, Johnson & Johnson January, February. A comment I had written down, and you or Dr. Cody said, you know, masks and distance and get vaccinated. And it sounds, Dr. Marty, and I'm so glad you had such positive stuff to report in today's otherwise sobering news. And I'm sorry that we're at the worst point we've been in the 10 months so far. But it's that news of the vaccines that arrived today, that are arriving next week, the second doses that are coming, those that are arriving in January, that really need to give people hope to hunker down, wear your mask, keep your distance. My last question for you, I understood all that you said in response to Supervisor Simitian's question regarding distribution in the hospital systems. What about the private practice doctors that don't have the negative 71 degrees, that certainly can't take a whole tray and vaccinate people, you know, in a couple of days? How do private practice doctors get their vaccines?
Right. So we have experience with this with H1N1. We did the same thing because there's a lot after the hospitals. There's a lot of providers out there, and so we will have information out to the providers. They will then get registered as providers, and again, as depending on what their population of patients is, will fit into the tiered system. So no one will be forgotten. And it's not just the hospitals, it'll be all the providers. We've got the big clinics out there, and then we have the community clinics, and then all the smaller providers are listed certainly on our priority listing. Again, it's the health workers first, and that's that 130,000. And then as we move to the next priorities, you know, we'll get additional vaccine to more people. Yeah.
I understand the priorities. I understand state and federal. I understand all that. What my question was, though, do the individual practitioners, private practice, do they go to the hospital? Do they go to the county? Is something, I can't imagine we're delivering to them. What do you envision?
Yeah, eventually the Pfizer vaccine is the hardest one to deal with. So we're trying to, that mostly that's either stored by us, and that's why we're doing it for the skilled nursing, and then the hospitals can store it. But no individual provider has one of those freezers. So the Moderna vaccine is going to be a better fit. And then if you look at that, my first chart for later on in the next, early next year, a lot of those other vaccines will just be in refrigerators. So yes, they will get their own vaccine, just like flu and just like we did with H1N1, but that's down the road a bit. We're still in the process of allocating to those most high risk in healthcare workers right now.
Thank you. I understand it's down the road several months. I get all that. What my question was, and forgive me for apparently not stating it quite correctly, and yes, I understand it would be the vaccines that can go in a regular refrigerator, not the negative 71. Is your vision at this point, which I know can change, that the individual doctors go to a central distribution center and pick up X amount at a time to store? I just wondered what that process was. That's the question I'm trying to ask.
Right. I'm sorry. A lot of this we don't know for sure, but right now the manufacturers, at least Pfizer and Moderna, want to make those direct deliveries to the providers. So okay. I'm hopeful that we will just, register the doctors. They will put down their address, and then they will receive their own vaccine that they will store.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thanks, Supervisor Wasserman. I do want to say to the staff, thank you for all the information. I have about 5 comments that I would like to make. One is that I was very appreciative of getting the wastewater report. I know I've been bugging you about that for months. I think it's interesting. I think we're going to learn more, and appreciate you updating us on that. Second, I want to follow up on a line of questioning from Supervisor Simidian. And there are two questions that I have. One is that given the place we are with the spread of the virus, I'm wondering if we need to restructure the testing health orders. And in particular, there's still some barriers to people getting tested. And especially within the hospitals, there's still a framework under which people can get tested. And I'm wondering if there is capacity for testing on the on the hospital side, and whether or not we need to expand the people who can get tested, given that so many people are asymptomatic and would have no way of knowing they should be tested. So if they were trying to be tested and they were discouraged even a little bit, why would they try again? And many, many people tried for months to get tested and were unable to do so.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is Dr. Cody. I think the point you're raising is that the virus is so widespread that many people may have been exposed and not know, and that many people may have an asymptomatic infection and not know. And I think that many people, for that reason, are using the high volume testing location at the fairgrounds and other pop-up sites to get tested. So we'll certainly think about any other avenues that we have to remove barriers to testing. I know that there's other types of specialized testing that's happening in certain settings that's more focused, but we do need to ensure that we have widespread testing available to everyone who needs it or wants it.
So Dr. Cody, what I would be really interested in is by the time we come back in January, an answer to that very specific question. And I think one of the questions is if the system still has capacity. I know we're running out of capacity, but if the private sector has capacity, if we can broaden the number of people who have access, I just think we should do it sooner rather than later. And that actually brings me to my second point, and that is that I appreciate that Supervisor Simidian was raising the issue about vaccines. And one thing that I do believe on the testing is that from talking to the providers, I was under the impression that they were withholding tests for some sort of emergency, and I'm nervous about that relative to the vaccines. And so again, when we reconvene in January, I'd be interested in what kind of expansion, if we haven't already worked that out with the hospitals for testing, but whether or not we would need some framework or some sort of an MOU with the hospitals relative to vaccine. And I say that because I think if the public feels that there's a scarcity of these vaccines, or if they believe they're being hoarded as they come into our community, I think that's just going to raise the level of tension and stress in a way that's completely unnecessary. So I know you all are thinking about that. I just want to make sure there's a response to that again when we reconvene, and that you've already spoken to the hospitals about that by the time the board reconvenes as a whole.
Yep, we hear you. We'll keep a close eye and get back to you with more information in January.
Thank you. And then on contact tracing, one thing that I'm really interested in understanding is whether or not we need to restructure our approach on contact tracing to expand the amount of investigation and potentially restructure contact tracing to function much more as a service navigator. And part of the reason I'm interested in that is I do feel that given where we are in the pandemic, that being able to answer the questions that are being raised by the public and by folks like Supervisor Ellenberg may be of significant assistance to us as we charge into the last the next 6 months or next 6 months phase. And so I know you're giving some consideration to how to use that. I just want to put a plug in for us reconsidering the use of those assets if the times have changed so dramatically that we must.
Yeah, know that we are continuing to iterate and adapt our operations to the need. And at the moment, our case investigators do spend quite a bit of time doing activity that is a bit more like case management for the individual cases. And that has been enormously helpful. We're also need to understand the different types of roles and skill sets that everyone have, and remember that most of our CICT team is remote. So we will continue to iterate and deploy our resources in the best way that we know how, and keep you informed through the board meetings.
Thank you, and I appreciate the point you raised about the remote work and the skill sets. I guess what I'm suggesting is that if they're already acting in a particular way, and that is navigation, and we do have an urgency to make sure that people have access to the isolation resources and other resources, whether or not we ought to just make the shift instead of something that feels like it's kind of one foot in each camp, and take the folks that are particularly skilled at the interviews and expand the interview portion so that we can expand that knowledge. I know you're considering that, but I just want you to know, based on the reports that you've given us, that's just somewhere that I've been leaning as we've been thinking about this over the last few weeks. Thank you for that. And then on outreach, I just am really excited to see the information about the Asian community, and I'm particularly interested, again, this is something that could come to us in the near future, but how, if at all, we have to reshape our outreach program to address the Filipino and Vietnamese communities, because looking at the trends, the concern I have is that we know the direction we're going in, and whether or not work that we're doing with our outreach teams can be readjusted to address those communities more specifically. I know we've done a lot in that area already, just to better understand how the data can help us think about it. And then for the programs, the outreach programs, Chibet, the Promotores, the Doors, all of that, I am really interested in making sure that our outreach workers who are not doing testing, or even if they are doing testing, have access to the iPads that we used for the census. I'd like people, if we're not testing them on the doors, I'd like us to be signing people up for tests in real time. And I'm very interested in that, and also expanding the number of people we have on doors. I think right now we're in the 60 range. I'd like us to be closer to the 120 range, especially in those hard hit census tracts. And by the way, in East San Jose, in Gilroy, but if we have hard hit census tracts in other parts of the county, I want to make sure we're engaging in those communities as well. For those, I'm happy to get a response off agenda, but I'd like that to happen before the board meeting, with an understanding of how much money we're going to be investing. And I do want to say, and I've said this to the nonprofits directly, that for me this has to be very quantifiable given where we are in this fight. And then my last point to my colleagues is I would like us to get a confidential memo regarding security for the vaccines. I don't think that's something we need publicly, but I am interested in understanding how we're managing that. Dr. Cody or anyone, any comments to any of the issues that I've raised?
We've taken it all in.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Cody. I appreciate that. I'm going to go back to my colleagues to see if there are any other comments. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I don't have any additional questions, but I know that I expressed my deep appreciation for our healthcare workers, but I wanted to just put a finer point on that right now. Recently, my office has heard concerns in particular from a number of our nurses who are, of course, stretched unbelievably thin, and just want to say on the record, my team has had some conversation already with John Mills, but I want us to be working collaboratively with our labor organizations on solutions, particularly around access to leave, staffing ratios, and certainly staff well-being as we push through this surge together. We need our nurses, and we need them to be healthy and well supported and able to take care of our community members who need that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I want to just again thank the staff, and thanks for all the time and the attention and all the work that you're doing. And Dr. Spencer, Scheib, and Kamal in particular, I just wanted to acknowledge the reports that we got and the direction you're taking us in. So thank you very much for all of that. So we don't have action on that item. So what we will do is, it's 2:46, and I said we would do a time certain at 3 for the resolution. I'm on item number 11. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take public comment on this item, and then I'll come back to the board for next steps.
Our next speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Mike Rogers, are you there?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. A couple of comments. One is I've continued to look over a lot of the COVID data, and it's really clear, even when you normalize the number of testing, that we've had a surge going on with monotonic increase in the disease in the county since about the beginning of November. Looking through the data in more detail, it is very heterogeneous in that we have the same communities that were the peaks in the summer, namely Gilroy, East San Jose, parts of Central San Jose, but also if you look by zip codes, Gilroy, with getting hit by the surge as much with test positive rates as much as 10 times as higher as some parts of the Northwest Valley, where it is somewhat lower, rather lower, even though those test positive rates and cases are increasing across the valley. I'd like to go back to the discussions on contact tracing and ask at a high level. We're tracking how many people we contact out of the percentage that are tested positive, but what statistics or metrics do we have to show any progress in terms of interrupting the transmission of the disease? And I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm asking that. And the secondary question is, I like the discussions about trying to do something different, at least with a subset. And I'm also concerned about that team, which has been in place and doing this since June, getting overwhelmed by the numbers of cases. One additional topic I'd like to bring up, which is the concept and the number. When somebody gets a PCR test, they test positive, there's actually a quantitative result, which is called the cycle threshold. And people with positive results on lower cycle thresholds actually have higher viral loads personally, and they're much more likely to be super spreaders and the nexus of infecting several people. So one thought is co-joining that and forcing the testing sites to actually report that data. They already have it when they perform a test because they know how many cycles it took to get the positive result.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is we have about 10 minutes before our time certain, and I'm just looking through the agenda and curious if any of my colleagues have an item that is queuing up that is relatively brief. And what I would say is I have one, and that is the item 26, and that's the report on the placement of high needs women that I can take if my colleagues are comfortable with that. Everything else will have public speakers or some discussion. Any concern about me taking up item 26 at this time? No? Okay. So item 26 is a report back on an item that I brought before the board some time ago to look at how to address women who are high needs leaving county jail. And the goal here was to make sure that we had the appropriate and sustainable placements for high need women when they were leaving county jail. And instead of having the staff make a brief presentation, I want to thank them for their work. We don't have any public comments on this, but I wanted to thank them for their work. I wanted to say that the discussions my staff was able to have with the staff off agenda was really very helpful. And essentially what I would like to recommend is that we get a progress report at the August 2021 reentry committee meeting with the data and assessment of the effectiveness of the workflow and services for the women served. And then I would just request that we do a little more reflection in the staff report, because I think my colleagues would be really excited to see the work being done here. So I would move approval of that with the report out on August 2021 with a little more detail on the work we're doing with this subset of high need women who've been coming in and out of custody.
Second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I don't have any public speakers on this item. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd like to thank Martha and Dr. Day and just say how excited I am about the direction, and ask for a roll call vote to receive the report, request a beefed up report for the reentry committee, and then hear it in August of 2021.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And please, Martha, share my thanks with the team. This is a great direction we're going in. I wanted to see if there is another item that any of my colleagues wanted to pull off that has that sort of speed. Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm wondering about item 31, the surveillance camera rebate program.
Sorry, I should maybe do it with my mic on. Yeah, I'm happy to dispose of that really quickly. I just want to thank staff for the report, and I would like to make a motion to approve the creation of a registry-only program and then propose a 12-month review after that registry launch to revisit whether it makes sense to offer a rebate at that time.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second on that. Any discussion on the motion? We have no public speakers. I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't know if, again, I'm just looking at what's still coming on the agenda that doesn't have a lot of, that maybe just needs a little bit of direction. You know,
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There were a couple items I put on consent that were pulled off that are to receive report only. That was 23 and 24.
Yeah, they're a little complicated. That's why I didn't add them, because I took them back off.
Okay. Perhaps you could use a minute or two right now just to kind of confirm what we have left that isn't held, put on consent, pulled off consent, or combined with another one.
So item 8, so what we still have to go is item 18, items 20, 23, 24, and 25, which will be heard as a group, item 28, and then item 22 that will be heard together, and then item 30 and item 52 that will be heard together, then item 32 and 33.
I think you missed item 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Item 11 and 12. I apologize. 11, 12, and then everything I just said. Do you want me to do it again, Mike?
No, I think I followed you. I'm trying to circle them. Normally, I'm the one doing that just to help you, but you did it to help me.
No problem. And yeah, so 11, 12, 18, 28, I'm sorry, yeah, 28 and 22 together, 23, 24, and 25 together. I'm sorry, item 27, and then 32 and 33. Yeah, actually, it's a little confusing. Let me actually, I'm going to do it even slower, and I'm going to do it for everybody. Okay.
And could I ask that you go in numerical order?
Yeah, I will do that. So it's item 11 and 12, then item 18. This is only in numerical order, not timing order. Then item 22 will be heard after item 28. Item 27,
I'm sorry, so 23, 24, and 25 before 27?
yes, will be heard concurrently.
Got it.
Then item 27. Then item 30 to be followed by item 52. Then item 32, 33, and 36.
Thank you.
You bet.
Madam
All right.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Other sir, Simidian.
thank you, ma'am. Item 14.
Oh, shoot. I crossed it out on accident, Joe. You're right. Item 14 is after item 12. I made a mistake on my document. So, yeah, so why don't we do this? We'll hold up, oh my gosh, and then the staff just let me know another item. Item 77 was also pulled from consent. Item 77, and you know what? The staff removed item 77 from consent as well. So that'll be the last item heard. Does that make sense to everybody? Clear as mud? We're good? No?
Sounds good.
All right. And if it's helpful, I can have my staff send out what's left to all of you. In fact, for my staff, if you could email each of the supervisor's office the remaining items with an updated just list would be great, just so everybody has it. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on. We have a few minutes before we hit item 18, but just to cue folks up, that's what we're going to do right now. This is to be introduced by Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Wasserman. We'll give folks a moment, so let's just take a couple minutes. We'll let people join us, and we'll move on with our agenda.
Supervisor Chavez, forgive me, as we were moving numbers around, was item 36 the fire services issue included in that list?
Yes, and we'll just, let me just make sure we send this out because all of you can see it.
Thank you again.
Yep, we'll get that out to everybody in about a minute. Thank you. I'm going to call just our meeting back to order. We didn't actually break, so we won't do roll call, but I am going to turn to Supervisors Simitian and Wasserman to introduce item 18.
Thank you, Madam President, members. I think what I would like to do here is simply move the recommended action, which is to approve the resolution opposing the base scenario. If Mr. Wasserman, as my co-author on this, is prepared to provide the second, I can then speak to the measure briefly.
Thank you. And if we could do Supervisor Simitian, once you speak to the item, I'll then go to public comment and then come back to the board for questions and discussion. And Supervisor Wasserman has held up a big second. So you got your second.
There you go. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. Colleagues, in the last 5 weeks, I have to say there's been a lot of activity around what was called a base scenario, a funding scenario that the staff at Valley Transportation Authority, VTA, had posted. And this, as I understand it, the base scenario was initially rolled out for VTA's TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, on the 10th of November, so 5 weeks ago. And then things developed quickly following expressions of concern at the professional level by the staff members participating. There was further discussion of the base scenario at the November 12th PAC, the Policy Advisory Committee, with elected officials from the 15 cities and towns, plus Supervisor Wasserman, forgive me, representing our county. And at the meeting on the 12th, I saw something I don't think I'd ever seen before, which is that there was a motion and a second and a 10-0 vote not to accept the report. Ordinarily, we typically simply receive a report, whatever we think about the contents. And the folks who were there, who can speak for themselves, were so disconcerted by the premise of the base scenario that they simply declined to receive it and express their concern in that way, notwithstanding the fact that there was pushback from VTA staff suggesting that somehow they couldn't or shouldn't register their point of view in that way, which I must say I also found a little bit disconcerting. Following all of that, my office and I took it on ourselves to try and get an assessment of what people's thinking was. So on the 23rd of November, we held an informal meeting for both elected officials and staff from all 15 cities in the county. The folks at VTA asked if they could participate. We said sure. We ended up on very short notice with about 50 people for an hour-long discussion, at which point I must say probably every one of the 15 cities that participated expressed concern in some form or fashion about the base scenario. We have, in the interim, now with this item on the agenda, received letters of concern or opposition to the base scenario or support for the resolution on today's agenda. Some of the letters take different forms, but I should just tell you I've got, and we all should have received these, but I know they've been coming in quick and hard perhaps to keep track of, but letters from the city of Morgan Hill, the town of Los Gatos, the city of Mountain View, the city of Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, city of Cupertino, city of Saratoga, which I think is a mayor's letter, city of Sunnyvale, city of Santa Clara, and just within the last day or two as well, a December 10th letter from the Cities Association of Santa Clara County, which of course represents all 15 cities and towns, signed by both the outgoing president of the association, Mayor Klein from Sunnyvale, and the incoming president of the association, Mariko Sayok, the mayor of Los Gatos, and all expressing concern about this base scenario. So that finally brings me to the point, Madam Chair, which is what is it that could generate that level of concern from that wide a range of communities that quickly? And quite simply, it is that the base scenario that has been surfaced by the VTA staff calls for essentially front-loading all of the BART funding over the course of the next 10 years for further BART extension to the exclusion, and I mean absolute exclusion, of 6 of the 9 program areas that are were contained in the measure and that are contained in the scenario. I'm going to ask staff to see if they can pop the chart up on the screen so that folks can see the chart, because there is a gaping hole.
Supervisor, we have two documents here. Which one would you like us to display?
The base scenario document, which has a lot of numbers. There we go. And if we can pump up the size a little bit, that would be helpful as well.
Yes, one moment, please.
Thank you. And colleagues, what you'll see if you lean in is that local streets and roads have no allocation. Caltrain grade separations has no allocation. Caltrain grade capacity has no allocation. Highway 85 corridor has no allocation. County expressways has no allocation. And highway interchanges has no allocation. And yet we see in the center of the chart, if I could ask the staff to sort of circle that area, that we have a number of years in a row with something like $2 billion in total for BART to San Jose further extension, apparently at the expense of these other projects. Because if you look down at the bottom row, what you'll see is that while that is the total for the year, the very small amount immediately above in purple is what is, quote, left after what apparently staff thought was the predetermined notion that BART got funded and everything else was a question mark. This is certainly incompatible with commitments that were made in 2016, both before our board and to the broader community, and in the ballot arguments, which I have before me. The commitment that was made at the time in order to secure support, and Supervisor Chavez, you will recall, I sort of pressed this issue at the time, was that we would see 2 things if we were going to support the measure for a half-cent sales tax, and that is a 25% cap on proceeds for BART to San Jose and meaningful congestion relief, and that was a phrase that I used repeatedly, meaningful congestion relief throughout the entire county. And this chart, of course, suggests that the funding levels would be anything but that. If you look at the years that begin in 2024, the amount of money allocated to BART to the San Jose continuance is 78%, 92%, 85%, 80%, 82%, and so on and so forth. And that follows 20 years of funding from the measure back in the year 2000 and the measure in 2008, where the most recent calculation indicates nearly 80% of the money has already gone to BART to San Jose. So, folks worked very hard around the county to get to yes back in 2016. All they asked was that there be some cap on the BART funding. It's not apparent that cap is being respected here, because we have no way of knowing what the total amount of funding is over the long period of the tax. But very clearly, when you're talking about taking 92%, 85%, 80%, 82% of the funding at the expense of all these other projects, it's clearly not in keeping with the expectations the public had or many of our elected officials had when they supported this. I should underscore BART, I keep saying BART when I meant VTA. VTA has, in the intervening weeks, tried to make the case that this is for discussion purposes. It's to start a conversation. I have 2 observations about that. The first is, I think it has sparked a conversation, so that's what today is about. This is an opportunity for us to say, yes, we want to get to yes, but before we can get to yes, we have to say no to the initial proposal and be very clear about the fact that what has surfaced as a base scenario is unacceptable. The second thing I would say is that somebody at VTA made the judgment that the base scenario should work on the assumption that there was no higher priority for VTA for the next decade than further expenditures on BART to San Jose, notwithstanding the fact that BART to San Jose has swallowed up the predominant chunk of money over the last 20 years. I'm not aware that that's a determination that was made by either the voters or the VTA board. I think the fact that VTA staff thought that that was an operating assumption that should, quote, inform the discussion is a source that's disconcerting. So, as I say, when you have literally in a matter of weeks, a 10-0 vote from the Policy Advisory Committee and letters already from 9 of the 15 cities in the town, and an editorial in the Mercury News that was, I thought, surprisingly strong. It characterized this move as a stunning display of bad faith, a misguided plan that puts all other projects on the back burner, doesn't come close to meeting the spirit of the measure or the promises from backers, and calls this a Measure B bait and switch, which is deplorable. That's harsh language. It's certainly tougher than I have used or would use, but I think it indicates the depth of concern. So I'm hopeful that we can get to yes on a plan that does provide meaningful congestion relief throughout the entire county. But this is a bad way to start. And I think if we just take a simple step today and indicate that the base scenario is not something we support, that will hopefully lead to a more productive discussion going forward. And I'll stop there.
Supervisor Wasserman, and then we'll have to go to the public speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The vote actually would have been 11-0. I do represent our board on the PAC, and I spoke during the meeting, was there for 99% of the meeting, had to leave in the last couple of minutes to be a keynote speaker elsewhere, but did voice for the record my approval and agreement of the motion. It was several years ago when the cities that I represent were opposed to the funding, the additional sales tax, the Measure B, until negotiations took place and a supervisors committee said it was agreed upon 8 or 9 different actions that would provide meaningful relief elsewhere, and he listed those on the slide, the PowerPoint presentation that took place. I too have never experienced what I experienced that day, which was twofold. One, unanimous of the entire PAC. They wanted to vote against it, but they were advised by council or administration at the time that they did not have the choice to vote against it. It was simply to receive the report. So they said, okay, then we don't want to receive the report. And they were effectively told, well, you can't take that action. And it was very frustrating because all 11 people are elected officials, and they had something before them that they all disagreed with and wanted to take a vote on that and send that forward to the actual VTA board. And it took a lot of discussion back and forth to actually allow the VTA PAC board to have a vote. And what you heard Supervisor Simitian explain was the result of that vote, and it was worded the way and so that it could actually be a vote. And in all of my years, 18 now, I'd never seen anything like that. So yes, there is much concern about where things stand now and what has taken place thus far. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you. And we're going to now go to our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board for discussion.
Our next speaker is Howard Miller. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey guys, down to my final 4 hours, but I'm going to make everyone count. First, Mike is right. He's the only person who served longer than I have on the PAC. It was a very awkward situation. And I have subsequently talked to multiple staff members at VTA, and they are very sympathetic of the corner that the PAC found themselves in. And we've discussed many options and strategies moving forward so that the PAC can express its opinion loudly and strongly and forcefully without running awry of some policy or rule that we were unaware of at the time. With respect to Measure B, I want to point out I worked on it when it was 2014. I worked on it when it became the real 2016 ballot measure. And this is the smorgasbord of ballot measures. To garner support throughout the Valley, it has something for everyone. Of all those things, the only thing on that list that polled every single time above the 66.667% needed was funding for local streets and roads, often phrased as potholes. And my city and many other small cities are very dependent on this funding from VTA as a source for maintaining our local streets and roads. And I think it was a major oversight on the part of VTA not to carefully consider that part of the entire proposal. Highway 85 matters in my city. Caltrain expansion matters in my brethren to the north. It is going to be a challenging situation to fund BART, but from Saratoga's perspective, it should not be funded on the backs of local streets and roads. Again, that's what our citizens expect more than anything, more uniformly than anything. So I'm hopeful that at the next phase, you guys can encourage VTA to at least refund that part of the proposal.
Bye, Howard.
Our next speaker is a phone number ending in 781. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Phone number 650, phone number ending in 781. They are not accepting the unmute. We'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Rod Sinks. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I appreciate your time this afternoon. You know, trust is a hard thing to earn, and it's been a real challenge. We trusted in Measure B in 2016 when we negotiated and put that thing together. I thought it was a good effort. I think everybody went in assuming that those things, you know, it's almost impossible to craft a bulletproof measure that ensures fairness. And we rely on electeds like you to ensure that. We saw in Measure A 2000 things that didn't seem fair to us. Again, 2008, but we passed it anyway. We saw RM3, where all the transit funding in that measure goes exclusively to projects in San Jose. And now it seems like whatever it is, there's always an excuse. And frankly, I don't think the public is going to buy it if, well, we just have to do this because of federal funding or whatever the reason that VTA staff comes up with. I hope that you will consider that we will need, those of us that support transit throughout the Valley and the region are going to need the goodwill of voters to pass future measures. And I think right now it's really been damaged and hurt by this proposal. And I hope that you will consider this and adopt this resolution today because frankly, right, we all operate because of goodwill of voters. And if we can't do it this time with VTA, I think the consequences for public trust will be rather permanently damaged. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, excuse me. I wonder if the telephone at 781 was Mr. McAllister, who I think was trying to get in earlier. If we could double check and see if that's a connection we can make.
I have tried to allow that phone number to unmute. They are not accepting that request, Supervisor. I'm trying again.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go.
1 moment, please,
Okay.
while we get the timer back up.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes to speak.
Well, thank you for doing expanded research to get a hold of me, but I appreciate it. Yes, this is John McAllister, council member of Mountain View. And in 2015, I was the mayor of Mountain View when Measure B was coming along. And there was concern around the region that for this to pass, it had to be a regional support. And so I got a coalition with Rod Sinks, and we started forming and seeing what kind of projects would be beneficial to everyone, because there was concern that BART, even though it was a very important project, was more San Jose central and didn't
didn't really benefit the region. And Joe and Carl Gardino, smart man as he is, realized for that Measure B to pass, we needed the North County and the West County cities to support it. So through multiple meetings, and the Supervisors Committee was involved there, they came to, as Rod Singh said, a smorgasbord of solutions or options to make it a fair and justifiable regional approach to transportation for all, knowing that there was a large amount of money going to BART that these cities were supporting. So as the movement moved forward, the final Measure B came about with all those various categories, which were fair and equitable to the region. And that's what Measure B is a regional supportive measure. Right now, the way VTA is setting it up, I forgot to mention that I'm on the VTA board, that it is very BART central or centric and focused, and that's not the way it should be. Along with the roads and streets, the Highway 85, where the Supervisors Committee said congestion relief, we know that there is a problem on SR 85 that has been there for years, and the traffic is tremendous.
Thank you. Since we've heard from Supervisors Committee and Supervisor Wasserman, I just want to see if there are any comments or questions from my colleagues before I weigh in. So
could we hear from Supervisor, could we also hear from staff on this item? I see Mr. Freitas is with us for the call.
Sure, I'm going to go to the board first, if that's okay, and then go to Supervisor, unless you have a question for Harry, Joe? I'd like to
at whatever time you think is most appropriate, Madam Chair.
I just saw you asked for him to speak. Sorry about that. I didn't see it. Harry?
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Harry.
And Harry, you've got to speak up quite a lot.
I'm really sorry about that. How's that?
A little better.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Harry Freitas, Director of Roads and Airports. I would just say that I've been following this item since it was proposed by the VTA, and I'm familiar with the details, so I'm available for any questions that you might have, at least from the staff level of what's been communicated to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will go back to my colleagues. Supervisor Wasserman, may I come back to you after I see if Supervisor Ellenberg or Supervisor Lee, do you have any questions before I go? And then I'll come back to you, Mike.
I don't have questions. I'm interested in hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Thanks. So Supervisor Simidian, you asked the staff to put up a chart. I was wondering if they could replace the chart up on the screen, please.
One moment, Madam President.
Thank you. So, and Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Wasserman, is this the chart you're referring to in your resolution?
I'm staring at it.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Thanks. So first of all, I wanted to, for my colleagues, I wanted to give my own perspective on the background, and then I wanted to walk through the resolution. And when so let me just start with kind of some big picture thoughts, and then to be more specific. So first of all, I should just say that when this document was shared with the TAC, it was not a document that was ever shared with the board. And as a matter of fact, it had gone out to a community committee, I mean, to the committees before it had been brought to any board committee. So, so I had a chance to see this particular document. I believe it's the same document in committee. We then, as a subcommittee, and this is the Admin and Finance Committee, which Mayor Blakely sits on. So she had a chance to explain what happened at the TAC in terms of the not supporting it. And at that time, our committee made some changes to the document. The document was brought in a presentation form to the full board only to explain the process and to update the board on the money that had been expended and what was actually being recommended by staff. And I'm mostly pointing that out because I wanted to be clear that the board has not considered this, has not taken action on it, with the exception of getting an update. And my suspicion is they got an update because I got an earful from the TAC committee. So with that, to create Measure B, just as a reflection, with the active participation from many, the VTA was directed to meet with public, city, county staff, communities, and business leaders. And this was important because at the time, there was a lot of discussion about the tax, but not in a public forum. So when Mayor Miller was talking about what was happening in 2014, it's true, there were lots of conversations, but none of them had happened yet at the board. Under then VTA Chair's leadership, Ash Kalra, there was a community process put together. And what the process identified were the most significant and impactful projects that could be, could engage the hearts and minds of the entire county. Now, what VTA is embarking on is the process to guide the decisions about the timely delivering and the cost-effective delivering of projects. And this process is intended to be informed by the Technical Advisory Committee, which is the committee that Harry Freitas sits on for us. I appreciate that there's been really significant confusion over the process, but one thing is clear is I think most of us want to make sure that all of the projects are delivered and done in a really cost-effective manner. Because of that, there are many items that VTA considers. Project readiness is one, project funding plans is another, overall cash flow. And all of this has to be considered both per project and in a holistic manner so that we stay within the purview of what the voters have given us to spend, and also so that we are better able to leverage outside resources. I know that there is some consternation and surprise that the BART extension should be considered early. And I just wanted to say that that the VTA board really should not be surprised by this, in part because we've been working for over 20 years on the preparation, including engineering, environmental clearances, construction, and yes, multiple ballot measures. And it's important to note that what the community saw, this document, was really a proposal. And you know, the VTA is saying it's not a proposal. The fact of the matter is they presented it publicly. We have to own that and get people's feedback based on that that proposal. But what's happening is that this is the beginning of a process to define how best to deliver the Measure B products. So I'm really supportive of providing affirmation to VTA's commitment to deliver all of the projects. There are some concerns I have about the resolution, which I want to outline next. So I want to go through the resolution and just explain to my colleagues a little bit of my my concerns. And also to just make sure we're not, I would have a hard time supporting it just because I want to make sure I'm not voting on something that I'm not sure is accurate. And so anyway, let me review that. So one is that I think that the first whereas and the second whereas make a lot of sense. The third one starts, BART Phase 2 is just one of 9 programs authorized in the Measure B and has limited to a maximum of 25% of the total Measure B revenues. So BART Phase 2 is capped at 25% of the total program tax revenues over the life of the measure. And I'm using that language specifically because that is language that I believe is in the was in the ballot measure. And so anyway, so that's just a language issue that I want to make sure we're being consistent on. And then, you know, on the Measure B, on the second whereas, where it says that the administration began presenting to VTA Board of Directors advisory committees a proposed outlook. that contains built-in assumptions that are unacceptable to the County of Santa Clara, VTA brought VTA's advisory committee's information on Measure B program status and project outlook for discussion. Again, I don't think that's a huge distinction. I just wanted to say that's where the staff believes that they are and where the board was informed about. But the next one that says there's a built-in assumption that BART Phase 2 project is the highest priority for the next 10 years, providing it with first call on Measure B revenues, and the minimal bonding will be used to fund BART Phase 2, which results in little to no Measure B funding being available for the majority of the other Measure B programs other Measure B programs during the 10-year period. The VTA board has on multiple occasions established that the BART extension project and the East Ridge BART regional rail connector project are the highest capital expansion priorities. And so VTA has incorporated this direction into the materials for the initial discussion with committees and the VTA board. And I just want to affirm that that is in fact actions that the board has taken. So anyway, so I just wanted to say that is in fact the board has taken those actions in the past. And under the next whereas, let me see, this particular slide that we're looking at right now, I think this is accurate. And part of the reason I apologize that I was asking about which one you were using, Supervisors Committee, and is that there was an updated one that came to our board. But since this is what you're using for the resolution, I'll keep my eyes on this one. The table shows that there's almost 949 million available in the categories over the 10-year period. That's the available to distribute, I think, is that hot pink line. So this says that there's zero Measure B funding for local streets and roads, Caltrain corridor capacities. I think that's actually not accurate. That money would need to be dispersed out of that pink line. So I thought that might be something we wanted to clear up. And then this idea that it's inconsistent with the voters, to date, the VTA board, just because I think this is really important factually, has provided over 750 million in Measure B funding throughout all 9 program categories. So, all the cities and counties have had access to 170 million in road repairs. We've had 1 highway interchange that's been complete. 3 more highway projects are pending at Santa Teresa and Hill extensions in Morgan Hill, and the county, I believe, has had some money for our expressways, but I want to ask Harry to confirm that. And then obviously we've already been working on bicycle and pedestrian investments. So I don't think that one is entirely accurate. So, and again, the second whereas has the same kind of challenge, which is there is almost $1 billion that's going to be available. And then the last one, a number of these I actually agree with in terms of, how to proceed, but I could go on about the visioning process is really important, but let me just go to the next one that I thought was more important. This is the whereas that starts with front loading BART Phase 2 as proposed in 2000 Measure B 10-year outlook-based scenario programs received nearly $2 billion in tax revenues, presumably an inflation-adjusted year for expenditure dollars, without providing similar inflation-adjusted funding for other programs, and notwithstanding the fact of anticipated tax revenues are down, thereby reducing the overall 25% share. The VTA staff in the VTA committee meetings that BART Phase 2 cost numbers are indeed expressed in the year of expenditure dollars. And as for funding other programs, with the exception of Bike Ped, they have yet to be discussed in any forum. So there's no presumption that we would treat them differently. I guess I just don't want to assume that we're treating all of these items differently. The last few I completely agree with, that that it's an imperative that we work together, and that we should consider a range of options, of course, and therefore be it resolved, I completely agree with. And if the base scenario of this one, if what you're trying to do is reject this, that's fine, but other parts of this are just not reflective of the actions taken by or inactions taken by the VTA board. So I'm sharing that with my colleagues, and I know that's a lot of information, but because of the Brown Act, I wasn't able to communicate more deeply with with either Supervisor Simitian or Wasserman, and wanted to give them feedback on the actual resolution. Supervisor Wasserman.
There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify an earlier statement I made when I spoke about attending the PAC meeting, and that council said that voting no wasn't in our purview. Just wanted to clarify that was not our Santa Clara County Council. It was the individual there on behalf of VTA. I don't recall whether or not it was their council or administration, but I just wanted to get that right for the record. Also, Supervisor Chavez, in what you just mentioned now, I was looking at the chart. I see the dollars in the purple row. I see the dollars unallocated anywhere. And I see the unallocated columns for those 6, 7, 8 projects show no dollars allocated for the next 12 years. I do show dollars allocated in the horizontal column representing the BART project. And I know when this first came up, and like I said, the cities in my district were all opposed to it, exactly what was said previously. They all met with VTA and VTA advocates and negotiated help, relief, be it potholes, be it expressways, that the dollars that they would be endorsing, supporting, would be spent that way. And so the elected officials, including myself, spoke where we spoke, into groups that we did from cities and myself, saying, hey, this will help. This will help with the sound walls. This will help with the potholes. This will help with the barriers. This will help with all the number of the noisy pavement, all these different things. This will help your city. This will help your city. This will help your city. And that's why all the cities and electeds joined in supporting it. And now they're looking at a chart that shows no money on the lines for what they were told would be happening for 12 years. They were never told this money wouldn't be coming for 12 years. And they were told that 75% of the money, the tax dollars that they were endorsing, would be going for those things. And that's why I'm in support of this resolution, and was pleased to join with Supervisor Simitian. I think there's a problem. I know there's a problem here.
Yeah, and Supervisor Wasserman, what I was referring to was really the chart itself and the resources available. Let me just say this. I don't want to defend what was, I think, very confusing. And when I saw the chart, what I was concerned about is, I'm the chair of VTA. I didn't know this was being presented. I'll come to you next, Supervisor Simitian. And I'm responding because Supervisor Wasserman directed a comment toward me, so I'll come back to you in just a moment. But as a chair of the board, I didn't see the base scenario that was being presented. I didn't know it was going out. And as a matter of fact, I thought the outreach process was going to begin with the board and then go out to the different organizations. So I understand the confusion and the consternation that you raised.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments, and then well, more than a couple, frankly. I think part of what is so frustrating about this, for me personally, is I've supported BART to San Jose for the last 20 years. So I don't want anyone to think I haven't supported the project. I was on the Board of Supervisors in the year 2000 when we scrambled to get to yes on a tax measure then. I supported it. Frankly, it has not delivered the projects that were promised then, which makes me particularly anxious about the here we go again potential of this item. But I supported the BART to San Jose measure and support it still, and supported it as being part of our 2016 measure that VTA put on the ballot. But those of you who were colleagues at the time will recall, we sat in the board chambers, and I specifically said when we had representatives from the leadership group, there were only two things that I needed to ask for to be continuing my support for transportation funding. One was a 25% cap on BART to Santa Clara County, and the other was meaningful congestion relief throughout the entire county. And those commitments were made, and they were embedded in the ballot measure. So I don't want to see this turn into an either or. I want to find a way to get to yes on all 9 of the program commitments. But Supervisor Chavez, and this is where I simply have to say, I think your comments are simply wide of the mark, all due respect, on the whereas clauses. The first thing I would point out is that for a great many years that I've been back on the board, I've occasionally had to simply say I don't agree with all the whereas clauses, but I'm happy to vote for the therefore be it resolved, because we got lots of resolutions on lots of topics that were frankly not as directly germane to the business of the county as this one is. And so that was how I chose to deal with it. Each member will make their own judgment, of course, but let me just highlight a couple of the issues that you raised, which is I'm looking at the third whereas clause, which says whereas BART Phase 2 is just one of the 9 programs authorized in the measure and is limited to a maximum of 25% of the total Measure B revenues. And that's what the ballot measure, which I have in my hand, says. It says BART Phase 2, estimated at $1.5 billion of program tax revenues in 2017 dollars, capped at a maximum of 25% of program tax revenues. So the whereas clause is accurate. Similarly, the ones thereafter that say that contain built-in assumptions that are unacceptable, and the one thereafter that says the same thing. There's no question about the fact that the chart before us, and I appreciate the fact that the clerk has posted it up again, contains built-in assumptions, which is that $2 billion will be spent on BART. It's right there on the line, and I'm looking right in the middle of the chart, and that it has first call on these dollars to the exclusion of other programs. And as I mentioned earlier, suggesting that there is, quote, money for other projects when there is nothing but goose eggs on 6 of the 9 lines, and when for a number of years, BART to San Jose is taking 92%, followed by 85%, followed by 80%, followed by 82%. I think those are pretty clearly built-in assumptions that our board should reject. So I think the whereas clauses are fine as is. I think they are entirely accurate. And I think you don't have to really delve too deeply to look at the chart and see that someone has made the judgment that there will be precious little funding for any of these other projects, and that the first obligation or first call will be for BART to San Jose. I don't think that's consistent with the representations that were made in our board chambers, and I don't think it's consistent with the representation that was made to board and council members throughout the county, and that's what we're asking our board today to say no to. Now, I asked my office, working with Mr. Freitas, to come up with a list of Measure B projects that are not funded here because the funds are identified as being for BART to San Jose. So I'm looking at District 3. Welcome to the board again, Mr. Lee. Local streets and roads funding for District 3, not there. Caltrain grade separations, not there. Caltrain corridor capacity improvements, not there. Highway 237 and US 101, Matilda Avenue area improvements, not there. Same with Highway 237 corridor improvements in the cities of San Jose, Santa Clara, and Milpitas to address congestion and regional connectivity issues, not there. Trumbull Road, De La Cruz, Zanker Road, not there. On and on and on. Lawrence Expressway, not there. Montague Expressway, not there. Same's true for District 4. Again, local streets and roads funds, not there. Lawrence Expressway grade separation, not there. Highway 237 corridor improvements, San Jose, Santa Clara, and Milpitas to address congestion and regional connectivity, not there. Same is true actually for a number of projects in District 2, Supervisor Chavez. Local streets and roads funding, not there. 101 and Old Oakland Road improvements, not there. Highway 87 corridor technology improvements, not there. Capital Expressway widening and interchange modifications, not there. This is not confusing. This is all too clear, unfortunately. And I would have to differ with your observation that there was confusion about the process. I don't think anybody's confused. I think the fact of the matter is people are very clear that this was an attempt to essentially zero out, or damn near, 6 of the 9 categories for the next 10 years in order to fully front load the BART program. And that's before we get to the question of whether or not 25% is in fact consistent with these numbers, given the fact that the tax revenue estimate has gone down, in my understanding. It's a little hard to know. We've only recently got the UCLA report, which initially the VTA folks were not inclined to share with the public or with our staff. I'm going to go to Mr. Freitas now and ask Mr. Freitas, what's the impact on our expressways if these numbers stay at 0?
Thank you.
Joe, you might need to go on mute while Harry's talking because he's echoing off your screen for some reason. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay, great. And yeah, well, yeah, so I wanted to just lay out a few facts for the board so that they understand what the Expressway program and the local streets and roads programs are. Certainly, we do have a role on the technical advisory committee, and that's how this was rolled out to us. And the county facilities, county infrastructure benefit from 2 categories: local streets and roads, and the Expressway program. So the first year, the local streets and roads program had a bonus because we had two years of a lawsuit. So we received a little bit more money in the first year, but in the subsequent years since then, we've received approximately $5.6 million per year in local streets and roads paving. We have been using that money almost exclusively for arterial or expressway paving. So we've paved quite a few roads already. I can go through a list of them if necessary. Certainly, this has turned the corner for our county in terms of augmenting the SB1 gas tax and really taking Santa Clara County cities into what I'd call a fully funded road maintenance scenario, whereby most cities in California has really fallen very far behind the U.S. and the rest of the world in terms, in terms of pavement maintenance. We have almost achieved what I'd consider to be full funding, and over the 30-year life of this program, we would be able to bring our pavement maintenance indexes up to our standards that we are trying to achieve, which is 70. So right now, the proposal, shows about 38 to 47 million, if you see in the pink line there, of what they are calling discretionary funding or availability to distribute. In a typical year, in the last 4 years, the VTA has put $40 million into local streets and roads in the county. So if that pink line represents available money, if local streets and roads were funded at the rate that it has been funded, the other programs would be zero, approximately zero. Then the other category that I wanted to bring up was the Expressway program. The Expressway element of the overall program is $750 million. The allocation of the Expressway by a percentage in the overall Measure B program is about 11.9%, meaning about 12% of the money that's generated every year should go to the Expressway program. So far, the VTA has executed a $50 million funding agreement with the city of Morgan Hill and with the county. And so we're actually achieved funding at about 6%. So we're only really getting about 50% of the funding based on revenues collected so far in the Expressway program. So we were hoping, obviously, to accelerate that because some of the future elements of the Expressway program are very expensive. And we were certainly looking at ways to borrow or finance those and avoid a pay-as-you-go scenario. So those are the two elements that primarily affect the county. So I would just give you some of the background information on that. Sorry for being so detailed.
No, thank you, Mr. Freitas. And if I could just follow up, Mr. Freitas, my recollection is that I think there was a piece in the Mercury News, online at least, that said that even putting aside COVID, that the ultimate expectation was that ridership would be something like under 20,000 combined trips daily for these two stations that have been built so far at a cost of $2 billion. Does that sound right to you, Supervisor?
You haven't followed the BART program well enough to reflect on that.
Well, I mention it just because, as a point of contrast, I know you know our county expressway numbers. My recollection is that pre-COVID, we were looking at something like 1.6 million trips a day on county expressways. Yes, and
yes, that's correct. Yeah,
and that more than half of our county population, more than 1 million people, say in fact that they use our expressways every day or almost every day. Am I remembering that correctly from my time on the Policy Advisory Board with Mr. Wasserman?
Yeah, that's correct. We did a lot of work surveying the public on its travel usage of the expressway, and we did validate that number using public polling.
Yeah, I'll let it go at that, Madam Chair. And look, you can tell my frustration. It's
I can notice it at all, Joe.
But as I say, I think we can get to yes, but we're only going to be able to get to yes if people acknowledge that this is a non-starter. And so I'm asking my colleagues today to indicate that this is a non-starter and send a clear message to the VTA board, which is undergoing some significant change, that significant changes are necessary if we're going to find an equitable solution that avoids both the loss of public trust and even the potential for litigation. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
So, so before I go to see if any other colleagues want to weigh in, I wanted to just respond to a couple of points that you made, Supervisor Simitian. I think the first one, and just this is really for my colleagues because I don't want to be unclear or taken out of context. When I talked about the process being somewhat confused, I wasn't simply talking about the information that was presented. I was really talking about the VTA board being informed that the process was beginning, how the process was going to be laid out, and what was going to be presented in the outreach. So that's really what I meant by being confusing. I think Supervisor Simitian, I think you took that for me to be like they didn't mean to share what they shared. They did. I'm just telling you that wasn't something that the board knew, and I want to be clear about that because a couple of the news articles have reflected that. The second point I wanted to make is that part of the reason that I raised the money that had already been spent is I didn't want to give the public the impression that Measure B funds weren't being distributed around the county already. That is already a process that is underway. I do want to also just comment that, the point in terms of the resources and the timing as to which we would be receiving money, I think those are points well taken, especially as it relates to the expressways. They're very important and they do carry a lot of people. I think that the fact though, and to your point, Supervisor Simitian, that the board of VTA has voted on multiple occasions to prioritize projects is true. I think the point you're raising also that's really right is there will be big changes in the board next year, in part because of turnover, and always an opportunity to continue to have those discussions again. And one other thing just for my colleagues is that one of the ways that VTA programs, and you heard me talk a little bit about the benchmarks that we use in terms of investments that we make, is that one of the tools that we use is an ongoing 10-year review of monies coming in, what's matched, what will be shovel ready, and how those investments get made. And they're done every 2 years with a 10-year horizon. Because of the way that BART will be constructed, which is a big tunnel under the ground, there is some more need because of the size of the program for predictability around funding for the entirety of the project, which is something certainly that VTA is has to be able to consider now. The other thing I'll just say is that part of the reason I went through the details here is that, you know, Supervisor Smidian, I appreciate the point you've raised about how you made the point when we're voting on resolutions that you don't agree with every part of them, but there's a portion of it you can agree with. I think that's very fair. I think that for me, making sure that what we're codifying, especially with something that is a document that we may use at a later time, is why, I mean, at a later time, even to discuss what we're just discussing now relative to investments, is part of the reason that I wanted to make sure on the record I was clear with my colleagues about where I thought there was a disagreement that may in fact be factual. I do want to say that the further be it resolved, I couldn't agree with you more that we have to figure out how to spend this money, how to do it right and well, and how to address all of the issues that the voters wanted addressed. I thought was really important, and really the last three I completely agree with. I think the point I really just want to raise with my colleagues is that I too don't like the base scenario. It's a concern that I have relative to the staff presenting that. But I also don't want to give the impression that I thought there was no money going to other programs. And that was really the issue that I most wanted to raise. So I'm interested to see if there are any other questions or comments for me or for Supervisors Wasserman or Smidian from our other colleagues, Supervisor Ellenberg. And then if Supervisor Lee wants to weigh in, please feel free to do so.
Sure. I came into this conversation entirely open, ready to listen to all of you as well as to the speakers and make the very best decision that I can. I hear the risk to future regional measures if our 14 small cities feel that their voices are being ignored, and I certainly hear the near-term risk to numerous projects throughout the county. I also agree with the be it resolved statement, but I am concerned and not sure that I believe that this resolution is the ideal vehicle or that our board is the appropriate venue to litigate the substance or the assumptions of the whereas clauses or the underlying issues. It is very clear to me that the VTA board members need to work toward a compromise that allows this significant and perhaps even signature project to move forward without alienating our 14 cities and without deferring nearly every other project for 12 years. So I am not feeling inclined to vote yes on the resolution, but I clearly see that this is a conundrum and a really important issue for VTA to take on very seriously.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, I actually have a quick question here, Madam President. Just looking at the way the allocation is of 2024, 2025, 26 for the BART, the numbers are clearly not very even. It's very high on 25 and 26 specifically. Is this based on the construction schedule of BART when they think that most money will be spent in order for groundbreaking, and that's why those are allocated that high in those specific years?
Yes, but what I will say is that part of the reason the process is important for them to finish is those numbers actually need to be refined too, including the years that the money will be needed. And one reason for that is that we want to make sure that, you know, if we're borrowing money and all, you know, which debt service is really an issue that the BART board is, I mean, the VTA board has been concerned about, that those numbers really need to be refined even more than they are.
And I just want to, for public disclosure, Ms. Nuria Fernandez and her staff actually reached out and worked with me last week to explain to me what this chart was about. That was the first time I saw it, honestly. And explained that the chart somehow came out earlier than expected or was misunderstood by the way it was interpreted. and she was trying to explain to me how it did not intend to be allocating funds only for BART and nothing else. It was a short meeting. I think I've learned a bit, but again, I certainly don't share that. VTA is my strength in this area, and I would say that the concerns of the cities are absolutely very real. I think it's like the first time I've ever seen that many cities coming together opposing the funding of one item, and seems like having over 80-90% of the funding being moved away. So I certainly see the need of making that point clear to the VTA. And I think you're right. I think there's some issues regarding budgeting and financing and borrowing the money, because I certainly don't see that only funding one aspect. Maybe you have to borrow more money from the tail end of the Measure B in order to fund the other cities as well. So I certainly am not in the comfortable moment to say I truly understand the rationale behind all this, but I do agree with the rationale that certainly the city's needs have to be looked at, and not just BART itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have 2 3/4 votes. That's my count. I'm not quite sure where that rounds up or down. So what I'm going to suggest with the seconder's consent is that we use only the first and last whereas clauses in the proposed resolution, which says, whereas, in the very first one, in 2016, the Valley Transportation Authority Board of Directors placed before the voters of Santa Clara County Measure B, a 1/2 cent sales tax measure operative for 30 years that would fund 9 program categories, with the primary goals to provide meaningful congestion relief throughout the county and improved road pavement conditions. I don't believe anybody's expressed concern about that. That's a nice introductory whereas. The last whereas clause is, whereas the VTA Board of Directors should consider a range of options for the BART Phase 2 project, so other Measure B programs also receive funding during this 10-year period, including approaches such as more aggressive bonding, borrowing from other funds, and or using other funding sources for BART Phase 2, as well as the possibility of further phasing or slowing the BART Phase 2 project. And then the resolve clauses, which again, I heard no concern about. So if the if the seconder is amenable to what I'll call a stripped down version of the original resolution, I would offer that as a slightly amended option in the hope that we could garner 5 votes for that. Mr. Wasserman, if I could ask.
Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted clarification. I heard the first and the last staying. And
the first and the last whereas clauses.
Yes.
And then all of the be it resolved clauses, of which there are 2, I believe.
Stay. And the others are omitted.
Yes.
Okay.
In an abundance of comity.
Yes.
So,
yes, I second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second with that change. And then if I could on the now therefore be it resolved, I'm sorry, the one that says that the Board of Supervisors of the Santa Clara County opposes VTA's proposed 2006 Measure B base scenario. Since what I would just say that there's been another document, and I just want to say this is the scenario that was presented to the TAC, right, that you're referring to.
This is the document that was presented to the TAC. This is the document that was presented to the PAC. This is the document that was in our board enclosure today. And
if we could just say that it was that document with version date 10/10/20, that's fine to me.
Happy to incorporate that, but well, I'll just let go at that.
Yeah, 11/10/20 document that was, and if I could just add that was presented to the TAC and the PAC, that would be perfect, because then it's not that it's a static period of time. And I agree, I wouldn't have supported this either, so I don't have a problem with that.
The new version just shows what's already been spent. It's an effort to justify the zeroing out in subsequent years.
Well, you and I disagree about the purpose of that document because I helped shape it. So as to stick with this document, we'll arm wrestle about that document at a later meeting. But do all of my colleagues understand the motion?
Yes.
All right. With that, and I'll just say to my colleagues, I can support that and appreciate very much the flexibility of the maker and the seconder of the motion, because it really is focused on intent and our shared values. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Supervisor Chavez, before we leave the item, I just want to ask my colleagues to dig in on this item going forward. We, of course, have two representatives to VTA. I think I'm just going to be very blunt. I understand that there's been an effort in the last month to explain away the document that was issued, but there is no explaining away full funding for BART to San Jose and zeros on 6 of 9 program areas. So we can have a more complicated conversation as we did today, but there's no explaining that away. And that means that if the scenario moves forward, it will further aggravate congestion and eliminate projects in every one of our districts for all 2 million residents of Santa Clara County. And thank you for allowing me a moment to add that postscript.
All right. So with that, I'm very carefully looking at the sheet, and my staff sent you all an updated list of what's still to come. So if you can check your inboxes, that might be helpful. We're moving on. If I'm right, we're going to go back to item 11. This is our recommendation on isolation and quarantine, and then to item 12, and then to item 14. So item 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start off, and then we can hopefully move on. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Item 11 is a report back from last week. The board had a discussion about the isolation and quarantine program and its status, and particularly as it related to the contract between the city and the county. This contract is what I'm going to focus on later on in the discussion. Keely will talk about the actual isolation and quarantine short-term financial support program, which actually has really had 3 phases since March, but I'll let him talk about that. So the agreement between the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara has a term that goes back to August 1st and lasts until December 30th, and was finalized on the 4th, which was 11 days ago. And it's for more than just isolation and quarantine. It's for cost sharing for services related to COVID problems incurred by residents of San Jose. And I should say that we've been working with other cities throughout the county to develop a similar contract and have had success with those. But for the moment, I'll talk merely about San Jose. So the cost sharing contract that we're referring to, as I said, included more than just isolation and quarantine, but isolation and quarantine support services was the major component, which was $4.5 million from the city to the county, envisioned for short-term support for individuals who tested positive for COVID and for those who had contacts with positive cases. Also had some money from the city to the county, about $500,000 for our Chebet program, and reimbursement from the county back to the city of $724,000 for the food delivery program that the city initially took upon itself and now has stopped doing, but the contract envisioned repaying it. So the reason the contract was retroactive was to pay for these services that had been rendered back and forth between the county and the city back to August. Now, just to talk about the isolation and quarantine support services that were discussed in the contract, they included.
What did you make of that question mark?
What?
It was,
Supervisor Simidian.
yeah, he muted himself. I'm sorry, please go on.
Okay, so the three components of the isolation and quarantine support services that are discussed in the contract. One is moteling, which was temporarily moving people to hotels or motels when they could not quarantine or isolate on their own. 3 meals a day, lots of other support services. Those were envisioned. Second service is at-home supportive services for those residents who could stay at home and really only needed things like delivery of groceries and necessities. And then the third was short-term financial assistance, primarily for rental assistance for, again, San Jose residents who could receive up to $5,000 depending on their financial status in financial assistance for the time period that they were in isolation or quarantine. Now, because there's been some confusion, at least on the staff's part, there's other services. There are other services that we provide. When I say we, I mean the entire county and the city and others that are not technically isolation and quarantine services, but sometimes get lumped into it. It's called the SEP program, and the SEP program was started in October, and this was designed to avoid evictions for individuals who are negatively affected financially by the COVID pandemic. In order to apply for the SEP program, you do not need to be positive, COVID positive, nor do you need to be exposed. You only need to demonstrate the fact that you have housing uncertainty and that you meet certain qualifications, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But being in the SEP program does not exclude you from isolation and quarantine. Being in isolation and quarantine does not exclude you from SEP, but some people are in one or the other, some are both. The distinction is important, I think, because INQ is for immediate assistance for case and contacts, and you have to be at or below 80% of AMI in order to qualify. The rental and financial assistance can go up to $5,000, although most people, because of the way that their qualifications work, opt for either $2,000 or $2,500. The difference is that in order to get the $5,000, you have to demonstrate actual increased costs in your rent. And it's for the isolation and quarantine period of your disease. And it also involved in isolation and quarantine is a separate thing, a separate service of moteling and at-home services, as I explained. SEP, on the other hand, you have to be below 30% of AMI, and it's a different funding mechanism. So the funding is $8,500. INQ through the county has Abode as their fiscal. We use Abode as the fiscal agent for that program. For SEP, it's Destination Home. Here's projected costs which we think are relevant for the discussion, remembering that the contract goes back retroactive to August. You can see that for the 3 levels of service, we've already spent $2.131 million. It was envisioned that that would be reimbursed from the 4.5 million. Projected going forward from basically today, there's a projection of motel support of basically $500,000, at-home services support of about 88,000, and rental and financial assistance of about 1.7 million. And that's estimated based on about 750 households who we anticipate would need it, although obviously we can't predict accurately because we know that only a small percentage of the positive cases request services, but we know that our positive case rate is going up quite rapidly. So that would total up to 4.7, which is obviously more than the 4.5. So because of frustration with paperwork, we've come up with a different model for administering the isolation and quarantine financial support program, and Key will discuss that in more detail. I would also just like to mention to the board that the financial transactions envisioned in the contract have not occurred yet, so we don't actually have the $4.5 million in our possession. So with that, I will turn it over to Key to describe the isolation and quarantine phases and the new proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Good afternoon, supervisors, Keeley, Deputy County Executive. So I'll just quickly summarize the history. You may be aware that we've developed this isolation quarantine support program over the last 9 months or so, but there's sort of 3 distinct phases. The first one starting in mid-March when we had only the moteling component. This is during the first shelter-in-place order. And our primary purpose, primary service was providing homeless persons or persons with housing instability access to motel and supports at that motel site. In the summer, around mid-June, we began to pilot the isolation quarantine program, adding the 2 components that Dr. Smith mentioned, the at-home support services and the rental and financial assistance. And just to underscore the idea being that we provide the rental and financial assistance so that people can stay safely at home. Initially, we use community development block grant funds, federal funds for the rental and financial assistance component. That posed some challenges because of the documentation requirements. Therefore, in sort of late summer, early fall, we introduced a flat payment option as well. And we use county coronavirus relief funds to clear the backlog and to finish out the sort of the pilot phase of the program. Then during that time, we were also having discussions with our various city partners to determine the extent to which we should have their participation in a countywide isolation quarantine support program. And as Dr. Smith mentioned, ultimately we have participation from 5 cities, the most significant of which, of course, is in San Jose, and that is where most of the need is. About 82% of people who request assistance come from the city of San Jose. So the sort of program launch, if you will, after the pilot phase was really in September. We have full participation from 5 cities, partial from 3 other cities, although those are still under negotiations, and those we're working to execute those contracts. The report identified some of the improvements that we've tried to make, and so I'll highlight some of that now. We've been making some of these improvements over the last 3 months and in order to expedite rental and financial assistance. As it stands today, all of the rental and financial assistance requirements can be met through self-certifications using forms that we provide or language that we can provide for individuals to sort of handwrite and then send to us. The forms, the language that we provide is in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. The only sort of documents people need to provide or fill out are really the having an ID, and then a W-9 if they want the payment to go to a third party, like a landlord. As the report mentioned, we've nearly doubled the INQ program staff to 31, and we're in preparations to add 10 more in anticipation or in response to the elevated case counts. Finally, we'll retain flexibility in the payment options, but we are working with a credit union partner to create a partnership so that they can be the primary processor or issuer of payments. A key benefit of working with the credit union partner is that they can issue a check, hold a check, an individual could come pick up the check with ID and then cash that check immediately. So we'll continue to operate the isolation quarantine program, meet the immediate needs of people, coordinating with SEP appropriately. And then as the report mentioned, we're anticipating about 750 to 815 requests to process by the end of the calendar year. I think about 30% of that was pending requests and 70% new. With that, I'll pause and answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you. I want to go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions. If folks, I see none right now. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Do you only want questions now or comments as well?
We'll do it all at once. We don't have any speakers, so I'm going to go right to the board for action and questions.
Great, thank you. Sorry, my screen is down. Hold on. Goodness. There we go. It's back. Okay. Keith, thank you so much for this report. Thank you to your staff as well, in particular for the recent changes that you outlined to streamline the program and to ramp up the number of residents that have received assistance for which they are eligible. I know that so many organizations across our county organization are working incredibly hard, including in the isolation support program. Please know that my relentless push to see us make improvements is not a criticism of the effort and commitment of staff. I know that we all share the same goal of seeing as much support go out as quickly as possible to meet the tremendous need in our community, especially during the surge. And I'm so glad to see that our discussion as a board has prompted these recent adjustments toward those ends. We're now getting money out the door to people who need it faster than we have done in the past 6 months. I do have a few questions on some of the details of the report that I'd like to ask, please. Back in August, we had projected demand for services through December that estimated San Jose residents would need $10.6 million in support, inclusive of motel at-home support, and including that $5.6 million of financial support. The agreement that was recently executed is for $4.5 million total, with 1.7 for financial support. My first question is, can you commit that all of that 1.7 million will be distributed to San Jose residents by the end of the month?
The $1.7 million is our estimate of the need, and that we are going to process those payments and issue those payments by the end of the month if the need presents it.
I would be very confident that we have at least that much need. My concern is that if we don't end up getting the full $1.7 million out, that those funds revert back to the city or even back to the federal government if the city doesn't have a way to reallocate them. Has San Jose expressed any willingness to extend or ability to extend the term to utilize those funds and ideally additional funds?
Here.
Yeah.
Let me jump in here a little bit. I want to be pretty definitive. We will spend at least 1.7 million by the end of the month. I think actually the reality is we'll probably spend more, and it will be coming out of county general fund because we have already spent our CARES fund, but we will spend whatever it takes to provide the service. And 1.7 million divided by say 2,500 is not that many people. And since we're having 1,000 positive cases a day, even if we only have 4 or 5% requesting help, it's going to easily be spent by the end of the month.
Right, but when you said that we have used our CARES dollars, I'm talking about the CARES dollars from San Jose that they have allocated to us. So we ideally should not be going into our general fund, but using the CARES dollars allocated to us by San Jose and the other cities specifically for their residents.
Yes, I'm sorry. I probably said it in a confusing way. We will
don't want you to freak out, Supervisor Wasserman.
No, you didn't.
We will spend all of the 4.5 million and the 1.7 that's in the table that I showed you of CARES money from the city of San Jose before the end of the month, probably well before the end of the month.
Thank you very much. That is what I wanted to hear. I know that San Jose ended up reallocating some of the funds initially set aside for the isolation support program. And I understand that they did that in response to our slow utilization in prior months. And I will just say again that I'm very, very glad to see the pace of distribution increase. But I also expect that the January report back will propose some solutions so that we don't leave funds from partner cities underutilized in any extension of this program. From the numbers that were provided in this report, only 55% of what we had initially requested for isolation support financial assistance will be distributed by the end of this month. Last week, I made a motion that up to $1 million be transferred to Healing Grove to expedite isolation support financial resources to their patients, since it's now clear to me that the underutilized funds will no longer be in the county contract. I would just ask instead that the isolation support program team work closely with Healing Grove and with other partners that are conducting testing to help coordinate the rapid processing of the applications, but we'll continue to get the checks out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. And I think since we've moved to the alternate approach of only requiring an attestation from the case or contact individual in order to—
Not the W-9 anymore.
In order to cut the check, that will make it a whole lot faster. And as you know, and I think most of the board knows, we also have a contract with Destination Home that has subcontracts with other entities to help with the identification and application process. And since the application process will be much faster, we've supplemented the Destination Home contribution from the county in order to allow them to subcontract and fund Destination Home, so that we'll make sure that we get the applications as rapidly as possible.
Good,
and the
thank you.
applications just
Yes,
attestation.
have been simplified and streamlined. Thank you for that. I see we're also working now with a credit union to deliver the checks, which is also a significant improvement. But I did note in the report that individuals who choose to pick up their checks at the credit union need to provide a passport or a driver's license in order to be able to catch it. Are there other Are there other options that are available if somebody doesn't have those documents?
Yes. They don't. they don't have to use the credit union. If they choose not to, we can still go through abode services. Just makes it easier.
If they want the money, if they want to get the check from the credit union, though, they need to show a driver's license or a passport.
They should just have to show a valid ID. And in the report, I was just identifying examples of valid ID, both a California driver's license or a passport issued by a country of origin.
Okay, just thinking about folks who may not have either of those types of documents ready at hand, are they better off than going through abode, or could they show up with water that goes to their house, something to their address?
Supervisor, so far, an ID has not presented a problem. However, we will retain sort of a multitude of payment options to meet the needs of individuals in the event that they don't have an ID.
Got it. But just again, to clarify, specifically at the credit union, they do need those forms of legal ID.
They do need an ID to pick up the check, yes.
Okay, thank you. I also want to say that I really appreciate the summary of the COVID emergency homelessness prevention program in comparison to the isolation support presented here. I think that does clear up any confusion that may have been out there. And I believe I heard Dr. Smith address this, but Key, can you confirm for me that residents that receive support through either program continue to be eligible in the other program as well if they meet program criteria?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. So someone that's received housing financial support can also receive isolation support if they later test positive and need it. Just thinking about the destination home model for a minute, there are three particular strengths in the model that the destination home and their network of partners for the COVID emergency homelessness prevention program have implemented that align with the referral that was approved last week to look for areas of improvement in our isolation support program. Their program embeds support for intake of applications within a network of community partners. It focuses on the use of trusted organizations to assure access to populations that may be wary of providing documentation to the county. And three, it focuses on establishing data systems and processes to prevent duplication across a network of providers. As outlined in the referral that Supervisor Chavez and I co-authored, I would like administration to come back with considerations of these lessons learned from Destination Home and also other community-based providers involved in COVID testing or tracing supports like CHP, Roots, Gardner, or others. I'd like to specifically ask that administration meet and discuss opportunities for collaboration and report back on those discussions as part of the January referral response. And this is the same tune I've been singing. I want to just reiterate that I want to see this program focus on providing timely financial support so that those who are infected really do stay home and prevent further transmission. And I really firmly believe that we can be more effective when we do this work in partnership with trusted providers in the community, and when we tap into existing networks, and when we iterate based on lessons learned. So I expect that the January report back will lay out specifics on how we're partnering with cities, testing providers, and other CBOs to see how we can continue to improve this program. And just in closing, I will say that the referral and these continued questions, again, are not about placing blame, but acknowledging the tremendous need in our community and developing solutions to ramp up to that level of demand, just as we have done with testing and tracing and other aspects of our response. So thank you so much for your work on this, Keith. Thank you very much for the iteration. And I look forward to seeing what comes back in January to support folks through what's likely to be another many months of need.
Supervisor Ellenberg, do you want to make a motion before I go to Mike or Otto, or should I wait?
Thank you. No, I'm happy to make a motion that incorporates the additional requests to come back in January with the response to the last week's referral.
We have a second from
Thank
Vice
you.
President Wasserman. Thanks. Thank you very much, Susan. Mike?
Thank you. I'll just be 2 sentences here. This program is a critical component of our COVID-19 response, and given the surge in cases we are seeing, more important than ever. I fully support doing what we can from an operational and fiscal standpoint, and I thank Key and Jeff and everybody else involved for making this happen and your answers today. That's it. Thank you.
Otto?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say this is a very excellent report. To be honest with you, initially when I read the last one, I was pretty confused how many different programs there are. So this clearly laid out the different programs we have. So good job, Key and your staff, for putting all this together. What I just heard also was good news is that there was a fear that the distribution of funds is not fast enough, that we might have to return some of the funds to either the feds or the city of San Jose. Looks like that's not going to be the case. We will be able to do that. So that's obviously tremendously needed, given the need that's going to be exceeding the funds that we have, and we might have to use some of our county funds as well. One area I just want to double check is regarding the language outreach. As we saw in the numbers, the Latino community and some of the Vietnamese community and Filipino community clearly are the ones most affected. So I just want to make sure that there is some type of a ethnic meter in language type outreach regarding these type of programs, and make sure that those communities do receive this information and that they are applying for them because of that. So I just want to confirm that with you, Key, the efforts on that, and if we even track any of the percentage numbers of the applicants.
Supervisor, we have, as part of the INQ program staff, about 31. There are 13 staff who speak Spanish. In addition, the information, the requirements are pushed out to the network of agencies, including Sacred Heart and sort of those trust entities that work with the organizations.
Okay, good. So the percentages of these applicants or recipients of the funds, you could see a pretty significant amount of them, correlates to the communities of those who is affected, correct?
I can respond. I don't have those numbers at my fingertips, but we can provide that in the report back, the demographic data on the people requesting assistance.
Yeah, if you could bring that back next time, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Keith. And that's all I have. I just want to say this is an excellent program. Let's make sure we keep doing this till the end of the month, because we are not out of the woods yet, and this is absolutely crucial. Just looking at my emails, one of the recipients of these funds have just written saying how her and her family has received these funds and was really, really grateful of the help that our county has provided. So keep up this good work. Thank you, Keith.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the motion and the second. And the only other thing I wanted to add, which is a little off topic, but it's related to COVID-19. One or two things. One is, I like the idea of having lots of options for people to be able to access the resources. So thank you for that. The other I wanted to just make mention of is that, and I apologize, I meant to mention it in the previous COVID report, is that I wanted to make sure that the child care services for county's essential workers were going past December 31st. And I'm asking that because I think I asked it last week, but I just couldn't remember the answer. And it seems as though our employees are under the impression that the program ends at the end of the month. Dr. Smith, do you know the answer to that?
Yes, we administratively are trying to make sure that we can find money to continue it. We think it's been a very positive thing. I can't say that we've got funding right now, but we will have it before the end of the month. So yes, we're going to continue it.
Okay, and can we notify the our employees in writing to that effect in the next day or so?
Sure, we'll do that.
Great. Thanks, appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're going to ask for a roll call vote to receive both reports with the additions that Supervisor Ellenberg has raised.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes, I'm glad we're making progress on this. Thank you.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Key, please share our gratitude with your team and all the partners. Thank you. We're now going to item 12, and item 12 is the report back on period products from last week. And before I move on this item, I was going to make a motion on the item if my colleagues were okay with that, but I want to go to public comment, and then I'll come back to the board for a motion, action, and discussion.
Our next speaker is Halima Borusha. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Halima Barucha. I'm the Advocacy Manager at Alliance for Girls, and I'm calling to support this item and to urge the board to pass this. It is so critical that in this time of crisis, girls, gender expansive youth, women, and menstruating individuals have access to period products, and that nobody has to decide between buying food or buying this critical item. I'm really hopeful that the county will move this forward, and so that we can also move forward on distribution and make sure that folks are getting these resources immediately. Thank you again for your consideration and for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Halima, and thanks for your advocacy on this. We appreciate you very, very much.
We do have one more speaker, Madam President.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Veronica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all Board of Supervisors. And I also want to ask you all to pass this. I think this is an amazing way to really support even more our communities, especially, when it comes to something like this. And I know that it's just the beginning to making it accessible and available for everyone in the future. I also do want to ask that, that it is not just refer as a woman's product or women's, but rather we keep it inclusive and note that and understand that not just women use this pads and tampons, but also other people in our communities that might not identify as women, and to make sure that when we are putting that out there in the community, that we are again using it for everyone and we're using inclusive language. And I hope you all pass this, and I really hope that we can advocate to have this be something that our county does it for everyone and not just for during this time. I work as a teacher, and in the classrooms, we often find ourselves not even having those for our students, right? And so really advocating that we make it available for schools and we make it available all year long, every day. So our students don't have to also not have those available to them. Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. What I would like to do is make a motion on this item, and then I'll go to the board for discussion or action. But what I want to move is I'd like to move this item, but request that we contract with one of our partners that's already doing dispersal of like diapers and formula and the like, and that could be First Fiber, the County Office of Education. I wanted to allow the staff to make that decision to continue to work with the community to determine the best tools for dispersal, and then also to work, to ask these organizations who already have partnerships with bulk supply chain providers. I don't think the disbursement plan needs to come back. I don't want to wait for that till January 12th. I'd like to get an off-agenda report as soon as the staff has figured out how to do it. With that would be my motion.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask that the disbursement plan that comes back off agenda specifically address how the disbursement program addresses the need to get these products to all who need them throughout the entire county regionally? This goes back to the issue we've discussed previously about people of modest means who live in areas where they may be relatively few in number compared or contrasted with other areas, but that of course makes them none the less needy and deserving. So if we could make sure we got a specific report back on that, and in fact direction to make sure that the program is a county-wide one.
So yeah, I'm fine with that, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Wasserman? Yeah, I think the only thing that I would add is that sort of reinforces the need to use use partners that are already doing that kind of disbursement, either with food or our family resource centers, because they're more integrated, I think, countywide. But we'll leave that with the staff. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? Then I will ask for a roll call vote.
No,
Supervisor
I'm waving.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to
yeah.
reemphasize the point that I made last time, that the other piece that I'm interested in seeing in that report is just how we make sure that we are not duplicating efforts and that we're in fact filling gaps.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you all very much. And again, I want to thank the Alliance for Girls and all their amazing advocacy work. So we are going on to item 14, and this is the food delivery fees. And I'm going to ask County Council if they could present, and then I'll go to Supervisor Simidian. Unless, yeah, is Supervisor Simidian, is it all right if Council goes first?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Members of the board, item 14 is in response to the board's referral from just a week ago. Referral brought forward by Supervisors Simidian and Chavez, asking us to come back with an ordinance to cap third-party food delivery service fees charged to restaurants. As we indicated at that time, we would work as swiftly as possible to bring something before the board. What you have before you today is an urgency ordinance that, if adopted, would go into effect without a second need for a second reading. We did issue one minor clarification item earlier today that was just to be clear that the proposed fee caps of 15% and 10% respectively could not be accumulated together. The ordinance is largely based on similar measures adopted elsewhere in the state, and we looked at all such examples that we were able to review. It would take effect both in unincorporated areas and within all the cities in Santa Clara County, and provide that relief on a broad basis. We attempted in bringing this forward to engage as many stakeholders as we could, although obviously the time frame was very, very short, but nonetheless did have communications with many affected stakeholders to try to take what we could into account in crafting the measure before you. We're happy to answer questions and proceed as further directed by the board.
Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, and thank you again, Supervisor Chavez, for co-sponsoring this item with me. Mr. Williams, and I should just, in the interest of transparency, let everybody know I sent a heads up to staff about this question earlier. I think, first, thank you for scrambling on very short notice. The sense of urgency that we heard from the community and from board colleagues really compelled us to take action sooner rather than later, and you and your team really stepped up. I have read the proposed ordinance carefully. I think it for the most part, gets the job done, addresses the issues that were in our memo with respect to protecting restaurants and their employees and drivers. I think the one piece of it that I'm still a little anxious about, frankly, is whether or not there is protection there for consumers. And what I'm worried about, quite frankly, is what I'm going to call fee shifting, so that if somebody can't make an extra buck in one place, they simply shift that extra buck to some other payor, in this case, the consumer. Is that something we could ask you to come back to us at our first meeting in January with some follow-up thoughts, including amendments if possible or necessary?
That's absolutely something into further. Yeah, it is a little bit of a complicated issue, but one that's definitely significant, and I think could also benefit from seeing what actually happens in the couple weeks between now and then in terms of implementation, and whether there are abuses that need to then be swiftly addressed, which certainly could be done at the next meeting of the board.
Thank you. And you've teed me up, whether you meant to or not, for a follow-up comment, which is I think it's important that we tell the folks who provide these services that we will be watching. And, when Supervisor Chavez and I brought this to the full board, I indicated that I understood this as a service that people need to be compensated fairly. I think our full board was there. Can't speak for other members, obviously, but in fact was, met with folks from the delivery industry before the meeting to hear their take. Again, want to be fair to all parties, but I will just say, and I mean it sincerely, we have to keep an eye on this. And if we see further abuses or what I'm going to call fee shifting again, then folks can't be surprised that we come back at the ordinance and have to tighten it that much more. So I'm hoping that the market will regulate itself to some extent in its own enlightened self-interest. But I just think we need to be clear that if that doesn't happen, we may have to step up again. And I sort of want to make sure that everybody out there in the industry is on notice that to some extent their fate is in their own hands. Thank you very much. I'm prepared to move approval of the recommended item, Supervisor Chavez.
So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second from Supervisor Lee. What I'd like to do is go to public comment, and then I'll come back to the board to complete discussion and action.
Our next speaker is Chad Harrell. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm here today to represent DoorDash. Thank you to the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors for allowing us the opportunity to testify today. We do understand the challenging time that restaurants are having during the ongoing pandemic. Because of this, we have made substantial investments into restaurants as well as our dashers or delivery drivers to ensure that we all survive. At the beginning of the pandemic, DoorDash committed $120 million to restaurants through our Main Street Strong initiative, which included commission relief, deep discounts on our storefront platform, which allows restaurants the ability to access a digital footprint free of charge, and grant money to many localities in support of restaurants' transitions to non-dining operations during the pandemic, including in the County of Santa Clara. Restaurants in the DoorDash platform, we're proud to say, were 6 times more likely to stay in business during the pandemic. While some have lost their jobs during the pandemic, DoorDash has provided a flexible, meaningful earning opportunity for these workers on our platform. Across all our operations, since the first stay-at-home orders went into effect in mid-March through September, 1.9 million new Dashers joined the platform. Dashers earn an average of $27 per active hour and overall earn more than $3.5 billion during the first 6.5 months of the pandemic, with approximately 60% or $2.1 billion of that total being earned by Dashers who live in zip codes with above average Black and or Latinx representation. Let me just state that we oppose price controls like the one being proposed here today. We believe there are much better ways to support the local restaurants to get through the pandemic. However, if regulations are going to move forward, we would propose some alterations to what has been proposed that could limit the potential negative impacts this type of policy could propel. We appreciate members of the Board of Supervisors' willingness to meet with us.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Simitian and then to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Just to lean in and say, if that's the only speaker we have, and I gather it is, Madam Chair, I would, of course, encourage County Council to talk to folks in the industry who would have the opportunity to share their perspective as well, so that when they come back on January the 12th, the range of amendments has the benefit of having had those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. First of all, I just want to thank County Council for coming back so quickly on this resolution, given the urgency. And I think the DoorDash representative of explaining the amount of dashers that they have that have been receiving so many new jobs and created during this very tough period to help getting food, kind of like they are kind of like a frontline worker, making sure that people get their food. So the service is clearly very, very needed. I would be interested to hear from them what type of alterations, and I think that's something that I think the county council could work with them. In the meantime, after the passage of this urgent, and to make it better if that's the case. So I'm certainly willing to look forward, but given the urgency of it, I think we need to pass this tonight. But certainly, if there's more refinement to me, maybe we can discuss that later. But thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to get support from the rest of our board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm not sure how you want me to do. Should I go back to the blue hand?
It doesn't matter.
Perhaps is that easier?
Yeah,
okay.
It's easier. No problem.
Thank you. I'm very glad to support this today. I just want a quick refresher from County Council as to the extension of our authority across the whole county and not just in unincorporated. Does that come from the overall state of emergency, and when does it end?
Yes, this is being adopted as an emergency regulation directly related to the pandemic response, and the findings delineate that issue and how this is a measure that's being taken to ensure food security. And that's what enables us to have this measure be effective across all the cities, and also to preempt any contrary decisions so that it's a uniform measure. The ordinance does allow cities to adopt more protective, in other words, lower caps if they choose to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But they could not adopt something less stringent.
Got it. And a sunset date if we don't specify one?
There is a sunset specified in the ordinance. It is the earlier of the time when restaurants in the county under the effective state and local public health orders are allowed to resume 100% indoor operation, or the end of the emergency.
Right. So if we hadn't specified, I think that's what I was trying to ask, it would automatically end at the end of the emergency declaration?
Yes, because this is an emergency regulation, it has to be keyed to that. The board could adopt a general police power measure, but it would be effective in the unincorporated areas.
Thanks. Not looking to do that. I just wanted to be sure I understood the authority. Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. People can't eat indoors, people can't eat outdoors. So if they don't want to be cooking at home all the time, they've got to get food to go. And door dashing is one good way to get food delivered to you without putting yourself out there. It's a way to reduce your exposure to other people as well. And the restaurant's feasibility, the people they employ, the bills that they pay, the taxes they pay, the landlords they pay, it's an entire circle. And I'm very much in favor of doing this and supporting this to help maintain that circle. My wife's out on the road right now. She just drove by a business that we have frequented for 25 years, and they are closed, gone out of business. And there's more to come in the next 30 days. I think this will allow the restaurant industry to hopefully tread water the next several weeks by reducing their expenses of delivering food to people who are choosing to stay at home rather than expose themselves to COVID. So I understand there's a lack of fees to DoorDash and other food service type providers, but I think everybody's giving up a little something during these times, and it's the way for the majority of us to get through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. I just wanted to, first I wanted to thank staff for working so fast on this. I know this is like, these are stressful times for all of you. I do really appreciate Supervisor Simidian letting me participate in this with him, and also Supervisor Lee for your sense of urgency. So thank you all very much. The two issues that I wanted to raise with our staff is that I'm interested in understanding the implications of changes to use Joe Simidian's comments in cost shifting to the consumer, and wanting to better understand that. And also I want to better understand the surcharge that in particular, I think it's DoorDash is looking at to cover insurance costs. And the reason I'm concerned about that is that one of the points made when they met with me was that the increase in costs or the lack of rate of return for them could cause them to need to either increase a surcharge or put a surcharge or a delivery charge on these items. At the time, they didn't share, they were also considering a surcharge for insurance. And so anyway, I want to better understand what the implications of that are, especially now, and in particular because the ballot measure that they put on the ballot is the reason they're responsible for insurance. I'm not sure the public understood they would also be paying a surcharge. So I just want to better understand what we learn about that and the implications of those additional charges being levied onto consumers. So with that, I'll thank DoorDash for meeting with me and helping me understand their business model a little bit better. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And we'll now go on to item 20, and I'm just going to ask my colleagues to look at their cheat sheets to make sure I'm right, but I believe we're going on to items 28, I'm sorry. Yeah, to item 28, our Foster Youth Task Force report, and item 22. And I'm going to recommend to my colleagues that we hear 28 first and then 22. So I don't know if staff has any presentations they wanted to make on 28.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the board, Dan Little, Director with DFCS. I'm going to be trying to share a presentation here. Give me 1 second. Just confirming you can see a presentation?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So again, I'm Dan Little, I'm the Director at DFCS. So I'll be going over both of these presentations. The first one here is going to be an overview of some of the recent progress on our Joint Foster Youth Task Force recommendations. To begin with, the report was modified and hopefully provided the information in a little more easily to digest format. We're going to cover the four main goals: prevention goals, care and services coordination, expanded support for youth, and then education and infrastructure. So on our prevention front, these are all the interventions that are aimed at preventing youth and families from experiencing significant trauma that would lead them into the foster care system. Some of the highlights from the work that's happened over the course of this last year is the Neighbor to Neighbor pilot. So this is going to be a new program which will connect families that currently come through our child abuse and neglect hotline. There's some needs identified, but they're not connected to any services. With the Neighbor to Neighbor pilot, we will then be creating a multidisciplinary team to look at prevention efforts, working with First Five to develop that program. And families then that come through our child abuse and neglect hotline that could benefit from additional support will then be connected to those community-based services and community-based supports. The next update is on the First Call for Families. Again, very instrumental to the prevention continuum. This is going to provide much needed legal support for families that are at risk for entry into foster care. And again, we're partnering with First Five on this to have this part of the First Five and Family Resource Center continuum, so that it's available to families naturally within the community and wouldn't be something that they have to come through DFCS to have access to. That's one of the points that we're really trying to do on that, especially on the prevention side, is we want to make the services and supports available to families, regardless of which door they go through, regardless if they come through DFCS, that they have those supports in place. The third is a single system of support, and that ties into what I just spoke about with the First Call for Families. So the single system of support is really looking at creating a system where, regardless of where a family contacts, that they have the supports and interventions available to them equally throughout the system. So there's a group meeting of a significant number of community stakeholders and community partners, all dedicated towards creating this single system of support. And finally, differential response. So just as an update on this, we've expanded and added to the differential response services to make sure that those services and supports are still available to families. And then care and service coordination. These are the care and services that are available to families currently served by child welfare by DFCS, and really to ensure we're maximizing support and guidance and to minimize trauma. So our integrated core practice model, again, looking at how our practice is integrated throughout our system. The continuum of care, which will be the second presentation we'll go over, really how do we build a more trauma-based, healing-focused, engaged systems, especially to support our youth with higher significant needs within our system. AB 2083, that is a statewide initiative that directed counties to create an MOU across child welfare systems, social services, behavioral health, juvenile probation, public health, county office of ed, and the regional centers, will start in our case, to collaborate and coordinate care and services to children, initially within foster care, but we're hoping that the AB 2083 platform will really expand the entire continuum so that all of those system partners can coordinate resources, because we're all serving many of the same clients and the same members of our community. So how can we coordinate care? That goes back into the prior slide of that single system of support. How do we coordinate care across our entire system and build common language? Family finding, so that's something that we've created some internal resources to complete family finding, but we're also in the works of bringing in additional training and support, not just within DFCS, but within our system partners, to create something that we're really calling family seeing as opposed to family finding. So to go beyond just the identification of family members as placement options or supports, but how do we make sure that there's a healing component so that families involved in any of our systems have the opportunity to have that healing with those needed and crucial supports? And how do we make sure that we keep children and families connected within their communities? Third, we have the expanded supports for youth. So we did a significant increase with CASA, specifically aimed at increasing the supports available to our older youth within our system. We also this summer, and with COVID kind of impacted this, but we're able to expand summer activities and create some online opportunities for registration so that we can still provide as much outdoor activities as possible. Still providing hop, skip, drive, and extending that to extracurriculars to provide that needed transportation support. And then Intern and Earn 2.0 is still slated to launch. And finally, we have education and infrastructure. And this is some exciting work that we're doing between social services, DFCS, and County Office of Education. We're implementing a foster youth education management model so that COE will have educational managers assigned to all of our youth in foster care, and we'll actually continue with that youth outside foster care. So to really provide that overall support and advocacy for each of those youth that we're serving. And then also the social services website redesigned to include prevention supports. And that'll be something that will continue to grow and evolve. And then our foster care cost study. I know that work's slated to start here pretty soon. So we're hoping we can provide some information back shortly after that. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you would like me to do questions for each one or go to the next continuum of care presentation.
If I could, let's go ahead and break these up just for a minute, because the reason I wanted them to be heard together is I wanted the board to be able to just have the shared thinking around this. But on this one, first of all, I'm really excited about, actually, before I get excited about anything, why don't we take public speakers, and then I'll come back and ask my colleagues if they have comments or questions.
Our next speaker is John Hogan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm John Hogan, and I was a commissioner on the Joint Foster Youth Task Force, and I stayed involved as a volunteer participant, on the work group, following up on all these recommendations. I definitely want to compliment the team on the recent report, which features a much improved format and approach to providing the updates and analysis, and thank Mr. Little for his support of the work. As supervisors, I think what you need to ask yourself is, what can I or we do in response to this report that will have an impact on outcomes for foster youth? There's a lot of information here, so what can you do? What are we trying to accomplish here, and how do we effectively lead? I would come in and say, please consider endorsing and adopting a public resolution that our county foster youth will be the first to achieve parity with education and income with their non-foster peers. Set dates and hard goals that we can all work together on. This big goal and vision will inspire the entire community to help, just like we did for homelessness. The task force has asked for this repeatedly, and we hope that you can do this, follow COE's lead. They've already done that. Second, and really, really important, near the end of the report, item 25, it talks about the data and the tracking. It's going to be so important. Don't settle for anything less than 100% accounting of the outcomes for each and every youth. They all deserve it. Don't take proxies or substitutes. Let's focus on the data, and then let's build a community commitment that will show that we can get this done. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Veronica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Great, thank you, and thank you again, supervisors. My first thing is I wasn't able to find the ways to get translation, but I am speaking on behalf of myself. But anyways, I don't know if that's something that was taken off. But on this matter, also being involved in the system as a youth, I think it's so important that we hear from them as well. And as much as I love, partnering with others such as First Five, I think there's also other organizations that are doing a tremendous job, amazing job, supporting already and doing the work. And as I've been hearing, it's like, how can we cover those gaps, right? And I feel like First Five does concentrate a lot, but I wouldn't want that focus to go, beyond their early childhood development. I really do want to hear that, each community, it's different from any other. I live here in the East Side, and I know that our community is completely different than somewhere else. And so when we also talk about healing, that definitely looks different everywhere. And as much as I love trauma-informed process, I just don't want it to be just a nice presentation, and that we continue to not ask for more, right? And that we don't uphold that we give to our youth that 100%. In the system, it's really hard, and feeling like there's no one out there to support you. And so I really, really want to make sure that we're also looking at other organizations that are doing already that job or are supporting with that job, and not just comply to what we have or what we've been doing. I definitely want to advocate for that. And I also want to advocate that we start listening to the youth, and we start bringing them and what they need, because we don't get that community input. There's hardly that. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I want to just say some very broad things about the report, and then I'll go to my colleagues. And normally as chair, I go right to my colleagues, but the amount of time we've been working on this has just prompted me to jump in. So first of all, I want to say I really appreciate the model and the framework of the new dashboards. I think it makes it much easier to understand where we are in process. I would like to just press that each of the boxes really needs to have clear next steps, and really we've got to be able to quantify the work. And so, for example, I just picked, this was true for many of them, but like I picked the Intern and Earn program. And under the measurable outcomes, it doesn't have so it says increased concrete support in times of need, social connection, youth resiliency, cognitive and social emotional competence factors. I think here what we want to be able to say is the number of young people that will get those supports, because increasing supports, it's so fuzzy unless we're saying we want to increase supports by doing X, Y, or Z. And I think it's okay to be as detailed as possible in this. And I would just really encourage that to take place. The other thing is that, you know, one of the things we don't do when we talk about foster youth is we don't put the number of young people that we're talking about for each of the programs in these documents. So, for example, we would want to be able to say for Intern and Earn, X number of young people could qualify for the program, and we're going to get Y number of kids in it. Like, to me, that, because when we're talking about foster youth, we use very broad terms, but we don't use numbers. And to be frank with you, it's hard to assess the investments along the continuum of care without knowing how many young people we're talking about in each of the in each of these areas, or where we can do that. The other thing, you know, that we have recommended, well, anyway, so let me use another example. I also think that any program that's not moving or that's behind its goal should be color coded. So if we're not meeting it, and just as an example, the all the way home model. So one of the most critical issues we're dealing with are our foster children becoming part of our homeless community. But on the dashboard for this, we don't have active plans. And there's no way of this being called up as, oh my goodness, this emergency, you know, Will Robinson. I guess you have to be of a certain age to know what that refers to, but we don't have a Will Robinson moment in here, and I'd really like to. And on this one in particular, on item 21, what I would like to recommend is that the lead agency may not be appropriate to have it, if I'm presuming we didn't move on it because we don't have staffing or we don't have expertise, but the lead agency in this one may need to be the Office of Supportive Housing with support from your office. And if, you know, so I just want to make sure that if we don't have the capacity, that we're actually handing this off to, or giving the lead responsibility to the organization that can take the lead. I see this as a co-lead, co-led, but I'm nervous about this not moving forward. I don't know if you, Daniel, if you have comments. I see Deborah, you just popped up. So Deborah, did you want to respond to this?
Yes. Good afternoon, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Deborah Porche Usher, and I am the Chief Deputy Director for the Social Service Agency. And thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you. We have been working closely with our partners at the Office of Supportive Housing. In fact, Consuelo Hernandez, the director, is on and can also respond to questions. We are working with them as they explore models that could also address this issue. So I'm going to ask if Consuelo, you want to add anything to that, but we are working closely with them and looking at models. So I'll turn it over to Consuelo.
Yeah, and I did have a chance. I mean, Consuelo, if you're available, it would be great to have you respond. I want you to know I did have a chance to reach out to them. But on this document, that's not evident that body of work's occurring.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have to make that clear. We will make that clear in the future.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And so in any case, I guess the other thing is that the annual report, I want to continue to have an annual report come to the full board, and then request that the Children's Family Seniors Committee hear this every 6 months, and that at the Children's Family Seniors Committee, that the areas that are that are most in need are the ones that are prioritized for presentation, so that if the board has an opportunity to provide support, they can do that.
Okay, absolutely, we can do that.
And Deborah, thank you. I know this has been a labor of love for you too, and it's moved far, so thank you for that. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. I want to add my appreciation to the Joint Foster Youth Task Force and the supporting staff in SSA who put together really an impressive and well-organized report. And what I particularly appreciated was the report card style in which there was a different chart for each recommendation that includes prevention tier program goals, measurable outcomes, and alignment to recommendation. And that makes it very easy to understand where progress was being made, where it's not. And this presentation really, really helps me appreciate the hard work that has gone on since Supervisor Chavez first introduced the Joint Foster Youth Task Force. I would just like to make a general strong recommendation for other departments to take a look at this report's data-driven, data/impact-driven presentation of information, as I think it could be a really helpful model for breaking down large, complicated pieces of programming and policy, not just for us, for the board, but certainly for the public. Just a final note, there are a couple of items that seem to signal gaps in implementation around the recommendations for housing our foster youth, as President Chavez highlighted as well. Last year, my office participated with the Bill Wilson Center and local stakeholders in a 100-day challenge to house youth and young adults. And as this task force continues and grows in that work, I would love to understand how I or we as a board can further expand work with housing supports to foster youth in the county in your next update, please.
Great. Thank you. I don't see any other hands. So what I would like to do, if it's all right, is make a motion to receive the report with the reporting framework I laid out. And just to say thank you, I concur with Susan that it's so much easier to look at and to see the partners. So thank you for all the really hard work that went into it.
Happy to second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We're going to go to item 22. And I wanted to just say to my colleagues, this is a report back relating to the continuum of care item. This item was brought before the Children's Family Seniors Committee in a special meeting on November 23rd. And at that meeting, Supervisor Cortese and I were concerned about the work plan. And in particular, we had approved as a board a one-year contract with Seneca, and the committee felt that it would be prudent to bring the contracts back to the full board for discussion. And the reason is, as you may recall, that the board had been very specific about doing a one-year contract. I wanted to sunshine this because, as a number of my colleagues know, that when the board gets backed into a corner where we don't have an option, where where we have an up or down vote and we only have a day to do it, that we want to make sure that we're not in that situation again. So I wanted to make sure that, given that the board's direction was not being followed and the staff was making a new recommendation, that that the timeline to bring services in-house, as well as the communication strategy, should be shared with the board, as well as the work being done on the welcoming center. And again, for my colleagues, I just wanted to make sure that that this was all sunshined and that we had the contract coming back. So what I'd actually requested was that the contract come back to the board today. It's not here, and I will let Dr. Smith speak to that. But what I would like to do, if it's all right, is I'll go to public comment. And then, Daniel, did you have a presentation on this item as well?
Yeah,
you did. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
What I'll do is I'll go to public comment, then go back to you, Daniel, for the presentation, and then Dr. Smith. I think you were with us at that meeting, so that's why I wanted to just check in and talk about next steps as we go through this process. So with that, I'll request public comment, and then we'll go to the staff and then to the board.
All Our next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Please don't take your eyes off this critical agenda item. We are talking about children who lack the protection of their family. Social Services has continuously ignored the board's directive for the Welcome Center to be a one-year consulting contract. Also, the Seneca training list fails to include ABA therapy and autism that we discussed before. As we approach Seneca's relocation, it's become increasingly clear that they are unprepared. They held a forum last week and they were unable to answer basic questions. They designated a visiting space, but did not know what type of visitors they have to accommodate. Biological parents, therapists, attorneys, they did not know. It doesn't appear that Seneca has any experience with running receiving centers, let alone being a proclaimed expert. As a foster parent, I urge the board to remain vigilant for the safety and well-being of the children in this county's care. Hold Social Services accountable and ensure that they are honest with the numbers. How many kids stayed past 24 hours this month? How many placement disruptions have there been? How many next month? And each month until the contract expires. We cannot let another year go by with a multi-million tax dollar contract go unaccounted for. For the sake of transparency and accountability, bring this item back to the board every month. Our children deserve that. The public should know how many kids are staying past 24 hours in the scattered sites and the Welcome Center every month. According to DFCS, the scattered sites are phasing out with the phasing in of therapeutic treatment homes, and the Welcome Center is to be an under 24-hour state facility, just like Keiki and Emborg was supposed to be. Based on that basic plan, there should not be any more children staying past 24 hours. We have to make sure of that. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. So Dan, do you want to walk us through the?
Yes, I will. Just confirming you can see the presentation.
Yes.
All right. So again, Dan Little with DFCS. Just a brief history. The state of California implemented continuum of care reform starting in 2015. And that was really based on the idea that congregate care posed numerous challenges to youth. And when you started looking at long-term outcomes, then there was significant disproportionality and significant issues with congregate care as a model. What CCR did is it reduced viable placement options for children with the highest needs because up until CCR, group homes were a primary placement option for children, especially children that presented with significant trauma and had behaviors as a result. The plan statewide was that counties used what we call a receiving center. So prior to the rate being licensed, it was called just a receiving center, and that was really meant to be a space where children would come in and they would stay there until we could find a placement. Because there wasn't sufficient continuum built, you saw overstays. And this was not something that was unique to Santa Clara County. I was able to, in meetings with other state peers, kind of hear of the impact and the stories from other counties that when you saw the continuum of care reform and the impact on the number of group homes that are available and that shift, without building an appropriate continuum to replace that counties had very difficult situations. And I think because the this impact on the continuum was statewide, it really isn't specific to our staff. It really is a system issue. And I think as a result of that, you started to see kind of what we saw last summer, where you had concerns coming before the board on the care of youth within our receiving center, which was at that point a licensed shelter, as well as concerns raised by caregivers of the care of the children. So it wasn't a good situation, which resulted in kind of the change that we did where we closed down our receiving center January 2020. And since then, I've been partnering with behavioral health and probation to build out what we're calling this continuum of care reform. Later in the presentation, I'll walk through the different elements, but I wanted to make sure, because we've been working on this for a little over a year, that there was just that introduction. So the components of the new continuum of care models we identified with behavioral health and probation were that any continuum we built really had to have a model of engagement and treatment for children to address trauma immediately following removal or placement disruption. We needed to have appropriate placement options that meet the behavioral and treatment goals of every child. And then we needed to make sure that we had adequate planning to show each child's roadmap to permanency. And the plan that we had presented, the plan that I'm going to walk through today, really is based upon those three core elements. So the Welcoming Center really meets that first identified need, which is a way to engage children who've experienced either a removal from a parent or caretaker or placement disruption. Both of those situations cause significant trauma. And both of those situations really require a specific response. So the Welcoming Center really is that response. And I've thought about how we can describe the Welcoming Center differently, because it isn't a rake 2.0. It can't be we can't just recreate what we've already had. And it's not going to be a shelter. The way I've kind of described it when I've had meetings with stakeholders is I think about what we've learned through wraparound. So the wraparound model that we use to engage families in crisis really utilizes a team-based approach, that you have a kind of a multidisciplinary team that engages youth, and each individual of that team has their own roles of addressing trauma. But because they're all with the same agency, they speak the same language. And I think that's the benefit that we see with the WRAP model. The Welcoming Center is similar to that, but it's more of a location-based WRAP service. That's for children that have experienced that significant trauma, that the staff at the Welcoming Center, engaged staff, help to regulate, help to de-escalate, because the clock at that point starts, and we really have a short amount of time to assess the child for what level of care they need, and to begin our placement searching. Another component of the Welcoming Center in this plan is really to get a full evaluation process. And I think this goes to some comments I had heard earlier in the board meeting today of the significant need to have good data, and to be able to make decisions based on that data. And what I didn't want to be able to do with this plan is to do what happened in the past, which is we tried to close a shelter down, and then it eventually morphed into the receiving center, which morphed into a shelter, which got us to where we were last fall and last winter. We really need to be able to say, is this the best way to meet the needs of the children? Because I think the other thing that we can say, and I'll say this just as somebody who started out as a caseworker, that since my time doing casework, that the needs of the families and the children that we see are drastically different than when I was a case manager. And I can even say over the course of this last year, the impact of the pandemic, that I think the needs have just increased even further. And we need to have a model that can meet those changing needs. And that evaluation component is part of that. Is this a model that's going to make sense? Is this a model that's going to get us the outcomes that we need? And I think if we don't let that evaluation run its full course, I think we're in the danger of potentially recreating kind of what we've already had. So the Welcoming Center itself, part of the communication procedures is we do have a Welcoming Center planning group that's been looking at policies and procedures. We also have monthly virtual meetings with caregivers where we can answer any questions that come up. And then we facilitate, the DFCS leadership facilitates a weekly meeting with DFCS staff, where again, the Welcoming Center is one of the topics that people can ask questions about, and we can share updates. So regarding the specific therapeutic placement programs, this goes into that second need of any model we create, which is we need to have the right levels of care. When we looked at the historic data from children at the old receiving center, at the shelter, and then even this last year, we wanted to see who are we struggling to place, because those are the children that we found getting stuck at the receiving center, and those are the same children we're caring for now at the scattered sites. And we identified that there's really a smaller percentage of children that were creating the significant amount of work for staff in locating placements. So the therapeutic placement programs are really meant to meet those needs. So this is the first element of those placement programs. This is the contract that we had with Seneca, that includes 3 different areas. We have the 6 intensive therapeutic foster homes, 4 enhanced intensive therapeutic foster homes. So those are our next level up. And then 2 transitional foster homes. All of them have a treatment component. The transitional foster homes are really there as a kind of a safety net. So if we have children at a receiving center that we're struggling to find placement, that we could utilize transitional foster homes versus our unlicensed scattered sites. This is the overall capacity, overall goals for the full continuum. So the goal is to have 27 homes that are going to have this therapeutic level of care. This isn't including our DFCS RFA homes. We have a number of homes where we're also doing a separate pilot to provide additional level of care. This is just for the contracted out foster homes. So what we're anticipating is within a month from now, that we'll have 17 total treatment level foster homes new. That would include all 12 from Seneca, as well as one of the items that were on the board agenda today for consent was an agreement to create 10 additional homes with Uplift. So that's going to be our next kind of formal entry into this next continuum. So I'm actually really excited about that. Uplift is going to be creating 10 foster homes that are going to actually replicate short-term residential treatment programs. So we worked with the state to get approval for this, that we'll have residential level of care, but to children who are in foster homes. So trying to combine the best of the both world, the intensity of that to kind of a therapeutic program, but within the care of a foster parent. Additional 6 months after that, we're looking at 5 more homes for Uplift, and then we're in phases to work with another provider for some additional capacity, to at the end having 27 homes throughout through this continuum. And looking at the data, the number of children that we've had kind of in and out of the residential placements, the number of children that we currently have at our scattered sites, that we feel like that at least initially this is a good goal for us, knowing that again through the evaluation process and really through our own review of data, we may anticipate having to increase this. And I think the other piece is that the agencies are aware that the recruitment for homes of this is really ongoing. It's not going to be that we recruit 27, those are the same 27 homes. It has to be ongoing because there's going to be situations where we place a child and that actually may end up being a very good place for that child to remain. So there has to be continual recruitment. And then the timeline for the Welcoming Center has shifted a little bit. Pretty late this summer, early fall, California Department of Social Services did decide that they wanted the Welcoming Center to have its own kind of a license. So having to obtain a license did add a little bit of time frame to that. Seneca is working directly with the state on this, with oversight from DFCS. Based on Seneca's history with CDSS and the prior programs they've licensed, the state was fairly confident that they would be able to expedite. January 4th is an anticipated date, but we do need to have the provisional license in place. So there's a possibility that date could shift depending on the licensing component. But this is another piece that I'm excited about, the interest that we received from the state, in that they're creating a specific license type just for the Welcoming Center, because I think they see the possibilities with that model and really wanting to work with us to partner to ensure that we can get good positive outcomes for our youth. I think they also recognize that the continuum of care reform put strain across the state on child welfare systems. I think they've acknowledged the work done within this county across systems to potentially put this plan together on how we're going to address that reform. So just a quick update, I won't go through all of this, but just the specific training that Seneca staff receive in their new hire. And also right now there's shadowing going on between DFCS staff and Seneca staff, mainly to get Seneca staff aware with some of the processes that they're going to have to engage with, such as how do they interact with the DFCS emergency response worker when maybe they're dropping or taking a child that they've removed to the Welcoming Center. How are they going to engage with our DFCS placement staff? And then we did get since the last time I presented, we did get a location update. So Seneca has signed the lease for the Welcoming Center over at 3165 Olin Avenue. So that's about a mile and a half from the O'Connor, from the future side of the Child Advocacy Center. I know that the Seneca has reached out to the neighborhood association, is planning on doing flyers to set up a Zoom meeting in the coming week to talk with the immediate neighbors for that site. And then some next steps, Seneca and the community care licensing are finalizing the licensing packet to be able to get that provisional license. RDA, who's our evaluators, to begin project launch and planning phase. And I will add that I believe we do have a representative from RDA on the line if there are specific questions about the evaluation. And that establishing that regular ongoing communication and collaboration. And then again, January 4th is kind of the targeted date. Should that change due to licensure issues, that's something that we can provide an update on. I think with that, I can open up for any questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the report. I'm going to go back to my colleagues, to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. Thanks, Dan and administration for this report. I appreciate that based on my previous direction, staff has included the summaries of reports from Social Services Agency relating to child placement be included with alleged files that relate to the rate closure starting from November of last year. Thank you for that. But what's notable about the timeline, though, is the fact that the board has requested administration to do a few things during this time period. That's number one, to not outsource core county services to Seneca as a contractor in a single source contract for 3 years. Instead, we requested that this contract be treated as a 1-year consulting role. We requested that the Juvenile Justice Commission, the state mandated oversight authority, continue with that oversight and produce recommendations similar to the one they presented to the Children, Seniors, and Family Committee at a special hearing on November 23rd. And third, provide recommendations on how the county can increase and better support our resource, our foster care families. It's clear from the JJC recommendation, as well as from many stakeholders in the children's community, that the root of the issues at the rake have been available placements. So with all of that in mind, I'm curious just why, despite board direction at multiple meetings, there remains this determination to move ahead with Seneca, despite the fact that it hasn't been supported by a majority of the board. So what I'd like to know is if Seneca doesn't take on the work on an ongoing basis, what is the concern? Help me understand why there has been this resistance. These are services that have been conferred to counties. These kids are under our care and jurisdiction as deemed by the court. Help me understand what problem we're trying to solve that the board may not be hearing.
Let me jump in on that. All along, ever since the board approved the contract, the intention was to bring the service in-house. However, as Dan has pointed out, many changes have occurred in the landscape that make it totally unrealistic for us to do this in-house within a year. The licensure issues are complex and confusing, and right now we are in the process of trying to get licensed for the scattered sites. And as Dan pointed out, the licensing for the Welcoming Center is still unclear at the state level. That's one thing that's outside of our control and is very much important to the success of an operational, continuum of care.
Sure.
Next, it's very clear from looking at the operational plans that we as a county will have to create new classifications of employees or retrain or add minimum qualifications to current classifications. That will require a meet and confer and extensive process of delineating staffing and the like, because the root cause problem of the issues that occurred with the rake was not only, as you said, not having other places to send the children, but the complexity of the children having behavioral health problems, social service problems, psychosocial problems, and violence and criminal problems.
Challenges,
right now,
preferably to problems. Just
what?
semantically, the kids have challenges as opposed to problems.
Okay.
It's a semantic piece, Jeff, but I just want to make sure that we are looking at the kids through the same lens. Go ahead, please.
Well, let's just say challenges that we have to change our system of staffing and personnel to meet. And that will require some time. And also the training and standards of care are in flux, both because of state regulations and because of needs we have in our organization.
Okay.
So
the view then, if I'm just understanding it properly, is not just that DFCS is committed to a longer contract, but that there isn't a vision on administratives and to transition this in-house even in the longer term?
No. We want to transition it as fast as we can.
Okay.
But what we're trying to say is it's unrealistic to believe we can do it within a year. And we'll do it as fast as we can, but we don't want to have a slipshod transition.
Sure.
And there are many things that are outside of our control, particularly state licensing and the changes in the CCR at the state level. So I don't think it'll be 3 years, but it definitely won't be a year.
Okay, I really do appreciate hearing that because I'll just speak as one supervisor clearly, what it feels like to me is just this relentless pushback. You heard us say one thing, but you're doing another, and without really understanding the thinking on your end, it is challenging, not a problem, to just feel a concern that we are just being not heard or dismissed. And I think we've got a board here of supervisors who are very, very committed to the safety and well-being and stability of these kids. So I do appreciate hearing that the ultimate goal is to bring this all in, even with the new scattered site model. I hear you that you think that can take longer than a year. So I'm just going to move to a different question then, because I think that just seems to be where we are in terms of moving ahead with the contracting status. But can you also explain how the evaluators' contract and scope of work that are proposed will be different from the JJC's state mandated requirement to produce a report? Why can't they just be the oversight authority on the placement of kids that are obviously in our care and custody?
I'll let Dan give an answer to that specific question, but I also want to point out to your first question, we really want this to be in-house, but as the board knows, they approved the contract sometime, I think, in June. So a year-long contract would expire this June, and we're just now beginning to get to a point where we have a welcoming center. So I think that's further evidence that we're trying as fast as we can, but the sands keep changing under our feet. And a one-year contract that would expire in June would leave us with nothing. But Dan,
I hear and appreciate that, but hearing the overall vision of moving toward in-house is very reassuring.
Right. Dan, can you answer the question about the oversight and RDA?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify too, we are still very engaged with JJC. I just met with members this week to review kind of where we're at currently. So I think they're still going to be actively involved. RDA, and maybe if we have an RDA member online that can provide a little more insight too, we're providing actual formal evaluation to be able to do an outcome evaluation, which I think would go above and beyond what we would typically get from JJC. So they're going to provide an evaluation similar to what's been used in other areas to do program decision and outcome evaluation, so that we can make decisions at individual points within the creation of a model. As Dr. Smith had pointed out, for something like this that we would be taking back, I'd want to know that the model that's being created is something that we're going to be able to replicate and something that's going to get us the outcomes that we want.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And that's certainly not a slight to RDA. They do really, really good work. Just curious to know, though, if JJC has been approached to see whether they have the capability to do the level of work that you're looking for, or is the scope just simply too different? What I'm looking for, of course, is not duplicating work.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding is the scope is going to go beyond kind of what we would typically see from the JJC out of their reporting. We're still going to expect to have their required reports for their oversight capacity. The RDA report is going to go beyond what you would see in the JJC report.
Okay.
As far as the level of analysis.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I would trust and hope that that RDA will reach out to JJC as part of their evaluation and work and listen to their expertise and experience with this oversight as well.
I can connect them together.
Thank you. Last question is about the site on Olin, which is in my district. First, is Seneca taking ownership of the site, or is it a county-owned site?
Right now, I believe they're negotiating a lease.
Who are the parties?
Sorry, Seneca, between Seneca and the landlord.
Okay.
Knowing that there's a possibility that in the future that may change.
Okay. And it sounds like the site is being prepared for use by January 4th. Just thinking about, of course, intervening holidays, some hopefully planned neighborhood engagement and COVID limitations. The January 4th date seems pretty ambitious. Is there a concrete plan in place for that?
Yeah, as far as the neighborhood engagement in connecting with Seneca, their plan is to do canvassing around a meeting that they're going to be scheduling for next week, a Zoom meeting, to do the initial engagement with the neighbors at large, apart from the work they're doing to engage the actual neighborhood association members.
Okay, I would like my office to be a part of any of those conversations, please, because it's me that they're going to reach out to if they don't have information or feel surprised by the placement of a welcoming center in their neighborhood.
Yep. That'll happen.
And just one other question specifically about the site. One of my team members went over there and took some pictures so I could get a good sense of it. It doesn't seem to be that there are any outdoor spaces associated with the property. What are the thoughts around COVID safety in utilizing this house?
Yeah, I think that there are some outdoor areas on the back side of the property, but I actually have to double check.
Okay, so I'd like to get that too, a whole whatever it's called, description diagram of the property, what's immediately surrounding it. I can look at the Google Streets, but that doesn't show me really what's around it in terms of who's going to be interested in this property, what concerns are not there may be around outdoor activity.
Okay, yeah, I can connect with Seneca, and I think some of the work they're doing to set up the property, I think we'll provide some information really on how the property from inside out will be set up.
Cool. Okay, thanks. I really appreciate all of that, Dan, and I'll look forward to connecting both around neighborhood engagement and on the site itself.
Thank you. I have no other questions from board members. I do just want to make a couple of comments on this. First, Dr. Smith, I think that I would recommend bringing a contract to the board, a contract adjustment to the board as soon as possible. And again, because I don't want the board 2.5 years from now to be upset that they're backed into a corner. So I just want to make sure we take that action. Second, that
you know, I do have, so I want to just reinforce the points that Supervisor Ellenberg raised about making sure that we have the commission involved. I appreciate that RDA does have a different role, and their role is really that of evaluation and really being able to look at the numbers and look at how we improve our work. I will say that I would really like to see us creating a deeper bench of evaluation and consulting services. I've raised this a number of times, and in part because I think, you know, I have not been persuaded that our external partnerships have always yielded the kind of evaluation that we're looking for. And you know, I want to see us with a much higher level of evaluation services, more along the lines of what the Burns Institute is able to do for probation. And that's just it's a very high level of analysis, because otherwise then the question that Supervisor Ellenberg raises is actually a really important one relative to oversight and feedback versus quantitative and qualitative evaluation that helps us make very specific sets of decisions. And again, I'd like to see us deepen our bench. And actually, Dr. Smith, when I first got on the board, one of the reasons I was so intrigued with the way you were setting up, that you had a vision of setting up an office around evaluation, because I do think it's got to be a core body of work that we're very actively pursuing. So, you know, and I also just wanted to say that I think that as it relates to outreach, and I'm sorry I didn't say this as part of my priorities, but I do think the ability to consistently have as part of our culture that we talk to each other, we talk to the board, we talk to the community. Our goal really needs to be to surprise each other, not at all, and not to surprise the community. And again, as we think about priorities and we think about how we want to structure our offices, the ability to communicate and that being something that we just automatically do, I think is really important. And I think we have very few departments that really embrace or practice that as a core practice. So I just want to reinforce Supervisor Ellenberg's points in that area.
Madam President.
Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, sorry, I was raising my hand, but my mute button was not quick enough to turn off. I apologize. I'm new to this, as most of you know, and so I've only read about the stories about the rig from the outside and why it needs to be closed, of children staying at the rig for more than 24 hours or multiple days. Now that the rig is closed, one of the speakers earlier mentioned that there's still children staying over 24 hours at these scattered site. I'm not asking for an answer right now. If you have it, certainly I would love to hear it. But if not, is this something you could get back to us on the changes afterwards? I just want to make sure the situation is better and not worse while we're having Ray get previously.
Yes, Supervisor, we'll have to get back to you with a complete history and explanation. It is a very complex issue, and I think probably best done offline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all of that thoughtful feedback, and also to Dan and Deborah. I know your hearts are in this, and you know we're looking forward to seeing how the work moves forward. So with that, this is to receive a report. I think, Dr. Smith, there's really, we could take the action of receiving the report and asking for a restructured contract to come back no later than February to the full board. And, you know, I'll just say, is that a realistic timeline, Dan and Deborah, to do that body of work? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Smith.
I don't think that's very realistic at this point, because we're going through an evaluation. We don't even have a welcoming center at this point. So, you know, we would have to come back with a recommendation for modification of the contract that was very much up in the air. I think if you give us some more time, we see how things play out at the state, we see what happens with the licensing, we could probably come back with new recommendations, I would say in April.
Thank you. What I would like to avoid is having you come back in June, since that's when the contract's up. That's really what I was going for. So if you think April's doable, that's great.
Well, as I said, you know, we won't be coming back to the board recommending that the contract terminate in June, but
Right.
We'll have some other information by April so that we can give a better idea of when we do think that we will be able to go on board ourselves.
Got it.
And I think everybody has the same goal. It's just a matter of we have a lot to do to be able to give some definitive input.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Dr. Smith. The June date that I was just referencing that the contract would be up in June since we just signed a 1-year contract. That's what I was trying to avoid having us back up against. But I appreciate the point. So this will come back to us in April to the full board, and with a better, perhaps I could just encourage Dan and Deborah if we could have a better outline of the roles of the JCC and did I say that acronym right? And the consultants that are doing the evaluation, just to be able to outline their roles after you've had a deeper conversation with them. And then the other thing is with the outreach as it relates to all the requests that Supervisor Ellenberg raised. All right, so can someone make that in the form of a motion?
So moved.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, a second from?
Second.
From Supervisor Lee, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. With that, we're going to move on to items 23, 24, and 25. We're going to hear them together. And Supervisor Wasserman?
Yes. Madam President, you mentioned earlier as far as the break for dinner for staff. What did you have in mind at this time?
You know what? Thank you for reminding me. The staff let me know that they did not need a break, and I never give you all a break. So, so what my thinking is that if we can get through this last chunk of work, that we could let everybody mosey on. But they told me they don't need one.
Great.
Thanks for the reminder. I appreciate that. So items 23, 24, and 25, we're going to hear them together. And what I was hoping to do is that is to see if staff would like to make a report out, or because I held them and I brought them together, if I could just outline my thinking for my colleagues, and then we could take it from there. Martha, do you have a preference? You're on mute, Martha.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I can give a brief outline on 23 if that would be helpful.
Sure, whatever your preference is. And Supervisor Wasserman, did you want to weigh in on this now, or was that your hand up from earlier?
I was just putting my hand up now. You mentioned those items. I'm happy to say receive report. I'm happy to make a motion to approve. If you feel a staff presentation is necessary on these items, then so be it. I just wanted to put that out there for you if you wish.
Thank you. I held them because I wanted to give feedback to them. So I'll ask Martha to make some brief comments, and then I'll share with my colleagues why I was holding them, and then get your thoughts.
Surely. So for item 23, this is a report on the plan moving forward for auditing the jail reforms recommendations. We presented this report to the FGOC in November, and the committee requested that it come to the full board. This report is a joint proposal between the departments involved in jail reform recommendations, and they're on the call today, specifically from the Sheriff's Office, Custody Health, Behavioral Health, FAF, and County Council. I'm going to just go very briefly through the joint recommended approach, and then the department representatives are available for questions. So first, we're recommending that the audit covers the 80 summarized recommendations for jail reforms as opposed to the 600 individual recommendations. The 600 plus are already included in the 80 and are tied for display purposes on the jail reforms website. For the last several years, the departments have been using the 80 summarized recommendations for tracking and board reporting purposes, and those would align better with an audit. We also found that some of the 600 recommendations were duplicative and may contain specific instructions that they may not be able to be operationalized or may be observations rather than recommendations. We are also proposing that the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring conduct the audit moving forward as opposed to the Harvey Rose organization, given their requisite knowledge and experience. Next, since the joint group acknowledged that some jail reforms will take years, we're proposing a process for more timely responses so that as the audit goes out, months and years, when the auditor requests information, we can better respond. There's a 45-day deadline that's described in the report. We would also continue making updates to the 80 summarized recommendations at the board meetings on jail reforms that are now twice a year, including announcing which ones are complete and ready for auditing. We also looked at the importance of demonstrating to the public on all the work the departments have done on jail reforms. And so our existing work group will take a look at multiple methods for publicizing all the work that's been done. Next, county administration will continue the tracking and publicizing of the progress made on the jail reforms website. And I just want to wrap up by saying the departments were able to get to these recommendations because of the collaboration that exists already related to implementing jail reforms and the remedial plans for the 2 consent decrees. And so with that, the group is ready to take questions on 23.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to make me a co-host again. And so let me just share with my colleagues why I asked to keep these off the agenda and why I wanted to hear them concurrently. At the November FGOC meeting, Supervisor Cortese and I moved items 23 and 24 to the full board for consideration and action. The audit of the 623 jail reform recommendations was requested by FGOC on January 26th by Supervisor Simidian and me. In February of 2007, the audit commenced. At a board meeting on August 14, 2018, during the jail reform study session, the auditor requested clarity from the board if they were authorized to review the individual 623 recommendations or the 80 summarized recommendations provided by staff. At that meeting, Supervisor Simidian and I reiterated the FGOC direction to audit individual 623 recommendations. This audit spanned over 2 fiscal years, 2017-2018, and then 2018-2019. During that time, with multiple information requests, only fleets and facilities provided the requested information to the auditor. In 2 years, the Office of the Sheriff's Department of Correction and Custody Health Services did not provide information to the auditors as per committee and board direction. In October 2019, the audit report was issued and distributed to the board. In our most recent jail reform study session in September, I requested this audit be agendized at FGOC in October. At the October FGOC meeting, I requested that the Office of the Sheriff and the administration report to FGOC in November with an agreement and a plan on how to move forward with the audit. I specifically asked staff to convince the committee why referring the audit to OCLEM would resolve the information sharing and audit issues. The outcome of that request is the report under item 23, which was also agendized for November FGOC meeting. I wanted to just say that what was very challenging about this was really the refusal of the administration and the sheriff's office and even county council to be responsive to the board and provide the requested information for over 2 years. And this disregard for the 623 recommendations, and then and there may have been at some point a really good reason to get to 80, but the reason that, well, I'll only speak for myself, the reason that I was interested in the 623 was really because of the issue of transparency with the public. So today I know the staff is coming jointly to talk about how this can be integrated into OCLEM, or we have the option of Harvey Rose. And I think what I just wanted to say is that I think it's fine. I think whatever I think because the staff has already decided not to do what was requested, the fact that they all agree on what they will do will at least move us forward. But what I'm concerned about, really concerned about, is that OCLEM, the sheriff's office, the administration, and county council, and I cannot emphasize enough that county council play a role in resolving this, that the work product and its availability to the public is going to be really critical, because it is an extension of a tragedy that we haven't yet addressed all of the main issues for. The last item that's under item 25 is OCLEM's work plan. And what I wanted to just remind my colleagues and OCLEM is that if they don't make all of their appointments by the first meeting in January, we'll be out of compliance with our own ordinance. So I think, you know, I had a chance to blow my stack at FGOC, so no stack blowing today. I just wanted to share with my colleagues that, you know, as we're making decisions about whether or not we build a new jail, part of where my discomfort comes is I do not believe that the organization has been as responsive as I thought we were going to be when we started down this path around reforms. So those are my general thoughts. I see Sheriff Smith has her hand raised. I would like to go to Sheriff Smith, and then I'll see if any of my colleagues have any comments.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just as a point of clarification, we had been working on the 80 consolidated recommendations, and pardon my voice, but I heard you loud and clear at one of the last meetings, and we have begun. We've already submitted to Harvey Rose 102 completed recommendations with the corresponding documents providing the proof, if you will, of the completion or the fact that it's a custody health issue. We have another 29 that we will be able to also send on by the end of the week. It's completed. I just haven't reviewed it. So we are working diligently on those, in addition to cooperating with on the 80 summarized recommendations. So we heard you loud and clear, and we're on it.
I really appreciate that, Sheriff. And I know this has been complicated, to say the least, and a lot of moving parts to it. You know, with that, I think that Supervisor Wasserman wanted to make a motion for the adoption of the direction that was agreed upon by all the parties for items 23, 24, and 25. And the only thing I just wanted to say about 25 is, again, in addition to reminding my colleagues about the, you know, just about appointments and also to OCLEM, would also be that we are looking at making sure that the work plan is really tightly aligned with the purpose and duties outlined in the ordinance. And Michael, I think that's going to be important just to get you started in terms of clarity with the public. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. If you're doing all three together, I had 23 as receive report, 24 as receive report, and 25 as approve work plan. And that's how I was looking at them, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, the only thing I was adding to that was making sure that we get the detailed analysis, and just a reminder to all of us to appoint our folks.
Thank you. Yes. Motion.
So we have a motion for all three items.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask for a roll call vote as I see no hands. Oh, there you go, Supervisor Simidian. No roll call vote. Hold on, Dave.
Forgive me. Supervisor Chavez, I just wanted to reiterate what I began to say earlier today about the item 25 custody health items. I share your view that they're important and that they are properly within the purview of our Office of Correction Law Enforcement Monitoring. But I wanted to say again, there was already plenty of work queued up for our monitor, the OIR group, and I just don't want these additional items to be the basis for deterring or deferring action on the items that were already teed up. We went through the long exercise of establishing a monitor and then contracting, as you will recall, because our three colleagues at the time wanted us to use a contract rather than hire someone. We went through that exercise because we thought these were the folks that had expertise to do the work. That view was shared, as I recall, by community members who screened all of the applicants for the position. They are in place and they can't do their work because they can't get an agreement from the sheriff. Period. Full stop. The fact that we have to use a subpoena power is unfortunate, but apparently necessary. So that I just wanted that on the record. The second thing I wanted to put on the record is that one of the challenges with having 623 recommendations, however valid they all may be, is that some are big, some are small, some are important, some are not quite so important. And that allows anyone who is in the process to say, well, I've sent you a response. Well, yeah, but have we tackled the big and thorny ones 5 years after the tragedy that was in part responsible for leading us to this place? I feel like we've spent an awful lot of time and effort, a small fortune in public resources. I think it was the middle of last year, I asked staff for an assessment of how much we had spent on, quote, jail reform. If I remember correctly, the number was $100 million in ongoing annual expenses, $250 million in one-time expenses. I think it's certainly grown substantially in the intervening period. And candidly, I don't believe there's been a culture change at the jail. And I still think our jail is not a place where any of us would feel we could say our work here is done or even substantially achieved. I lay that at the board's, I want the board to think about that as we go forward, because if we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to keep getting what we got. And that's not good enough. That's not a criticism of any or all of the people who are listening and who've been part of this exercise. But candidly, if I, stopped you on the street as a member of the public and said, have you got things squared away at the jail? I think you'd say, no, we haven't. And if I asked you, has there been a dramatic culture shift at the jail? I think the honest answer is no, there isn't. So I just didn't want to let the actions on these three items go by without getting all that concern into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. As I used to sit on the Blue Ribbon Commission on Custodial Operations about 4 years ago, so I know a little bit about what happened after Michael Tyree's death, and there was over 100 and so recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Commission, and then from here onwards, you see the 623 that came through. A year and a half ago, the report came back from the audit saying that only 2.2%, only 14 of those recommendations were adopted, and that it's really very frustrating to see that a year or so later, we still have not done as much as we need to. I appreciate Sheriff Smith for saying that she submitted some to Harvey Rose. There'll be more in a week. I am looking forward to see what changes are there. I really think we have a lot more work to do to get to where we need to be. The situation is still very much in dire need and change and reform. I just make it on the record that this is certainly not yet acceptable, and we need to work much harder to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Madam President, for our office, can you clarify who the seconder was on that, please?
It was Supervisor Rossman made the motion. Oh, maybe no one seconded it.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, with the recommended changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Samidian?
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right. We are now moving to
item 27, and this is the Jail Inmate Services Program.
Hi, good evening, board members. This is Gene Clark, Chief Procurement Officer. I can start off this if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you.
You bet. We're approving two pieces of this, or asking for approval, rather. The first is the assignment of the jail inmate services with the contract with Legacy Inmate of Edovo to assign that over to Global Tellink, otherwise known as GTL. And it's relating to the implementation of the inmate phones and tablet service. The second part of it is the surveillance technology use policy that's part of this program. So that is for approval as well. The contract term for this is October of 2019 to October 21, 2022, unless we terminate it. And I am mindful, I recall Supervisor Chavez saying clearly, this is something that we want to compete on down the road. And we fully intend on doing that. We have a plan for it. But in the meantime, we really needed to secure the tablets, the use of the tablets and the phones for the inmates, their families, et cetera. We do have a reduction in call rates, which is positive. And we did get FCC clearance. We have an implementation plan ready for GTL, and I think it's coming together pretty well. So we did this remedial corrective action and have a good plan to implement, and we will look forward down the road to definitely going out for competition in this area. So I'll stop there. I know we have the department on the call for any surveillance technology questions, but that's the status of the inmate phone and tablets, and I think we've really tackled it in a positive way, in an aggressive way, given that Edovo had exited this area and we had GTL come in. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sheriff, did you want to weigh in also?
No, I think we're on the right track, and I'm hoping it will be soon. So nothing further.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Jean, I love everything about your energy. Thank you for just bringing it, especially at 6:21 on a Tuesday evening. It is wonderful. Also, I really appreciate the relatively quick work on this. We've been talking about these tablets since I was a jail monitor, which was before I sat on the Board of Supervisors. I would like nothing more than for our board to approve this contract tonight. So I'm happy to make a motion now for approval.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll make the second. Oh, Supervisor Washman.
You go ahead, Madam President.
No, please. I just wanted to also say to Jean, thank you. And I'm really excited about seeing if we can get some new folks in the market who aren't quite so predatory. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That. So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? We have no public speakers. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to go to items 30 and 52. We're going to hear those together. And these were pulled by both Supervisor Ellenberg and myself. And so, Supervisor Ellenberg, would you like a report or would you like to just weigh in? You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. I am happy to weigh in on this.
Go ahead, you'll get us started.
Okay, thanks. Just a couple of questions in lieu of hearing a full presentation. The first question I have is, I'd like a little bit of information, please, about what kind of training the PERT clinician is currently receiving from the sheriff.
Sure. Good evening, supervisors. This is Sherry Terrell with Behavioral Health Services Department. And we actually have one of our division directors who's overseeing the PERT program, Sandra Hernandez, on the line, who can address the training issue related to the PERT clinician and the Office of the Sheriff.
Great, thank you.
Hi, it's Sandra Hernandez. We just had the 2 deputies identified, so we really haven't started the training per se. We've done a meet and greet with the clinician and the sheriff's, the 2 actually deputies that will be participating in the PERT program. And we're talking about, starting to do scheduling for trainings like ride-alongs, looking at the facilities, some really basic entry level sorts of things right now. We have not really started fully a training per se.
Thanks, Sandra, do you have a template or plan for what the training will look like once it gets going?
Yes. Well, yeah, we're talking about doing things like I say, ride-alongs. We want to make sure everybody's trained in CIT. And there's actually, I believe, a course coming up early January, I think at the week of the 4th or something like that, but it's coming up very early. So we want to make sure that people are trained there. We want to also, I think, do some training with dispatchers to understand what's sort of the behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
We want to do some just basic role plays, probably looking at, we use our IVST interactive video simulation training that our law enforcement liaisons have developed. We'll probably do some role playing using that technology.
Mm-hmm.
Those are sort of the starting places. We're going to go over the basics of writing holds, mandated reporting, because we want to be on the same page primarily with, clinicians and officers and deputies, so that we're all thinking and approaching things very consistently and understanding each other's role. And that will take some time. So we're just kind of at that very beginning stage.
Thanks. I hear that, and I hear a lot of probablys and some good ideas in there. I'd like to request an off agenda of once you have formalized the curriculum, what training you're going to do, who they're going to meet, whatever it's going to look like. If you could send that to the board, that would be great. So we have a real clear understanding. Thank you.
Sure.
As behavioral health and partners continue to work on plans for operation of the Community Mobile Crisis Program, I think this is for Sherry, but whoever's appropriate, can you help lay out the vision for coordination and routing of various types of calls between PERT, the Mobile Crisis Response Team, and Community Mobile Crisis, including how we resolve overlaps between services and routes for referral? What is the relationship or justification for each of these programs in relation to the other?
Sure. So we are continuing to look at how the different levels of mobile response will work together. As part of our current community mobile response planning, there are several issues that have come up that we're really looking to get further input from the community on, and these center around a couple of items. One, we're really looking to obtain input from consumers and clients of county behavioral health services so we can really truly integrate their vision and perspective into the program planning. 2, we're really wanting to engage family members of consumers and clients and community members and stakeholders in this new program. The planning process is really focusing on a couple of specific areas. One, as you mentioned, Supervisor Ellenberg, the program triage and workflow for the new community mobile response. The design of how someone will in fact reach out and obtain the service. So there's been some discussion about the idea of a 3-digit number, a separate kind of call center where someone can call in, design of the trauma-informed response vehicle. So there's been this idea around a van that would be mobilized in the community to respond. And so we're looking at getting input on the design of this trauma-informed response vehicle. And then finally, the extent of the family involvement and loved ones in the program. With respect to getting a better understanding of how mobile crisis response, PERT, and community mobile response will interact, will be based on the discussion related to the call-in number. And so once we get a better handle on how the community mobile response calls will be managed and triaged, I think there will be an opportunity to really think about how to better connect and link with mobile crisis response and PERT.
Nice. And Sherry, how does the level of staff qualification or experience differ between the three programs?
Sure. So in the packet on page 1371, we outlined a design whereby there are three different levels with respect to mobile response programming. So with respect to the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, generally consists of behavioral health clinicians that are paired with a law enforcement officer. Secondly, our mobile crisis response team consists of behavioral health clinicians, peer workers, and law enforcement liaisons. And finally, I think the new community mobile response program, which continues to be in development, we're still working with the community to decide and recommend the best kind of staffing for the community mobile response. So there have been recommendations around having medical professionals, for example, registered nurses or an EMT related profession, a clinician, and a peer support worker. But that's still under development as we continue to have conversations with the community. So that kind of gives you a better sense of the different levels of staffing in the three different programs.
It really does. And I appreciate your commitment to community and stakeholder engagement. And you just mentioned that the community mobile response, since that program was pulled out from this MHSA plan submission, and I know additional operational planning is underway with partners, do you have an expected timeline for finalizing a project plan, seeking public and board input, and then submitting to the state for review?
Yeah, so we are really hearing from the community that they are eager to move this forward, and we share in that eagerness to be able to bring this forward. So currently what we're doing this past week and current week and next week is to convene additional planning input sessions in partnership with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. So we felt it was important to ensure that we have representation from many members of the community, including various ethnic groups, individuals who we believe will be utilizing the service, as well as those who have lived experience, having experience using our mobile crisis response or situations in which perhaps law enforcement was activated to respond to a mental health crisis. So over the course of the remainder of this month, we're continuing these community convenings. What the plan following the convenings is to have a work group, which is a mixed group of both BHCA members and the Mental Health Services Act Stakeholder Leadership Committee. That month of January, the idea is really to analyze analyze the input that we're gathering from these sessions being held in December, formulate a plan design based on the input, and that would really be our county department working with council, consulting the OAC, and continuing to integrate the input that we're gathering from the community. Back to the stakeholder leadership in January. Adjust the plan based on input during the sessions. And then finally, as part of our MHSA process, we're required to post a 30-day public posting of the plan. And this is part of the Mental Health Services Act requirement. So we're looking to initiate that 30-day public posting sometime in January so that we could make that available for days to have additional input. And following the end of the 30-day public posting, we would adjust the plan based on additional input as needed, conduct a public hearing with our county behavioral health board, and then bring back the approved plan to the Board of Supervisors, potentially in February or March.
And then hopefully on to the state.
Yes. Then on to
wow. Thank you for walking us through that process. It really is very complex and really requires essentially or builds in a tremendous amount of engagement. And I really appreciate being able to hear through all of that. So as part of the review process, after the community input sessions are complete and the program model is formalized, a report and discussion should come to PSJC so that we can talk about how the program will support a shift away from law enforcement response to mental health and family crisis response.
Sure.
So whether that's January or February is fine, whatever you think makes the most sense.
Sure, we can build that into our planning process.
Thanks. I appreciate the efforts of behavioral health, BHCA, and the stakeholders to really continue to balance this need to work with urgency to develop and implement the program with meaningful opportunities for stakeholder engagement on the design. My last request is to get an off-agenda report that lays out a project management plan and timeline for the work and specifically looks for opportunities to reduce the time to implementation for this project, presuming that it's going to be approved by the state. What can we do kind of preliminarily? Is it issuing an RFP concurrently with the submission for review? Do we have to wait until that's over? You don't have to answer that now. I know that the day is very long, but if you can send that to us off agenda, that would be terrific.
Sure, we will certainly do that.
And thank you again for all of this really critical and good work.
Thank you. Thank you both. Sheriff Smith?
Thank you. I think Sherry covered some of the things that I was going to say, but I do want to add that we've worked very, very closely with behavioral health on this. And we had people from the Behavioral Health Board on the selection of the deputies. Our deputies will also be visiting other counties that have exceptional programs in this area. So I think they're going to be in San Mateo County that's got a great program either this week or next week. So we'll also be looking at other models around the state.
Thank you for that, Sheriff Smith. Supervisors Wasserman and then Lee.
Thank you. Just two sentences, I should say. This is a much needed service for members in immediate crisis in our community. And I look forward to hearing how creative the department can get in filling those staffing needs. These programs have been a long time coming. I think it's wonderful and certainly going to be supportive of receiving the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, clearly echoed the comment of
talking about the PERT program now.
Hello?
I'm sorry, that was Supervisor Simitian. Go ahead, Autumn.
No worries. Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President. I certainly echo the comment of Supervisor Wasserman, how important this program is. And I truly believe that the use of our team here, the PERT and the Merton Diesel, the folks that could help our law enforcement to really de-escalate and reduce the amount of potential unnecessary force interaction with our community. So first of all, thank you for the great work. I do have a couple of questions based on the report here. One of which is, of course, about PERT. How out of the 8 full-time equivalent we have, there's still 7 that's vacant, and so I'm very concerned that basically 7 8 is still not filled and is having a hard time filling it because of the various issues. So maybe you could highlight to us how best we could do that. Number one. Number two is regarding the bilingual requirement. I absolutely agree. Whether it's the community is Vietnamese or Spanish and other Asian languages is certainly helpful. But also whether the outreach was, if we're able to do more outreach in ethnic media and in language recruiting to get folks to apply.
I'm not sure, is that something, Sherry, that you should respond to?
Sure, I can just respond briefly. Supervisor Lee, we've engaged in several recruitments to actively recruit for our PERT clinicians. And as we described in our legislative file, and we've come very close on several occasions to hiring someone, and only to at the very end, once the person is ready to accept, they've declined just due to different situations. One being preferring to be in a more clinic operation rather than being in a mobile response team and preferring that type of work setting, as well as other family situations that have come up during the hiring process. We are working actively with ESA to develop a specialized recruitment, but I truly appreciate your suggestions around the bilingual requirement and perhaps reaching out and doing some other outreach to engage communities who may in fact be able to help identify potential applicants for the program. So we will continue to keep the board apprised of how the recruitment is coming along for the PERT program.
Yeah, you use some extra help clinicians, right, on the other program. I'm not sure if PERT could benefit from that. So just another idea to share. I'm sure you have thought about already. Another area I want to talk about is actually what we call secondary trauma. So one of the questions I'm trying to find out is, for the PERT and MCRT workers right now, are there resources available provided to them so that when they are experiencing some type of secondary trauma, it's not actually afflicted, or if it's afflicted, what type of protocol might be there to help them?
Sure. So all of our clinical teams receive supervision through different means, whether through their manager or their lead. The other work that we're doing in our department is related to reflective practice facilitation. And we've been engaging in that practice for several years through a consultant, and we've been able to build the capacity. And the idea really around reflective practice is that you're having regular, frequent sessions to be able to have an open dialogue about your experiences in the field and gain support. But I very much appreciate your comment. It's something that we think about all the time with respect to clinicians that are doing really, sometimes very difficult work in the community. And on top of, the challenges associated with responding to sometimes difficult calls, we have the overlay of COVID-19. And so that's definitely contributed much more to some of the challenges. So we're definitely providing supervision support to all of our clinical staff that are out in the field.
Okay, great. And then last, more of a comment, maybe not a question, is regarding the 10-hour work shifts. I like 10-hour work shifts times 4, but I'm not sure necessarily everybody likes it. If that might be one of the reasons why you're not hiring the folks in PERT, anyway, just an idea that maybe give it a little bit more flexibility. It might be another way to get more people interested in applying. So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, and apologies for having my microphone on. I'm trying to sort out as we bundle some of these items, which items you're looking for comment on at which times, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, in connection with the PERT program, given that the one officer we've been able to, or excuse me, the one staff member we've been able to hire to work with the officers is assigned to the sheriff, are there any implications here for the availability of that staff member in the Stanford unincorporated area? We've certainly got these needs throughout the entire county, but Supervisor Chavez, as you may recall, we've heard a lot from folks on the Stanford campus about the need and desire for a mental health response rather than a conventional law enforcement response. So let me just ask that question.
Sure, Supervisor Simidian, definitely consider the options available to us with existing clinicians and figure out how to provide those supports. I will say, with respect to the community mobile response, there's been some interest in being able to figure out a partnership in North County, which would, then offer actually all levels of mobile response in North County. So to your question, we can definitely figure out existing resources and supports and continue to look at other opportunities for expansion of mobile response in the Stanford area.
Thanks. And if I misspoke about any piece of that, please correct me. But the other issue, and I know it'll seem like a minor issue, but is the issue of sort of a telephone number that both feels local and also easy and is sort of an alternative to the conventional 911, which generates a law enforcement response. Thoughts about where we're headed in that arena?
Yes, there's been, I think, some discussion and amongst the community, attempting to decide whether there's a preference for a 3-digit number or a 10-digit number. Understandably, many of the community members have suggested they would like a non-governmental number, and so we continue to really take that out to the community to get a better sense of what we believe would be most efficacious and supportive of the community need at this time. But there is ongoing discussion between a 3-digit versus a 10-digit number at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I look forward to report back on both of those the pieces of the topic. It's a tough one. We've been at it for a long time. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to thank my colleagues for weighing in so robustly. Sherry, just one point I wanted to raise on this is that I know that you're doing a lot of outreach. I just want to make sure we're including the reentry center in the discussions, because one of the issues is alternative placement. And I'm sure that that was already in your work, but I just wanted to lift that up. My second question is really one that's a little harder, and that is that I think we can talk about the program a lot, but unless we're able to hire people, I'm not sure what where we're going to go. And so one of my questions is, are we reconsidering who we're pairing up and whether in fact they have to be clinicians, or if they can have an alternative type of training that readies them to be able to provide support, this kind of support in the community?
So with respect to the PERT program, we did describe a specific model of service, and this is related to MHSA funding. So if we were to make an adjustment to the staffing or the model, that would require us to take that back to the state. So I do think we can think about that, but any alteration to the specific model around PERT would require us to take some additional steps. So I think we'll have to give it another pass, perhaps in terms of recruitment, really see where we're at, and then perhaps pivot if needed, if we're unable to pursue what it is that we're planning to do.
Sherry, is it possible for us to think about concurrently developing this program with a clinician model and a non-clinician model concurrently? And what I'm thinking about in particular is, I know there's a lot of interest and excitement around something analogous to Cahoots that you also have been looking at, but does it make sense to do the planning concurrently, given that probably many parts of the system will be jointly utilized?
Yeah, so those discussions are happening concurrently. So the community mobile response planning is really looking at an adaptation of the Cahoots model for community mobile response. So in those discussions with the community, we are in fact looking at what is the best makeup of the staffing to be able to respond to those community situations. And so I do think what you're suggesting is a possibility whereby we would continue to look at what we believe would be best for the community mobile response team, while concurrently reevaluating our ability to hire and staff the PERT model. So
I think one of the concerns that I have is that I feel like this hiring has been a problem for such a long time that I'm curious about how long do we, or maybe, well, Sherry, are you worried about our ability to hire people?
I'd like to give it a chance with the specialized recruitment through ESA. We're really taking a bit of a deep.
What were we doing before?
We were generally recruiting through our county process. So through the ESA specialized recruitment, we would be able to design a bit more specificity, reach out through LinkedIn, other social media websites, to be able to better identify perhaps staff that could, would be interested in the program.
And we're starting the specialized recruitment now?
No, we've been at it. We've done it for the last round, but I think we're going out and we're continuing to get lists of clinicians who may be interested. So I think Sandra can respond to this, but we are currently interviewing right now. So we'd like to see how that goes, and then make some decisions about how to move forward from there.
How many candidates do you have in the pool now for these jobs?
Sandra, I think, is still on. She can respond.
Yeah. I just completed interviews on Monday, and actually we're recommending 2 people to move forward in the process. So that's encouraging. The other thing I wanted to mention was the city of Palo Alto has been quite supportive of us as well. And they are partnering in a sense with us to help advertise the positions as well. So they're using their resources to help put the word out through their whatever resources they're using. I think it's LinkedIn and some other avenues, but they're also willing to help with us, with this project. So I've sent them as information about how to apply for the county positions, the descriptions, all the county application information they have, and they're going to be hopefully posting that soon because they have all the information now.
So Sandra and Sherry, have we been working with Palo Alto University?
No, I have not.
May I encourage you both to do that? And in part because they train therapists, and they're very and they've been very actively thinking and providing services to other organizations who've reached out to them to get them candidates. And I know that I believe that many of their candidates are many of their the folks that are attending their schools are coming back, maybe having another career and then going back and getting trained. So they may have a little more experience, work experience in general. And we can get you a contact for the university. And I know Maya's listening. So Maya, if we could get that contact over to them, I think that would be ideal. And then as part of the specialized recruitment, are we also working with, San Jose State and some of the other large institutions in our region that, that are producing, again, people who are getting their degrees?
We haven't worked with the universities primarily because the position requires that the clinician be licensed, and most people coming out of the universities are not licensed. They need 2 years, and then they need to take an exam, 2 exams actually, to be able to be licensed. And so we're requesting for the PERT program in particular that they be licensed clinicians.
Appreciate it. I think there may be some value in talking both to Palo Alto University and to San Jose State, and for another reason, which is just that they have alumni networks that are very rich, and we ought to be tapping into them.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks a bunch. All right. Supervisors Subcommittee, did you want to weigh in again?
Only to say that I have been in touch with the city of Palo Alto. They are very much interested in the program, and I was quite candid with them about the issue you raised, Supervisor Chavez, which is we have been trying to hire people for years and have just not been successful. So I tried to temper their expectations a little bit. Sounds like that may have encouraged them to sort of say, gee, can we help? And we'll see if that works. But I was pretty direct with them about our challenges in hiring to date.
Great. All right. So with that, I want to thank everybody for the discussion. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Ellenberg for a motion.
I'm moving to approve items 27 and 32. Nope.
No, 30 and 52.
30 and 52. Sorry,
Yes.
30 and 52, please.
Thank you. With some additions in terms of feedback and some requests in terms of outreach for staffing. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask for a roll call. Oh, a second from Supervisor Wasserman. I will request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll move on to item 32. This is cameras at county facilities. And then we'll go to 33, surveillance at child advocacy centers. I'm not sure who's presenting or if Supervisor Simidian, if you had some questions you wanted to raise.
I don't know if Mr. Coelho is still on the line or someone else from County Counsel's office, but I do think I can perhaps move both these items along relatively expeditiously, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. We're all ears.
All right. Then on item 32, I am prepared to move the recommended action with one addition, which is that there be some additional language in the policies indicating that, quote, as soon as is reasonably feasible following deployment of this technology, department shall report to the board with a proposed scope of use, duration, and other details about the particular use case that would ordinarily be contained within a use policy. And that is a little long and a little technical, but my understanding from Mr. Coelho is that they can make that work, and it was just one piece that it seemed to me could use some improvement. So I'm prepared to move approval with that amendment if there is a second, Madam Chair.
You have a second from Supervisor Wasserman. And any concerns from staff on that? Because I just saw a bunch of windows open up. Rob?
No concerns. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thanks very much. And so Supervisor Simidian, I just want to confirm that is item 32 and 33 or just 32?
That was just 32. I'm happy to make a separate motion on 33.
All right. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote on item 32.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to item 33. Supervisor Simidian.
Let me make this one a little easier. Move the recommended action as contained in our published agenda.
What? And we have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. And all right, we have no public speakers. We have no debate. So we'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks to James and Mike and Rob. All right, we'll move on to item 36. This is a comprehensive fire review services. And let me just put that part of the agenda. Gary, good to see you there.
Good evening.
So this item is our countywide fire services review, and this is under advisement from the county executive relating to the initiation of a comprehensive review of fire services. And so I don't know if there's any presentation, Gary, that you would like to make, or
I just wanted to give, just one quick update. And we included the information requested by you and Supervisor Simidian for additional information on prevention, as well as current methods of service, and looking at all options through the that we end up selecting. In addition, I wanted to give the board one quick update as well. LAFCO has recently indicated they plan to move up their planned fire service review to next year. They are currently in the process of drafting an RFQ and plan to take it to their commissioners for approval in February. So with that, and considering the time, I'll just take questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to public speakers and then I'll come back to the board.
Our next speaker is Drew Anderson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Drew Anderson, are you there?
Drew, you're off mute if you want to go ahead and speak.
We're not hearing anything from the Madam President. That was our only speaker on this item.
All right. Drew, do you want to just hold on one second. If I could, Drew, do you want to try one more time to unmute? Okay.
We have asked him to unmute with no luck. Try
Okay.
one more time. Yeah, my apologies, Madam President. He's not unmuting.
Yeah, thank you. We can come back if he's able to do that later. Supervisor Smidian, you had your hand raised, and then Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I'm prepared to move approval of the recommended action with one amendment. You and I both weighed in on this, Supervisor Chavez. I would just like to ask that the receipt also incorporate into the motion the 5 paragraphs of bulleted text on pages 2 and 3 of my memo. They're in attachment E here. I see packet pages 464 to 466. And again, these are just questions. They're not conclusions. But they lay out a set of, I think, important questions on a wide range of topics that should be reviewed and assessed along with the future trends and future sustainability in basic areas like fire suppression, emergency medical care, and rescue as part of the comprehensive study. I think my staff was able to get to Mr. Herzig and let him know that this might be coming, so he may be able to let us know whether that works for him or not. But I'd like to include it in the motion if there's a second.
That does. Oh, sorry.
There's a motion and a second from Supervisor Wasserman. Gary?
I just, Supervisor Smidian, we're going to be including those questions in the ICP for the vendor to be part of their proposal.
Great. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. And I sit on LAFCO with Supervisor Ellenberg, and we had a lengthy discussion about this. The LAFCO board did. And Gary, I appreciate you bringing up the fact that LAFCO's going to be doing a study as well. It was the LAFCO consensus, don't have 2 organizations doing the same study, exact same study. They could come back with different opinions. And then what do? Do a third? So LAFCO is going to be focusing on things presumably different than what is being done, Gary, through the county and through us. That is my understanding. LAFCO is going to be looking at it through their lens, addressing issues that have to do with special district and not duplicating. I'm sure there will be some duplication in results and questions asked between the 2 comprehensive studies are done. When they're done, I hope that the recommendations are similar, because again, you hire one consultant and he tells you you should go north, and you hire another consultant and he tells you you should go south, then what do? So I think that'll be interesting. I'd like to conclude by saying I am pleased to note this comprehensive study will include a couple of periods next year dedicated to public outreach and stakeholder meetings. Many groups have expressed their concern about the possibility of consolidating the fire districts, and I want to make sure they have an opportunity to share their thoughts on how they prefer to be serviced. In particular, whenever community meetings are held in South County, I'd like the San Martin Neighborhood Alliance to be invited. And I'm just saying that through you, Madam President, to Gary. I see him nodding, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you. I wanted to add, just for outreach, that we include the Open Space Authority and the Habitat Conservation. I'm not sure if they're an association, Habitat Conservation
Authority.
Board. Thank you. Authority? Authority? Yeah. And also, I know that in particular in South County, I would also just say, Supervisor Wasserman, I know that there are a lot of different organizations out there in addition to the San Martin Neighborhood Association that includes some like the Ranchers Association and some of those groups that I just think would be important to at least make sure we're checking in with. I also wanted to add a couple of other areas that I think Supervisor Smidian's memo touches upon, but I just want to be explicit with them. One is that for all of the assessments, I'm going to be very interested in the wildland firefighting resources that any model we assess provides. That we do an analysis that demonstrates that we understand, actually not demonstrates, but we understand the difference between the cities and counties versus the state in fire prevention and emergency response. that we also look at the ability, what model gives us the best ability to manage resources, you know, shared or, you know, and even in partnership with the state. And then one thing I am really nervous about is how local and statewide mutual aid will be impacted by different models, in part because we're seeing so many more wildfires and mutual aid is becoming much more constrained. And so I want to make sure we're looking at that and what that may mean for local jurisdictions in terms of how we hire or what resources we need to purchase to protect our own local communities. And then the other thing that I'm really interested in better understanding is how the high cost of living impacts, you know, impacts any of these models. And so, for example, in our partnership with CAL FIRE, do those models really require that we pay people more if they're working in these regions, especially if we want people to live close to where they work? And then I think that, you know, one of the issues that I wanted to raise earlier today, but I neglected to do so, is exploring and thinking a lot about the EMS transport models that may change, especially again with more and more fires, because I think we've gotten used to using EMS resources because we have 80% of all of the calls for, you know, jurisdictions that are inner city are medical. I don't know what that means for those organizations that are closer to wildlands and end up in more mutual aid. And what I was hoping you could take a look at is, as you did that, if you could look at large counties that look like Santa Clara County, Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, Alameda, Sacramento, and others, you know, that have that, because we also have a weird combination in that we're urban and so we have so much uncovered area in our community. We are different in that respect, uncovered wildlands, actually, not wildfires, but wildlands. Those would be my requests. And like I said, I think they're pretty similar to Supervisor Simidian's, but maybe not quite as, just to be a little more refined. So with that, Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Wasserman, are you comfortable with those questions being included?
Yes, ma'am. Happy to incorporate them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to make a quick comment. I definitely applaud the moving forward of this fire services review. Given 2020, everybody talks about COVID, but the other issues that we almost forgot is the fact that a wildfire has definitely gone out of hand statewide, actually all over the West Coast. So I think it is so apropos timing to make sure that this is done for future prevention. Even though the rain seasons is now back here, I'm sure we'll be dealing with this again next year. So thank you for bringing this up.
Yeah, you're right. We've got to move with a sense of urgency. Before we vote on this, I'm going to see if we can let Drew try one more time. He's called back in.
Okay, Drew Anderson, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think it's my computer. Listen, I missed I missed some of the discussion, but I'm from Los Altos Hills. I was at the meeting that Supervisor Simidian made the motion about the operational options versus the operational options, and I want to support the points that he made in his November 30th memo. I thought it was very succinct. And I just wanted to reiterate that our community of Los Altos Hills is in the heart of the wildland urban interface up here in the northwest region of the county. And the service and proximity of our LAHCFD has been invaluable to our community sense of well-being, and the overall service of the Santa Clara County Fire Department is well respected. So I would encourage I've encouraged his thought about looking forward, you know, what's in the future. And I've got a history in professionally as well as personally in systems engineering. I think, in my view, as we get more populated and complex in our mix with wildland vegetation and urban development, there's always room in the systems engineering to look forward, to contemplate the tactical and operational detail that could be planned for to make a sophisticated SCCFD and our own LAHCFD even more effective. So I encourage that that you folks look at this from an engineering standpoint to think forward, consider the changes and complexities of the future, and build on the solid base of the services we have, which we definitely appreciate here as we're surrounded by wildland. I thank you very much for your patience, Supervisor Chavez, and thank you very much for y'all for your service. This is Drew signing off.
Thank you, Drew.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. And we'll go back to the board for actions. We have a motion from Supervisor Samidi and a second from Supervisor Wasserman. I'll request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Samidian.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our last item on our agenda is item 77. And this is something that County Council pulled off. So may I turn to James?
I'm happy to jump in. The reason we pulled this off is it includes a surveillance use policy. Actually, it includes a contract tied to surveillance, and the ordinance requires it to be heard on regular. It cannot be on consent. So consistent with the ordinance, we've asked that it be moved to the regular calendar. We don't anticipate any extensive discussion, but defer to the board to the extent there is.
Motion to approve.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman. Do we have a second?
So moved. I mean, a second.
A second from Supervisor Lee. Any discussion? We have no public speakers. With that, I'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Samidian.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And we are adjourned. If we don't see you again, have a safe, wonderful, happy holidays. Wear your masks. Don't touch your face. Be kind to each other. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Please stand by for the ordinance record report. This is the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. Item number 14, adoption of urgency ordinance number NS-9.295 relating to a temporary cap on commissions and fees charged by third-party food delivery services to local restaurants and their customers and declaring urgency thereof. The adoption of this ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15060C2 and 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. Item number 55, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.33, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to compensation of employees, deleting 33 senior paralegal or paralegal positions, and adding 33 senior paralegal county counsel or paralegal county counsel positions in the office of the county counsel, and amending the salary schedule to add the classifications of senior paralegal county counsel and paralegal county counsel. Item number 57, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.49, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to compensation of employees, deleting 12 auditor, appraiser, or accountant 1 positions, and 27 senior auditor, appraiser, or auditor, appraiser, or accountant 1 positions, and adding 12 auditor, appraiser 3, or auditor, appraiser 2, or auditor, appraiser 1 positions, and 27 senior auditor, appraiser, or auditor, appraiser 3, or auditor, appraiser 2, or auditor, appraiser 1 positions, and amending the salary schedule to add the classifications of auditor, appraiser 1 and auditor, appraiser 2, retitle the classification of auditor appraiser to auditor appraiser 3, increase the salary of the appraiser 1 classification by approximately 8%, increase the salary of the appraiser 2 classification by approximately 4%, increase the salary of the appraiser 3 classification by approximately 6%, and increase the salary of the senior appraiser classification by approximately 6%. Item number 67, Introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.51, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to compensation of employees, deleting one associate management analyst or management aide position, one management analyst or associate management analyst position, and one program manager 2 position in the office of the county executive, and deleting one rehabilitation counselor position in the Office of Supportive Housing, and one program manager 2 position and 2 rehabilitation counselor positions in the Behavioral Health Services Department. Item number 100, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1015.61, amending sections B12-33 and B12-36 of Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Division B12 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to 35 miles per hour zones and 40 miles per hour speed limit zones. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, December 15th, 2020.
Thank you. This meeting is concluded.